Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
How to Train Your Dragon, Thunder Dragon Knight. Part 1. Woohoo! I'm almost done finally. Oh tilde look at this perfect creation. The invincible speed skateboard. It's about to be finished. Woohoo! But the thrusters still need a little adjustment. Let me look. At this moment, the young man hadn't noticed that the valve on the gas tank beside him was already leaking. You might be wondering why there was a gas tank next to the experimental project, right? It's actually no big deal, because this studio was where he ate, slept, and worked. He usually cooked when it was time, but this incident tells us that experiments still require a relatively safe place. Also, you might be wondering if he couldn't smell it. Well, he recently had a flare-up of rhinitis, and he currently had tissue stuffed up his nose. Alright, let's connect the gas tank first and give it a try. See if the effect is good. I hope it looks super cool. After closing the nearby gas tank's valve, connecting the hose, opening the valve, and finally carefully igniting the thruster, the fire suddenly flared up. Seeing the fire suddenly grow so large, he didn't react at all. By the time he did, he realized the gas tank was burning. The gas tank was already spewing flames. He was doomed. I'm done for. The gas tank was still emitting dense flames, growing increasingly intense. At this point, he thought of using a wet towel to wrap the gas tank. Hurry and find a wet towel, he said, but the moment he moved, his whole body was engulfed in flames. Then a sound of boom was heard. If someone were generating a game achievement, an icon reading, achievement unlocked, boom, would surely have appeared. This time, I'm truly finished. Today, an explosion occurred in the XX area of our city. According to the police investigation, it was caused by a gas tank leak. So far, there is only one fatality and no injuries. On a certain unknown island, a person crawled out of the snow. It's only October, how can there be snow? And I remember, wasn't I blown up? Why am I here? The young man first checked his body for any burns caused by the explosion, and then examined his physical condition. His clothes were the same, but his body was a bit smaller, looking around 15 or 16 years old. Transmigration. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But am I dead? I must be dead. After such a massive explosion, and me being so close, it would be hard not to die. So, am I still me? Am I? Am I not? Am I? Stop. Stop. Don't think about it. He patted his head to calm himself. Once he started thinking about it, it never ended, it was truly troublesome. He looked around at the wind and snow, and then checked the sky. Alright, it looked like the sun was setting. Phew tilde but it's good that my body is fine. Also, where the hell is this place? It's all ice and snow, and there's nothing else around. Phew tilde it's full cold. Luckily, I'm wearing a lot of clothes, or I'd be done for twice over. Now, let's see what useful things I have on me. He rummaged through his pockets. A mobile phone, a solar charger, and a small knife. Well, that was it. This phone was the one he used least often, he never used it unless absolutely necessary. He opened it up, 36 bars of battery left. And the solar charger, he had thought it looked awesome and wanted to build one himself just for fun, but now it was one of the few things he had left. As for the small knife, he had put it on his person before he was blown up. Honestly, he was quite glad he had brought it along. After organizing the items on him, he decided to check the time before making any decisions. He reopened his phone and checked the time. Good heavens, it was still 11 a.m. The sun was practically gone, and it was still morning. Alright, it seemed he should make a shelter first, or he might not survive until tomorrow. Thinking of it, he immediately started digging a snow cave with his hands to serve as his shelter for the night. Just as he was halfway through digging, suddenly. Roar. What the hell was that noise? Should I check it out? Maybe not. I should finish digging this snow cave first. Having said that, he continued digging the snow cave, ignoring whatever was happening. It took him about 10 minutes to finish digging. This was probably because it had been snowing recently, making the snow relatively soft, otherwise, he didn't know how long it would have taken. The snow cave wasn't particularly pretty, but since he was surviving in the wilderness, why complain? In 10 minutes, he had only dug a small hole 1 meter wide, half a meter high, and 1 meter deep, but it was enough to lie down in. After finishing the digging, he crawled into the hole. He had to admit, it was much more comfortable inside than outside. After resting for a few minutes inside the cave, he started contemplating survival strategies and life philosophy, though he quickly forced himself to stop the life philosophy part. Now he needed to figure out what he needed: wood, location, water, food. Well, the easiest thing to figure out right now was his location, so he should start by determining his position and checking for forests along the way. Alright, tomorrow, I'll start with finding my location. I can only determine where I am first, and then begin the survival plan. After making this decision, he resolved to head for high ground tomorrow, since Bear Grylls had said that to survive, you must first know where you are, or it's a dead end. After thinking all this through, he took out his phone and started looking at it. He wanted to see if any of the videos and data he had downloaded on his phone could help him. He opened the phone and looked at the video categories: mechanical principles and blueprints, including but not limited to hydraulics and electricity. Tool creation and repair. There were also images of blueprints that interested him, including hidden blades, crossbows, etc., and some gun blueprints, specifically, blueprints for antiques from World War I and World War II that he could get his hands on. There were also videos from the crafting section, including methods for making rope, how to select materials, and how to make fabric, etc. Plus, there were analysis and introduction videos for some books and anime, and that was it. He had bought this phone specifically to store things he found interesting, satisfying his collector's habit. Although the memory was quite large, 80% of it was used to store popular science videos, data, and books, making it a small encyclopedia. This was the phone he usually never used. It had no games, only data and a large number of videos transferred from his main phone. On a side note, let me introduce his job. He usually repaired household appliances and picked locks. When bored, he'd tinker with small, useless inventions, like installing electric motors on roller skates or adding electric shock devices to gloves. This time, he had wanted to make a fire-breathing skateboard, but the gas tank leaked and exploded unexpectedly. Just as he finished reading and put the phone into the inner pocket on his chest, and was getting ready to sleep, a face suddenly lunged out right in front of him. Before he could react, his body instinctively moved to dodge sideways, but it was clearly useless. Just like that, the man and the dragon passed out. One was knocked unconscious by the impact, and the other had already passed out while diving down. The time returns to half an hour ago. At this moment, a titanwing thunderdrum above the sky followed a thundercloud and arrived at this small island. Truthfully, it had been following for quite some time, and was probably a bit tired now. So it planned to descend to the small island below to rest for a while before continuing to chase the thundercloud. It then flew down, preparing to catch some fish to eat and take a rest. As for how to catch them, just unleash the electricity. Whether they were big or small, electrocute them all. Just as it was electrocuting and eating fish, 8 cyan eyes on the nearby mountain were fixed upon it. White figures moved through the blizzard, their cyan eyes fixed intently on the prey. They were like reapers in the snow. Most prey they targeted were destined for death. These were snow wraiths. And now, 4 snow wraiths had set their sights on it. They wouldn't fight the titanwing thunderdrum head-on, so they planned to ambush it and use their numerical advantage. So they planned for one to go up and ambush while the other 3 hid in wait. Once the prey reached the location, they would attack together. Then they would move through the blizzard, using ambushes to wear down the opponent's stamina. It must be said, this was an excellent strategy. And now, they were about to begin their action. Just as planned, 3 snow wraiths flew away, while 1 snow wraith flew into the air, preparing to launch its breath attack. Just as the thunderdrum was eating and enjoying its meal, a breath attack suddenly struck its wing. This breath attack didn't cause much damage, but it realized that this might be the territory of the snow wraiths. As a titan wing, it had dealt with snow wraiths several times before. So it also realized that there might be more than 1 snow wraith nearby. There was an inexplicable hostility between snow wraiths and thunderdrums. This was fatal. Knowing that there might be many snow wraiths nearby, it chose to fly high into the sky, trying to avoid a direct confrontation with the snow wraiths in the snow. Flying high could also replenish its electricity, giving it a relatively good advantage in a war of attrition. So, after releasing lightning around its body and letting out a loud roar, it prepared to attack that 1 snow wraith. However, this was just a feint. Its true objective was to fly into the clouds in the sky. Unsurprisingly, the snow wraith dodged the attack. Just then, it suddenly flew fiercely towards the sky. The snow wraith also realized its intention. Suddenly, this snow wraith let out a loud roar. Roar. The snow wraiths that had been hiding in ambush nearby rushed towards the sky one by one. Snow wraiths could move freely in the blizzard, but the thunderdrum could not. Therefore, They quickly caught up to the Thunderdrum and began attacking and harassing it. Faced with the Snow Wraith's attacks, the Thunderdrum had no choice but to stop and confront their assault, starting a direct counterattack. Frankly, a Titanwing Thunderdrum could defeat 4 Snow Wraiths in a direct fight, but of course, the Snow Wraiths knew this too, which is why they employed ambush and stamina-draining tactics. After the Thunderdrum stopped, 2 Snow Wraiths flew above it to prevent it from flying higher, while the other 2 continued to harass and attack, draining its stamina. In this way, the Thunderdrum was being attacked from all directions and was unable to launch an effective counterattack. The Snow Wraiths continued their assault and interference. The Thunderdrum kept dodging and counter-attacking, but unfortunately, with little effect. It knew it was about to give out. So it prepared to use a lightning controlling move to quickly escape the battlefield. The Thunderdrum was seen covered in lightning, preparing to use that move to break directly through the encirclement. Just as it was using the lightning to flee, it suddenly crashed into a Snow Wraith. Because this move couldn't turn, there was a Snow Wraith preparing to attack right in its flight path. Unsurprisingly, they collided. Since this collision involved their heads hitting each other, they both passed out. As they were plunging downward, one Snow Wraith flew over and caught its unconscious comrade. However, our Thunderdrum had no companions, so it plummeted straight down. The spot where it crashed was right near our Kane's snow cave. Due to inertia, it plunged directly into the snow cave, knocking out Kane inside. How unfortunate. The Snow Wraiths wouldn't give up their prey, so they landed near where the Thunderdrum fell and started sniffing with their noses. Unfortunately, their sense of smell wasn't very good. Their vision wasn't great either. If prey was buried in the snow, it was effectively invisible to them, so they were digging through the snow to see if the Thunderdrum was there. After digging for several minutes and finding nothing, they prepared to fly away. After all, there was no trace of the prey, and they needed to eat, so they all flew off to search for food. What no one knew was that tonight was the first encounter between a Viking youth and a Night Fury. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Kane woke up, though at that time, he wasn't yet called Kane, but it didn't matter. The awakened Kane found himself being pinned down by some unknown creature. He prepared to pull himself out first, but just as he was about to slip away. Unfortunately, the Thunderdrum pinning him down was woken up by his movements. At that moment, their eyes met. Sorry for disturbing your sleep, he said, and immediately prepared to run. Just as he was ready to escape, the Thunderdrum began to move. The Thunderdrum currently had no intention of paying attention to this human, it still remembered the Snow Wraiths. The Thunderdrum charged straight out, smashing a large hole in the snow cave. Because the Thunderdrum charged out, snow immediately collapsed onto our Kane. Just as the Thunderdrum rushed out, our Kane poked his head out of the snow and let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he was almost eaten. After calming down, he quietly began to observe the creature. Scales of black and blue covering its body, spikes running from its forebody to its tail, a pair of enormous wings, forward-facing eyes, sharp fangs, and that lightning. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. A Thunderdrum. Except it wasn't purple, it was exactly the same. Holy crap. This is the world of How to Train Your Dragon. Good heavens, he really transmigrated. So am I still me? Wait, why am I thinking about this right now? After processing that he had transmigrated, he started observing the Thunderdrum. The Thunderdrum was trying to fly away, but it fell down before it could get very high. At this moment, he was still wondering why it hadn't flown away yet. But he soon found out. After the Thunderdrum tried to fly and fell several times, it started walking, and he realized its right wing must be injured, as it walked with an uneven gait. Now he prepared to walk out. After all, waiting for death was useless. Furthermore, he could try the Berserker tribe's method for taming a Thunderdrum. This was the only method available now. After thinking all this through, he took his small knife and went outside. The Thunderdrum heard the movement and instantly became vigilant, watching Kane while its body crackled with electricity. Kane slowly waved the small knife to attract the Thunderdrum's attention, while slowly walking towards it. Kane continued to walk slowly towards the Thunderdrum. As he walked, he said, "It's okay, it's okay." He had to admit he was very nervous. After all, it was his first time facing such a large creature, and saying he wasn't nervous would be a lie. His luck was quite good to encounter a Titanwing Thunderdrum. If it had been an ordinary Thunderdrum, it might have taken more effort. A Titanwing's temper is slightly better, but only slightly, like how the Red Reaper's relative, the Green Reaper, has a slightly better temper, but only slightly. Just like that, both sides slowly approached each other until the Thunderdrum was right in front of Kane. Kane slowly put his hand out, but as soon as he placed his hand on it, his hair stood on end. It is worth noting that you only earned respect, not trust. To gain its trust, you either need to spend a long time with it, or you need to cooperate with it directly in a battle. Haha. It actually worked. Phew tilde I was almost scared stiff just now. Phew tilde it seems I really transmigrated, but why this world? To be honest, he couldn't clearly remember the plot of this world beyond the two movies. He only remembered some of the more important characters, he couldn't recall the rest. Well, it seems he can only take things one step at a time. Tilde grumble. Well, it seems his stomach is hungry. Thinking about it, he hadn't eaten anything since yesterday. Hearing Kane's stomach rumble, the Thunderdrum signaled with its head for Kane to follow it. Seeing this, Kane could only agree to follow. Honestly, following the Thunderdrum was much better. Although it wasn't snowing now, the snow layer reached thigh level. While following, he also checked his belongings. Phone, check. Power bank, check. Small knife in hand, check. All his possessions were accounted for. After checking his things, he started thinking about what name to give the Thunderdrum and choosing a new name for himself. After all, the person was dead, and he shouldn't use a dead person's name, right? Although he was the one who died, so what? The past me is dead. The current me is the newborn me. He had already decided on the names. This Thunderdrum would be called Thunder, and he would call himself Kane Lay. Good. Then my name shall be Kane. After settling the name issue, Kane Lay was elated, one less problem to worry about. He kept following Thunderdrum for half an hour until they reached the shore, realizing along the way that this was an island made entirely of glaciers, no wonder there wasn't a shred of fur anywhere. Arriving at the seaside, he asked, "Why did you come here, Thunder?" Hearing the name, Thunder, the Thunderdrum looked a bit stunned. Seeing that blank expression, Kane Lay knew the dragon was confused. Thunder is the name I gave you, pretty cool, right? He danced about, clearly delighted. Still beaming, he walked up to Thunderdrum and scratched the dragon under the chin. Thunderdrum rumbled contentedly, but no matter how long Kane Lay scratched, the dragon showed no sign of toppling over. Apparently the sweet spot wasn't under the jaw. If it existed at all, it was somewhere else. After more trial and error he found it, beneath the spike at the top of the neck. Well hidden, all right. While scratching there he noticed another spike where the right wing joined the body. Most likely that spike was keeping Thunderdrum grounded. Every wing beat would send agony through the joint. So that's why you can't fly. Mind if I pull it out? Kane Lay pointed at the spike. Understanding, Thunderdrum simply stood and lowered its head. When the dragon leaned in, Kane Lay leaned forward as well, and after a moment Thunderdrum presented the spike impaled section of its right wing. Kane Lay realized the dragon now trusted him. Excellent. Here we go, brace yourself. He gripped the spike and yanked. Thunderdrum didn't roar, they'd both been ready for the pain. Pus oozed from the wound the instant the spike came free. Seeing the discharge, Kane Lay debated whether to squeeze the abscess. A few seconds later he decided, yes. Several minutes after that, the job was done. The moment he finished, Thunderdrum flexed its right wing, noticeably less painful now. Delighted, the dragon still refrained from flapping. The joint remained sore, flight impossible for the moment. Instead Thunderdrum gave Kane Lay a playful, electrically charged prod with its wing. The jolt left Kane Lay yelping. Hey, that hurts, you know. Sheepish, Thunderdrum wandered off to the waterline and began electro-fishing. Watching the dragon zap fish, Kane Lay couldn't stay annoyed. All right, let me take a closer look at this spike. In his hand lay a snow-white spur, barely 7 centimeters long. What kind of dragon had left it? A woolly howl. Unlikely, one alone couldn't take on a Thunderdrum, and woolly howls don't sport spines. A snow wraith variant of the sandbuster. Still impossible for the same reason. Thunderdrum's strengths are obvious. Few dragons can withstand its sonic blast, sea calming demon being the rare exception, and if cornered it can rocket away on lightning-boosted speed, leaving any pursuer far behind. Apart from alpha species, almost nothing can defeat a Thunderdrum single-handedly. Wait, single-handedly. Blizzard, spikes, pack hunting, only the snow wraith fits. Snow wraiths normally hunt alone, but they might cooperate when facing powerful prey. Realizing snow wraiths had brought down Thunderdrum was bad news. How many were out there? That was the real problem. While Kane lay brooded, Thunderdrum was already skewering the stunned fish with its tail, snagging every one within reach. Understandable. Thunderdrums dislike water and lack forelegs, forced to use their wings as crutches on land, so the tail is the only practical tool. In all, 8 fish, mostly small, but enough for now. Kane was lost in thought when Thunderdrum tapped his shoulder with a wing, still crackling with electricity. So he was forced to stop daydreaming. Kane looked at the 2 fish Thunderdrum had set in front of him. He knew they were for him, thanked the dragon, and began preparing them. No point overthinking things right now, better clean the fish before they freeze solid. A frozen fish sword. Forget it. With that, he gutted and scaled them in moments, then simply bit in. Honestly, this was the only way, what else could he do? Fillet them with a knife. Please. They were on the glacier island, the blade would freeze halfway through and you'd end up gnawing on an ice block. He stopped after half a fish, not from fullness, but because the rest had already iced over. The second uncleaned fish had become a genuine frozen fish sword. It tasted awful, reeking of raw muck, yet it wasn't bad enough to keep him from remembering the time he'd eaten a whole fish raw as a kid. Still, gross. While he forced the last bites down, Thunderdrum finished its own meal and sat watching Kane suffer through his. When Kane gave up halfway, the dragon padded closer, curious. Having an audience put Kane off entirely. Here, you finish it, he said, handing the half-eaten fish to Thunderdrum. The dragon gulped it down, icy, but no big deal. The second fish Kane kept for another purpose. Not as famous as a frozen tilapia club, but it would do. He swung it experimentally, decent weight, good for a surprise whack. While Kane practiced sword fish kata, Thunderdrum zapped more fish, the earlier snack hadn't been nearly enough. As one human and one dragon played with fish and lightning, fresh eyes locked onto them, yesterday's snow wraiths. They hadn't given up the hunt. A lone snow wraith had probably spotted them while patrolling the sky nearby. Blind they might be, but their heat sight, hearing, and touch are superb. Rumor says they can hear every snowflake land and feel every glacier calve. As for their sense of smell, best not discussed. This one had sensed their body heat while gliding past. It spotted Thunderdrum and Kane at dinner and flew off to gather allies. A single snow wraith couldn't hope to beat a Titanwing Thunderdrum, so reinforcements were essential. By the time Thunderdrum had piled up a fresh heap of stunned fish and was feasting, the 4 snow wraiths were already crouched on the nearby heights. Wait, why did this feel familiar? Pretty sure they'd fought the same quartet yesterday evening. Except this time there was no blizzard. Snow wraiths prefer hunting in storms, but if necessary they'll come out in clear weather too. They decided to strike Kane first. After all, pick the soft target. Kane was still swinging his fish when, suddenly, he spun around. A blast of snow wraith breath hit the fish instead of him. He stared at the half-vaporized remains, then snapped to alertness. Enemies were close. Thunderdrum, mid-bite, had caught the commotion as well. It spotted the snow wraiths on the ridge, dropped its fish, and shot over to plant itself in front of Kane. Lightning rippled across Thunderdrum's body as it roared a challenge. The snow wraiths answered with shrieks of their own, then all 4 swept down from the heights. They landed in a rough semicircle, hemming dragon and human in. Thunderdrum stood crackling and snarling at the encircling wraiths. Kane knew a battle was coming. He drew his knife, raised the leftover fish, and braced for the fight. The atmosphere between the 2 sides was currently quite tense. It could be said that it would explode at any moment. After a brief standoff, the snow wraiths made the first move. One directly fired a breath attack at Kane, then quickly began to close into attack. Kane dodged with a roll and immediately threw half an ice fish sword, but the keen-eared snow wraith dodged it. Just as that snow wraith dodged, Thunder directly fired a breath attack at it, instantly electrocuting it unconscious and taking one out. Then Thunder pounced on another snow wraith, swung his tail to stun one, and before it could wake up, he wrapped his tail around it and electrocuted it, taking out another. After taking out 2 snow wraiths, Thunder roared directly at the remaining 2. The remaining 2 snow wraiths immediately grabbed their unconscious companions and fled. Although it lasted less than 2 minutes from start to finish, it still gave Kane a powerful shock at Thunder's strength, while also making him feel lucky to have met Thunder. Otherwise, he would be dead. The glacier island had no wood, no stable food source, and he would be threatened by snow wraiths. He likely wouldn't survive 5 days. He still needed to thank Thunder. Without him, he might have been finished. After expressing his gratitude to Thunder again, Kane went to look for the snow wraith teeth knocked out by Thunder's tail. he had seen two earlier and planned to find them. Meanwhile, Thunder was quite bewildered. To him, this was just a cooperative repelling. After searching for a while, he found two teeth and walked back toward Thunder. Thunder's wounds were already healed. Although only 10 minutes had passed, the wounds were almost closed. While he wanted to know why, it might be the use of weak electrical currents to stimulate the wounds and encourage rapid cell growth. At least, that was all he could think of. When he walked to Thunder's side, Thunder lowered his body slightly and gestured with his head for him to get on. Kane understood what Thunder meant, but he was still a bit afraid. After all, if Thunder needed to use his breath, he would likely be finished. But there was no time to hesitate. Once the snow wraiths rested, they might come back. Repelling them just now was only temporary. So Kane sat on Thunder's body, specifically the neck, since that was the only place without spikes. He still had to worry about the sharp spikes on Thunder's head poking him. Feeling that Kane was settled, Thunder flew up directly. Sensing himself taking flight, Kane first gripped Thunder's body firmly and then peeked out to look. He found himself flying in the sky. This feeling was truly wonderful. It was a feeling like, right. The feeling of freedom and being unconstrained. Yes, that was the feeling. After understanding this feeling, he just wanted to let out a loud roar to express his excitement. Thunder heard Kane shouting on his neck but didn't show anything, just continued flying. He knew Kane was excited, though he didn't know why, so he didn't care. Truly a cold and aloof dragon, after flying for 2 hours. Exactly how much longer do we have to fly? Sitting on Thunder, Kane was bored. After sitting for over 2 hours, he was helpless and couldn't get off the car. No, off the dragon. Because there wasn't a single landing spot nearby. Sigh, the ocean is truly heartless. Midway, he took out his phone to play for a bit and found it was 9:20 p.m., which left him speechless. Speechless as he was, he noticed his phone was running out of battery and hurriedly took out a power bank to charge it. No cliché plot like the power bank falling occurred. After charging the phone, he saw a small island appear in the distance within his line of sight. He patted Thunder's neck and pointed toward the island. Thunder knew Kane wanted to go down and rest. To be honest, Thunder wasn't very tired yet. Although his wounds still hurt a bit, they were mostly healed, but considering the human needed to eat and rest, he flew toward the island. After flying to the island, Kane got down quickly. After getting off the dragon, Kane's hair was still standing on end. Although he was very grateful to Thunder, he had to say that during this flight, he had been shocked no less than 5 times. If he hadn't had no other choice, he would have protested long ago. It was lucky they hadn't encountered a battle, or it wouldn't have just been a matter of getting shocked. Arriving on this island and seeing trees with falling yellow leaves, he could confirm it was likely autumn. It was still useless, only allowing him to determine that he should prepare food for the winter. Sigh, seeing 1 step, thinking 10 steps, and doing 5 steps, this was one of his strengths, but also a weakness, because once he started thinking about life's philosophical questions, he could never stop. After getting off the dragon, he followed Thunder, because there was nothing else to do, and following Thunder was at least much safer. The man and dragon walked for over 10 minutes to a small stream. Although it was strange, Kane dipped his hand in the water and tasted it. Finding it wasn't salty, he confirmed it was fresh water, drinkable. But he wasn't sure if there were bacteria or anything. He couldn't care about that much now. After confirming it was fresh water, he scooped it up with his hands and drank. As for anything else, he couldn't care for now. He hadn't had water since yesterday. After drinking his fill, he felt comfortable. It was very refreshing. Thunder was also drinking water nearby. After Kane finished, he waited for Thunder to finish, planning to rest together before continuing. He just didn't know where Thunder was going, but it was likely Thunder's nest, because thunderdrums have a very strong obsession with their territory. Unless attracted by nearby thunderclouds, they generally do not leave their territory. After waiting for Thunder to finish drinking and electrocute a few fish to eat, they prepared to fly again. Kane got back onto Thunder's neck. As soon as he got on, his hair stood up again, leaving him very helpless. As they flew to the other side of the island, Kane noticed something on the beach. He patted Thunder and pointed in the direction of that thing. Thunder also felt Kane's prompt and looked at the position he was pointing to. Looking over, he found it was a dragon, seemingly a sea-calming demon, but it seemed to be missing something. It seemed to be missing a pectoral fin on one side. Then Thunder and Kane flew down next to the sea-calming demon. After getting off the dragon, Kane walked toward the sea-calming demon. Walking closer and looking carefully, there were bite marks on the tail. and a large portion of the right pectoral fin had been bitten off. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Basically beyond saving, but the truth was it was indeed dead. But since it's dead, I can take some useful things. For example, the skin of a sea-calming demon. The skin should be very useful. After all, they can discharge electricity in the sea while ensuring they don't get shocked themselves, which means their skin has a certain degree of insulation. The specifics would require experimentation. After thinking, he asked Thunder to pull this sea-calming demon up from the shore. Thunder didn't know why he wanted to pull this sea-calming demon up. Thunder didn't want to care that much. After pulling the sea-calming demon's carcass up, he found a spot nearby to lie down and rest. Seeing Thunder go to rest, Cain didn't care anymore and directly used a small knife to skin it. Half an hour later, Cain finally finished. Although he had skinned a lot, he still needed rope to tie it. After all, the skin in some places was mostly in small pieces, making it hard to carry and likely to fall off midway, which would break his heart. In short, after skinning it, Cain looked nearby for some twigs to tie up the larger pieces of skin, while putting all the small ones on himself. Of course, they had all been washed with seawater, so there was no blood on them, and they were relatively clean. After finishing this, he called Thunder over. Once Thunder arrived, he got back on and asked Thunder to carry the pile of sea-calming demon skin. As for whether this would affect his relationship with Thunder, Cain didn't care at all, because that's just how nature is. Some dragons eat dragons, it's normal. After they left, this place would be taken over and scavenged by dragons and other animals until there was no meat left on the sea-calming demon's body, until it became part of the cycle of life. Ah, that is nature. Perfect and cruel. After doing all this, he and Thunder flew toward his territory. They flew like this for about an hour, entering a mist. In the mist, Cain couldn't see anything clearly. After another hour of flying, Cain was bored. After passing through the mist, all he saw was still the ocean. The sea. Why is it so blue? After his lament, Cain noticed a small island appearing ahead. Well, he had encountered another small island. This island was quite large. To be precise, it should be 3 islands. The middle of the island seemed to be separated by the sea for some reason. As Thunder slowly flew toward the middle island, he knew this was likely his home. Flying over it, he discovered there were truly many dragons nearby. Nearby, there were roughly deadly natters, monstrous nightmares, gronkles, and some dragons he couldn't name. To be honest, he was quite curious why so many dragons were gathered here. Or was something about to happen here recently? Although he thought about so much, all of it had to wait until he set up a home here first. When Thunder flew to a cave, he flew inside. According to Cain's own guess, this was likely Thunder's home. Flying inside, Thunder stopped. Cain also got off Thunder's neck. After getting down, he first went to take the sea-calming demon skin Thunder was carrying to see if there was any damage. After Cain got off, Thunder found a spot to lie down and rest. Truly an, I do as I please, kind of dragon. After confirming everything was fine, he began to tour the cave. This cave was quite high, seemingly 5 meters from the ground, and also quite large, about 15 meters deep, 10 meters high, and 15 meters wide. There were also bones and some blackish blue scales on the ground, likely Thunder's. The tour ended there. Now he should go and rest for a bit. After resting for half an hour, Cain began the cleanup work, tossing out some bones and clearing away those scales. After throwing the bones out, he started picking up the scales. After picking for a while, he gathered a small handful of scales, about 50 or so. They were all blackish blue, with some white-yellow ones that were likely belly scales. After picking for about 20 minutes, Cain had a large pile, but there were still many scales. He hadn't finished yet. However, one could tell from the scales that Thunder had lived here for a long time. Thinking about it, he remembered the sea-calming demon skin that hadn't been processed yet. He needed to handle that first. He also needed to gather some wood to prepare for a fire. How could one survive in the wilderness without fire? Well, although it didn't really count as wilderness survival anymore, after all, with a dragon, many things could be simplified. He still wanted some comfort, so he planned to make a bed to sleep on first. Then he would process the sea-calming demon skin and prepare to start a fire. Afterward, he prepared to head out for a bit to find firewood and some vines. Beside him, Thunder saw Cain was going out and only looked up for a moment before following him out. Seeing Thunder come out, Cain was quite puzzled, but after a moment's thought, he understood. It was likely because Thunder was afraid he would be attacked by other dragons as prey if he went out alone. In response, Cain placed both hands on Thunder's head, stroking him gently to express his gratitude. Then he climbed onto Thunder's neck, and once he was on, Thunder took flight. After flying up, he looked around for suitable trees and vines. While looking, he discovered that there were truly many dragons nearby. He didn't know why these dragons were gathering here, but something big was likely happening, he just didn't know it yet. But it didn't matter, looking at the gathering dragon swarm, the event should be happening soon. He also discovered two unknown dragons in the forest. They were dragons with giant mantis scythes on their fronts and had the same invisibility ability as the Changewing. If not for those 8 eyes, he wouldn't have noticed them at all. At first, he thought they were Changewings, but after seeing them slowly approach a wild boar and kill it with those giant scythes, he knew they weren't. He named this kind of dragon the giant blade mantis dragon. He just didn't know if it belonged to the strike class or the mystery class, but it didn't matter, there was still enough time for him to continue observations and gain their trust. After finishing these thoughts and noting the location, he continued looking for usable materials and observing the nearby dragons and environment. After flying around the island once, he found that there were quite a lot of dragons here. Not just deadly natters, gronkles, two-headed dragons, and monstrous nightmares, but also some rare species like cavern crashers, shiver-tooths, and sentinel dragons. Although he really wanted to get a close look, he decided against it. Now wasn't the time for dragon observation, he should finish the house first. Once the house was ready, he would have plenty of time to observe everything about the dragons. Then he intended for Thunder to check the nearby sea for anything he might need, like some stranded ships or the like. Looking around, he found the fog nearby was truly thick, much like the Dragon Island near Burke Island. His luck wasn't very good. After flying in the fog for over an hour, he found nothing. Just as he was preparing to head back, Thunder suddenly flew toward a certain spot. Cain didn't stop him because he was Thunder. Thunder flew toward a location, skillfully dodging one stone pillar after another as if he visited often. Until they flew to a place, onto a ship, and at that moment, Cain was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected an unexpected surprise. Looking at the ship, it was tattered and had some carbonized areas, it had probably been stranded here for a long time and then attacked by nearby dragons. Although it was in ruins, there should be some usable items, so he got off the dragon and began searching. But what was our Thunder doing at this moment? He was frantically electrocuting fish from the ship. Watching from the side, Cain also understood why Thunder had come. After electrocuting for a while, about 100 fish floated up. Okay, Cain basically knew why Thunder came here. Electrocuting once gets so many fish, if it were me with such a great fishing spot, I'd come often too. Thunder looked at the floating fish, still using his tail to spear them out, then put all the fish together. They had already piled into a small mountain, and he signaled for Cain to come and eat. Cain declined, then went into the ship to see if there was anything. On the ship, there were only some weapons made of pig iron and human bones. Poor unlucky fellows, stranded and then attacked by dragons, it would be a miracle if they didn't die. Entering the ship, there was a smell. Well, how to describe it? It was roughly the smell of taking a large pile of clothes out of water after leaving them there for 2 months. A very vivid description. Then he began searching. After searching for a long time, although there were still only some human bones and weapons made of pig iron, the iron was still somewhat useful. After taking the weapons and armor off those bones, he prepared to take these things out and set them aside first. By the time he had taken all the weapons and armor out, he saw Thunder over there eating fish while seemingly singing. Although he couldn't understand it, one shouldn't compare human aesthetics to a dragon's. After watching Thunder sing for a while, he planned to go back and keep searching to see if there were any chests. After all, there were quite a few items, and he needed a chest to pack them. Once he found a chest, he put all the items inside. Cain was afraid the chest might be broken, so he tested it. Generally speaking, it was relatively good, of course, only generally, there were still issues in other places. The chest wasn't very big, so he needed to remove all the wood from the weapons before putting them in. Most of the wood on these weapons had rotted, so they were quite easy to dismantle. After dismantling all the weapons, Cain also gathered the bones. He was going to hold a funeral for them all. It took him an hour to finish. He needed to find all the bones, which took some time. He placed all their bones on a wooden plank and put a lot of wood on top for easy burning, then pushed them toward the sea. Even if we are strangers, may the Valkyries welcome you. Guide you through Odin's vast battlefields. May they sing your names with love and fury. Let it echo from Valhalla into the world of men. Let them know you have achieved the glory you deserve. Take the seats that belong to warriors. Dedicated to you, these great warriors. With the blessings of my foreign soul, may you enjoy the grandest of wars. After speaking, he threw the torch down, igniting the wooden planks. To be honest, being able to say all this was only because he liked this passage and remembered it, otherwise, he really wouldn't have known what to do. It wasn't that he didn't want to use a bow and arrow, but the bowstrings were all broken. The ones that looked intact would snap as soon as they were pulled, so this was the only way. Then he called Thunder to grab the chest containing the iron and head back. On the way back, he noticed more dragons flying in. There were probably several thousand on the island already. Cain didn't care, he would find out eventually anyway. After flying back to Thunder's cave, he had Thunder put the chest on the ground. Fortunately, it didn't break, he was really afraid Thunder might break it with too much strength. Next, he needed to confirm the priority of his tasks. The forge was definitely the highest priority. His idea was to find a Gronkel first, he wanted to try Glencoe iron. Then there was the issue of the house, he had to finish it before winter. Finally, there was food. Last of all were the bed and the question of why these dragons were coming here, as well as the issue of those two giant blade mantis dragons. There was no introduction for them, and they hadn't appeared in any How to Train Your Dragon works, he had to figure it out himself. Also, he now needed to experiment with his previous hypothesis. Thunder, can you help me for a bit? Although puzzled, Thunder went over to Cain's side and saw Cain take out the sea-calming demon skin he had thrown down earlier and asked Thunder to attack him. Thunder tilted his head in confusion. Why would this person, who made a fuss over being shocked once, want him to attack? Cain saw Thunder's confusion and expressed to Thunder that he wanted to experiment, and he told Thunder to use a smaller amount of electricity, as he wasn't sure if it would work. Then he saw Thunder's whole body flash with lightning, and he touched the area wrapped in the sea-calming demon skin with the spike on the front of his wing. Looking at the hand that was shocked, there was no sensation of electricity at all, which meant it was feasible. To be safe, he still needed to link Thunderdrum scales together to make a dragon scale chainmail to place under the sea-calming demon leather armor, and it would be best if it fit tightly. After finishing his thoughts, he went out to get some wood to prepare some charcoal. Also, he planned to handle the sea-calming demon skin in a bit, intending to scrape off the remaining fat and scales after eating the fish. Thinking this, he went to the campfire to grill fish. After eating, he rested for another half hour. After resting, he began scraping scales and removing fat. This took him 2 hours. By the time he finished, it was already very late. Seeing Thunder sleeping nearby, he lay down and fell asleep with Thunder, though he thought about many things before sleeping. About why he came to this world, about his own problems, and why he didn't have a system or something. But he didn't need that kind of thing. Rather than what others gave him, he preferred to build it himself. As for parents, relatives, friends, and the like, he didn't care anymore. Parents. He was raised at his grandparents' house and had very little affection for them. Relatives. A bunch of trouble. He didn't like them at all, and those relatives who owed him money would always say they had no money and that life was hard whenever it was time to pay him back. He had heard it so much he didn't care anymore, so there was no need to care. Friends. Hey, he didn't want to say much. Aside from a few friends he had a decent relationship with, the others were just casual acquaintances, it wouldn't matter if they died. As for things like his phone browser, hey, they all exploded. You can guess whether those phones and computers were okay. Also, when Cain was a child, every time his parents came back, they would have a huge row, which made him very resistant to marriage. This also led to him being single and a virgin until his death. So he had no interest in those little movies, because they were annoying. Because his mind would wander endlessly when he thought about them, seeing those things would make him think about marriage and such, which was very annoying. Besides a possible physical reaction, it mostly just made him feel restless. Also, he was a very traditional man regarding marriage, which made him completely uninterested in the fast food style of romance before his death. What he wanted was a feeling, that love at first sight feeling, someone who could produce a soul-colliding sensation. Although marriage annoyed him, he also hoped to have someone who could understand him, someone with a soul like his. Humans are just that complex, hating something while simultaneously craving it, while also having requirements so high that such a person could never possibly appear. So, people sometimes need to reconcile with themselves. And you in front of the screen, or perhaps you are listening to this book, how long has it been since you've had a good talk with yourself? If you have time, have a good talk with yourself, a good chat. 1 week later. During this week, Kane Lay did a lot of things, including setting up a place for blacksmithing and producing some charcoal. The charcoal was produced using the earth kiln method. You can look up the specific process yourselves, so I won't explain it here. He also tamed a gronkel, though calling it taming is a bit of a stretch, as he managed it with just a few stones. Then he started producing some Glencoe iron. The specific recipe seemed to be 2 parts sandstone, 3 parts limestone, and 1 part iron ore, though pig iron works just as well since they're quite similar. This recipe was something he had recorded in the Gronkel's entry when he was writing the Book of Dragons before. Now, that information was also on this phone. By the time he finished making the Glencoe iron, he didn't have much iron left. It seemed necessary to make another trip to that ship to continue taking everything he could. To be honest, making Glencoe iron didn't take much time, it was just finding the stones that took a bit of effort. He didn't make much Glencoe iron in total, and after finishing, he sent the Gronkel away with some stones, which made the dragon quite happy. Furthermore, the sea-calming demon's hide was already soaking in tanning agent. He was using vegetable tanning, the preliminary work was mostly done, and now he just had to wait. He had also collected many of Thunder's scales, roughly 10 pounds or so, though he hadn't counted the exact amount. Although saying all this now wasn't of much use. The hide and scales would be used later to make a set of armor, specifically designed so that Thunder could use his breath attack without affecting Kane Lay. If he were on Thunder's back, the dragon wouldn't be able to use his breath attack, or Kane Lay might die. A set of armor made from sea-calming demon hide and Thunderdrum scales should solve that. But that was a story for another time. He was now preparing to make 2 swords out of Glencoe iron. He needed to collect the charcoal he had burned a few days ago, so he set off to get it. The location wasn't far, just a few steps away. Thunder was lying on top of the earth kiln, looking quite comfortable. Since he started burning charcoal, some dragons had been coming over frequently. Fearing they might tear open the kiln and cause the charcoal inside to ignite, he had told Thunder to lie on top of it after sealing it. Thunder found the top of the kiln to be very warm, so he often lay there for the entire day. Occasionally, some horror dragons would approach to lie down as well, but Thunder would always drive them away by emitting electricity from his whole body. Though he was being assertive, he had clearly claimed the spot as his territory. Even though a large area nearby was already his territory anyway. Despite his large territory, something big was likely about to happen recently. Because over the past few days, more and more dragons had been arriving in the vicinity, especially on the cliffs beside the 2 straits, which were covered in dragons. Walking up to the earth kiln, he told Thunder to get down. Thunder just looked at Kane Lay, then turned his head away and ignored him, leaving Kane Lay speechless. Then, regardless of Thunder being on top, he directly dug into the earth to take the charcoal from inside. Thunder felt it, but he didn't care and just kept lying there. During the week Kane Lay spent with Thunder, he discovered that besides patrolling his territory and eating every day, Thunder was basically quite lazy. Every day consisted of checking the territory, eating, sleeping, and occasionally singing. In addition, he discovered that Thunderdrums can actually generate their own lightning. This discovery came because there hadn't been a drop of rain or any thunderclouds for a week, yet Thunder could still use his breath attack, even when the number of blasts far exceeded 4. Well, it was actually quite normal. Thunderclouds don't appear that often. It's lucky if there's 1 day of lightning in a month. Furthermore, how would the Thunderdrums in How to Train Your Dragon 3 Feet live underground? There aren't any thunderclouds underground, right? Without thunderclouds, what would they rely on for their breath attacks? So they must be able to generate lightning themselves. Otherwise, there's no way to explain how they live underground or how they use breath attacks after long periods without contact with thunderclouds. Also, if the number of blasts exceeds 4, it takes about 10 minutes to fully recharge. As for how he knew. Because Kane Lay noticed that the amount of power affected the lightning covering Thunder's body, the more power, the more lightning on his body. If a Thunderdrum were in a thundercloud, they wouldn't have to worry about the number of blasts at all. Because they can recharge directly without worrying about consuming stamina, as long as they are in the thundercloud, they can keep using their breath attack. This is why Thunderdrums like to move with the thunderclouds. These were all the discoveries Kane Lay made while observing Thunder this week. Of course, right now Kane Lay was still laboriously picking up charcoal and putting it into a box. Yes, that same box, since he didn't have anything else to carry things in yet. So he used this box, though it was quite battered, it worked. Later, he would need to go back and get some iron. After filling it, he told Thunder to get up, as there was still a lot of charcoal under where he was pressing, and it was time to head back. Woken up, Thunder looked listless. Once Cain Lay was settled, Thunder grabbed the box and flew back home, even though it was only a flight of a dozen meters. But as soon as they arrived and Cain Lay got down, he quickly found a spot to continue sleeping. Cain Lay was used to it, although Thunder slept often, he was a light sleeper and would wake up with just a call. But now wasn't the time to think about Thunder's sleeping habits. He needed to make two swords as weapons. After all, the small knife was too short, forget about attacking, it was even hard to use for self-defense. So he needed to make weapons, and after considering many factors, he ultimately chose the sword. First, he visualized the rough shape of the sword in his mind, then considered how to make it, whether to take his time for quality work or to rush it out. In the end, he chose to take his time, since he could rely on Thunder for protection for now and didn't need to worry about other things temporarily. After that, he started a fire to prepare for forging. As for how the fire was started, that's up to interpretation. After forging for half a day, he had only managed to hammer out an iron block, with no sign of a sword's shape at all. Even just hammering it into a block had cost him a lot of stamina. He was gasping for air from exhaustion. Although he had a concept of his current stamina, he hadn't expected it to be so weak. Despite exercising since he arrived here, it seemed a few days of training were still not enough. While Cain Lay was gasping for air and resting, Thunder seemed to sense something and suddenly woke up, then walked over to Cain Lay. When he got behind Cain Lay, he directly picked him up and placed him at his neck. Cain Lay was dazed as he took flight, he had just been resting and suddenly he was in the air. After seeing it was Thunder who had picked him up, Cain Lay didn't mind. Once Cain Lay was seated properly, Thunder flew outward. Sitting on Thunder as they flew out, Cain Lay noticed that Thunder seemed to be flying toward the strait on the left. At this time, many dragons seemed to be flying toward the two straits, some to the left and some to the right. Of course, left and right here were relative to their home, otherwise it would be hard to distinguish. There were truly so many dragons now. As far as the eye could see, there were dragons, flying, and on the ground on both sides of the strait. Cain Lay saw many dragons. While he was still looking at how many dragons were nearby, he spotted 8 thunderdrums on a beach, appearing to be communicating. And Thunder seemed to be flying toward them. After flying over, he saw those thunderdrums all moving toward Thunder, seemingly wanting to get close and nuzzle him with their heads. Just as they got close, they saw Cain Lay on Thunder's back. Upon seeing Cain Lay, several of them became charged with electricity, seemingly preparing to attack. Seeing them prepare to attack, Thunder let out a roar. They first looked at each other, then at Thunder, and then the electricity on their bodies disappeared. Seeing that Thunder seemed to have intimidated these thunderdrums and that the electricity on them had vanished, Cain Lay finally got down from Thunder's back. After getting down, Cain Lay saw a thunderdrum appear beside him. Without panic, he took out his small knife, slowly waving it while reaching out to touch its head. After touching it, he put the knife back. The other thunderdrums, seeing this, stopped paying attention to this human, as he posed no threat to them and Thunder had just protected him, so there was no need to continue focusing on Cain Lay. Looking at the hand he had just placed on the thunderdrum's head, he saw those thunderdrums had ignored him once they confirmed he wasn't dangerous, including the one from before. Then they gathered together again, watching one who was sometimes covered in electricity and sometimes singing. He roughly understood, it was likely courtship. Cain Lay had also noticed just now that Thunder was clearly 2 sizes larger than the surrounding thunderdrums, and his body was longer than the others. Thinking about it, one larger than normal should be a Titan Wing individual. Titan Wing individuals have high status within the group, but they are not the Alpha Dragon King. The Alpha Dragon King should be a dragon like the Bewildering Titan, Red Reaper, or Purple Death God. Toothless was just an exception. Normally, these dragons should rule the dragon flock. Normally, of course. Some might say the Red Reaper isn't an Alpha Dragon King and that only the Bewildering Titan is, but here I just want to say the Red Reaper is an Alpha Dragon King. As long as it rules a dragon flock, it can be a Dragon King. There's no rule saying a specific dragon must be the Dragon King. Submitting to that Dragon King as the choice of the dragon flock, the flock could choose Toothless or Draco's Bewildering Titan. Toothless was just a special case. Normally, the winner takes all, and the loser either flees or dies. Nature is just that cruel. These things had nothing to do with Cain Lay for the moment. He was just sitting on a rock, relieving his exhaustion from earlier, feeling the sea breeze gently blowing past his face. The wind seemed to blow away some of his fatigue. Thunder also came over from that side to Cain Lay's side, lying down to his right as if he had no interest in the affairs over there. After lying down, he let Cain Lay scratch his back. Thunder really liked back scratches, probably because he couldn't reach there himself. While Cain Lay was still scratching Thunder's back, a fish flew past them. After that, more and more fish surged in, many of them, so many that the end could not be seen at a glance. And the nearby dragons all began to catch and eat the fish. Now, the dragon feast has begun. Seeing so many fish swimming through the water, Cain marveled at the biodiversity of nature. According to Cain's observations, these fish had silvery white bodies with a long red line running from their gills to their tails. They were about 15 to 18 centimeters long, 4 to 5 centimeters wide, and 7 to 8 centimeters tall. Cain had never seen this kind of fish before, but since dragons existed, it was only natural to encounter unfamiliar fish. Based on the red lines on their bodies, Cain named them red-line silverfish. After naming them, he hurried to catch some. There were many dragons nearby, and if he didn't move fast, the fish might all swim away. He jumped off the rock and began catching fish alongside the dragons. He caught over a dozen and planned to get more to make smoked fish for winter storage. While it was a good idea, he was significantly slower than the dragons. The nearby dragons simply opened their mouths and waited for the fish to swim in, gulping down dozens at once. Some even dove straight into the school to gorge themselves. Cain didn't even know how to describe the sight. He could only marvel at the chaotic frenzy. Cain now understood why the dragons gathered here. It was a place for a free feast. Consequently, Cain named the island Dragon Feast Island. The school of fish came and went quickly. After about 2 hours, they had vanished completely. However, the dragons didn't leave. They seemed to be engaged in courtship. It was rare to encounter such a massive school of fish with so many dragons around, making it a perfect opportunity for courtship. Most of the dragons had flown here to find a mate while enjoying a meal. Thus, while there were many dragons, most wouldn't stay long. Usually, once they found a mate, they would leave together. The unlucky ones who failed would stay for several days. If they still hadn't found a mate by the time the dragon feast ended, they would finally leave. Staying permanently was an option, but one first needed a territory. If a territory was already occupied, one had to defeat the resident dragon. However, many dragons coveted such prime spots. Therefore, these territories were mostly occupied by powerful dragons, either Titan wings or those significantly stronger than their peers. Only then could they secure a place here. None of this had anything to do with Cain. He was currently processing the 100 or so fish he'd caught, and while doing so, he discovered they all contained roe. Realizing that the school was likely passing through to spawn didn't particularly move him. After tasting a bit of the roe and finding it decent, he gave the rest to Thunder, who seemed quite happy about it. Then, he threaded a rope through their gills to carry them away. Once the fish were processed, he and Thunder headed home. The other Thunderdrum stayed behind, not following Thunder. It continued its singing and displayed its electricity to attract a mate. Back home, he hung the fish over the fire to smoke them. Then, as usual, Thunder found a spot to curl up and sleep while Cain went back to his smithing. 2 months later. By now, Cain was wearing leather armor made from sea-calming demon hide. The outer layer was covered in individual scales, all of which were Thunderdrum scales. His shoulders were protected by triple-layered spalders, and the armor was designed to allow maximum mobility at all joints. The armor set featured a form-fitting design and included not just a breastplate, greaves, and a helmet, but also gloves, boots, knee pads, and elbow guards. The armor was practically perfect. Except for the small ventilation holes for breathing, not a single part of his body was exposed. Considering his small stature, he had designed it to be relatively oversized with adjustable straps to avoid outgrowing it. For now, however, it was still too big and felt loose and a bit heavy, though these were minor issues. He had even designed a quick-release mechanism for the leg guards. After all, nature calls, and it was a practical necessity. Sitting atop Thunder in this armor, he looked incredibly cool. He drew 2 blades from his sides. Each was 128 centimeters long, 5 centimeters wide, and 1.2 centimeters thick. The blades were inlaid with Thunderdrum scales, making them look awesome, but they weren't just for show. They were strong, having passed his own testing. These tests included sharpness and hardness. Simply put, he used them to chop wood and tested them against stones to see if they would bend or break. Having passed these tests, they were ready. He had to admit that Glencoe iron was quite good, lightweight yet strong enough. It was a pity that he didn't have much iron left. He still had ideas he wanted to realize, but there was nothing left to scavenge from the ship, he'd taken it all. Still, it was enough for now. Clad in armor with his blades at his waist and mounted on Thunder, they were now heading out to catch a wild boar. Kane was craving meat, eating fish every day was becoming unbearable. Aside from the occasional bird meat, what he wanted most was wild boar. It was snowing heavily now, which was normal as winter had likely arrived. Kane had stored plenty of food, mostly smoked fish and seafood, but he was sick of fish. He wanted meat, above all else, he craved meat. They were scanning the ground from the sky for signs of wild boar. If they found one, they would electrocute it, if that didn't work, he'd just stab it to death. They had been searching from the sky for a while without success. While they were still looking, Thunder spotted a small black dot and dove down. As they plummeted, Kane also noticed the black dot below, it was likely a wild boar. Their flying style wasn't like Hiccup and Toothless, it was more like one watching the left and the other watching the right. Because of this, Thunder rarely followed his direct commands during flight, and unless absolutely necessary, Kane didn't interfere. Thunder dove rapidly, reaching the space above the boar within minutes. Before the boar could react, Thunder's talons snatched it up. The captured beast was knocked unconscious by electricity before it even knew what hit it. Using physical contact to send a current through the prey's body to kill it was more efficient and energy-saving than using a breath attack. This was the second wild boar of the day, which was probably enough. Whatever they couldn't eat fresh would be smoked and stored. He wanted to try making cured meat. Although wild boar might be gamey, he didn't care anymore, he was just glad to have something to eat and couldn't afford to be picky. After catching the boar, they flew back home. By now, Kane had sealed the cave entrance with wood and stone. Considering ventilation, he'd added 2 windows and a double door to the wooden wall. Since Thunder was quite large, the double doors were necessary. They didn't fly straight back but headed to the area below their home, which he had converted into a storage and workspace. Since moving between levels was a hassle, he had carved out a set of stairs. It was a worthwhile investment for the convenience. They landed between the 2 structures below. The one on the left was the workspace, used mainly for smithing, making rope, and other chores. The one on the right was for storing supplies and food, though it would be better if one ignored the hole burned through the roof. He had accidentally caused that hole himself, which had even carbonized some of the fish. That night, they ate whatever was still edible, though more than half went to Thunder. So what? It was just a minor mishap. No big deal, it was fixable. He'd deal with those issues later. For now, Kane had a pig to slaughter. Even though the boars were already dead, it was still slaughtering to him. He began scalding the skin, scraping the hair, and butchering the meat. Fortunately, while making his blades, he had also forged a kitchen knife, an axe, and other tools. Although it had significantly delayed his work on the blades, it was worth it. Once the meat was portioned, he threaded most of it onto ropes and hung it to smoke alongside the fish. Some parts weren't smoked, for instance, he used the leaf fat to render lard. Kane gave 2 of the legs and most of the organs to Thunder, excluding the excretory organs like the small and large intestines. He needed the small intestines to make sausages. For the filling, he used tenderloin and pork belly. The tenderloin was lean and the belly was his favorite, so he chose those 2 cuts. As for the large intestines and the rest, he threw them away. What other answer were you expecting? All this work kept him busy until the afternoon. That afternoon, inside the house, Kane sat before a stone slab, placing pieces of meat on it one by one. When the meat sizzled and released its juices, he sprinkled on some salt to enhance the flavor. The layout of the house was quite good. On the left was the fireplace, primarily used for warmth now that it was winter. Thunder loved lounging in front of it. The right side was mainly for Kane's gear and design blueprints. There was something else he really wanted to build now. His bed was also on that side. It was a double bed, though it was a bit pathetic that he slept in it alone. As for why he'd made it that way, he was afraid of falling out of a single bed, so he'd made it a bit larger. Some spots in the house were reserved for important items, but he didn't have anything particularly important yet. Even so, the house felt very empty. Or rather, the cave still felt very empty. After finishing his meat, Kane went to bed. Before falling asleep, he wondered once again why he had come to this world and what kept him going, but those questions no longer seemed important. Because life goes on, doesn't it? After a winter, Kane Lay experienced his first polar night, which, although only 2 weeks long, was quite beautiful. Since there is a polar day in Race to the Edge Season 4 Episode 7, where there is a polar day, there must be a polar night, so this setting should be normal. During the polar night, Kane Lay and Thunder did nothing except chop wood to burn and fish using electricity. They basically stayed at home with absolutely nothing to do. They had nothing to do except go out for a short flight and patrol their territory every day. This led to Kane Lay waking up, possibly realizing it was still night, and then going back to sleep, equally boring. As for Thunder, he was basically always sleeping by the fireplace, rarely moving unless the fire wasn't big enough, in which case he'd fetch chopped firewood. In some respects, they really got along well. For instance, they were both very self-willed and loved sleeping, so in a sense, they were kindred spirits. But while patrolling the territory, he found a Titanwing Stormcutter. It seemed to be a Shadow Sailor individual. The Shadow Sailor individual only appears at night. Stormcutters are not actually rare dragons, there are many special individuals. As for why there is only one in all the TV and movie series, I don't know either. As for why he recognized it as a Titan wing, it was because some Stormcutters had visited during the Dragon Feast, and this one was noticeably larger than the others. However, he had already drawn a map of the area before the polar night. Of course, he also found many dragons. Most species, except for clustered flocks, could be found here, excluding some truly unique ones, like Night Fury and some truly bizarre dragons. While drawing the map, he messed around a bit in front of the sentinel dragons, specifically, he patted one. The sentinel dragons here are somewhat different. For example, they won't stop you if you fly off the island. After all, this isn't Dragon Graveyard Island. The dragons here are very powerful, so they don't need protection. They only need to protect this island, and that's all they need to do, making them much better than their counterparts on Dragon Graveyard Island. Also, Cavern Crashers are very gentle. As long as you don't do anything to provoke them, nothing bad will happen. And of course, there were the old friends, the giant blade mantis dragons. Kane Lay found that they really liked pork. So Kane Lay used wild boar meat as a food lure method, which proved to be quite effective. Of course, it took Kane Lay some time, about 2 days, to get familiar with them. After getting familiar, Kane Lay began observing Sharp Blade and Giant Scythe. These were the names Kane Lay gave them, and while simple, they were quite fitting. First, Sharp Blade. Besides the huge scythe forelimbs, its body color is mainly green. It possesses powerful yet agile hind limbs and a sensitive tail, used to firmly grasp trees, allowing it to execute top-down sneak attacks and instant kills. It has a pair of relatively large dragon wings, about 18 meters in span. It has 4 eyes, mainly used for observing targets and locking onto them from a distance. Its hearing is excellent, allowing it to hear sounds from afar. Its sense of smell is keen, mainly because it's inconvenient to open its eyes when approaching prey, so it usually uses smell to check the target's location. It can become invisible like a changewing, but in this state, they generally do not open their eyes. They usually use their nose and ears to determine the prey's location, and once the prey enters their hunting range, they attack without hesitation. Preferences. They love pork and venison. If possible, bring these along. The food lure method is very effective on them. However, when they find food on its own, they will test it using wood to check for traps or similar dangers. They seem very intelligent. When encountering prey they didn't kill themselves and which has no owner, they will first perform a test. If there are no traps, they will use their huge scythes to hook the food out and find a place where no other dragons are to enjoy the meal. Dislikes. They seem to really hate having dragons or humans touch their huge scythe forelimbs. If someone touches their forelimbs, they will attack them. However, once familiar, they will use their scythes to tap heads, something Kane Lay has personally experienced. Also, like most dragons, they hate eels. While walking, their forelimbs can also touch the ground to support their body, specifically the elbow joint area. Because their forelimbs are quite large, the front part of their body is slightly higher than the rest when they walk. Due to their huge forelimbs, their movement speed on the ground is relatively slow. Habitat. They seem to prefer living in forests, likely because the trees provide excellent camouflage. They have 12 shots of fire breath. The breath is similar to that of the death pincer dragon, a liquid that ignites some time after being expelled. The other one, named Giant Scythe, is similar in all respects except that she is reddish-brown and female. They live as a pair, one male and one female, which is quite romantic. Now, a summary. Giant blade mantis dragon. Mystery class dragon species. Fire breath shots. 12. Weakness. Their defense is relatively weak, so powerful attacks can be used to defeat them. Beware of invisible sneak attacks. They are quite adept at feigning retreat, then turning invisible to attack from behind. So, be cautious of them, and if they run away, try to leave quickly. Wingspan. Approximately 18 meters. Body length. Approximately 10 meters. Strengths. Their intelligence is quite high, bordering on cunning. They are very fond of sneak attacks. Their huge mantis scythes are incredibly sharp, capable of severing trees the size of a human body. Dislikes. They hate having their giant scythes touched, and they hate eels. Preferences. They love pork and venison. Taming method. It is best to bring pork and venison for taming. They will first observe whether you pose a danger. After expressing that you are harmless, you just need to feed them the meat. Once they finish eating, you can begin the taming process. However, they need some time to trust you. After feeding them for a period, you can start petting their heads. After taming, they were left to roam freely. There was simply too much to do at the time, so he only checked on and trained them every few days, which ironically made them even harder to deal with. It was now spring. He took out chili seeds from his clothes pocket, seeds he had presumably bought to plant chili peppers, which must have leaked out. He dug these out from the very bottom of his pocket. The quantity was extremely small, only 5 seeds. He took them out, dug 5 small holes, placed the seeds inside, and waited for them to sprout. Although there were only a few, these were the last things he had brought over from before his death. Because he had searched every pocket on his body and found absolutely nothing else, these were his last possessions. After the snow melted, Cainley and Thunder went out to see if anything new was happening. Actually, Thunder didn't want to go out. Cainley mainly wanted to determine what islands and dragons were nearby. He was now quite curious about this world and wanted to see if there were any undiscovered dragons or other natural wonders. At this moment, they were flying in the sky. During this flight, besides the island where he peeled the sea-calming demon's hide, Cainley discovered 3 more islands. But Cainley found it strange. There seemed to be no trace of human habitation here. But maybe there were just too many dragons. But none of that mattered. He was currently considering how to name them, but ultimately gave up. He simply left a stone tablet on each of these islands stating that Cainley was the first to discover it, and then left. As they flew toward the 5th island, a very loud noise suddenly erupted, sounding like a rockslide or collapsing mountain. Just as they flew toward the 5th island, they heard another loud noise, but this time it didn't sound like a rockslide, it sounded very much like the cry of some animal or dragon. After flying over the island, Cainley and Thunder went together to find the source of the sound. After searching for a long time, they found the sound was coming from a cave sealed by rocks. Cainley probably already knew what it was specifically. A thunder drum dragon. As for why it was a thunder drum dragon, it was because the location was close to the sea and there was a huge noise. If it were any other dragon, it would have long since escaped using its fire breath or brute force. But if it was a thunder drum, it would be hard to escape. On land, a thunder drum's short legs wouldn't generate enough force to break free. As for their roar, it can kill a person up close, but they can't shatter rocks with it. After realizing what kind of dragon it was, Cainley started moving the rocks by hand. Thunder, seeing Cainley moving rocks, also started moving them. After moving rocks for a while, they saw a thunder drum dragon that was even bigger than Thunder, and it was red. As soon as the thunder drum saw sunlight outside, it immediately rushed out. The rushing thunder drum then saw a person completely covered in scales. The thunder drum dragon, seeing Cainley, did not attack because it knew they were the ones who rescued it. So, it leaned toward Cainley, and Cainley placed his hand on the thunder drum's head. So, had Cainley tamed another dragon? Never mind. He just needed to arrange accommodation for this dragon back home. Then he took Roar and headed home together. Roar was the name he had just given to this red thunder drum. Although it wasn't a great name, it didn't matter. After bringing it home, he found Roar a spot close to the sea but not too far from their house to serve as its home. Once finished, he patted Roar's head and left. He then started cooking. After finishing the meal, he went to play with Sharp Blade and Giant Scythe. As for Thunder, after patrolling the territory, he went to sleep. He really had it good. It's been 5 days since the chili seeds were planted. Although they sprouted, the survival rate was pitiful, only 2 chili seeds survived. Now Cain treasures them dearly, fencing off the area and building a hedge. He has put a lot of effort into it. Although they are planted and he has already applied fertilizer, whether they will ultimately survive is still a question. As for the fertilizer issue, I can only say D times 4. After finishing the work in the chili patch, Kane needed to continue scouting the surrounding environment. He discovered 4 islands last time, and now he needs to see if there are any new ones. But it was almost night now. Should he go? Of course. He definitely had to go. He didn't lack food or protection now, and some dragons only appeared at night, so of course he had to go take a look. Putting on his armor and grabbing his blade, he set off once fully equipped. He also called Roar along, though he used hand signals. Sitting on Thunder's back and looking at the moon, stars, and of course, the aurora, it was still beautiful even seeing it again. But he wasn't in the mood to watch it now because he had seen it many times, and they were currently flying further away. Of course, he had to wait for Roar while flying because Roar was slower, which might affect the journey. But it didn't matter, he was already prepared to spend the night in the wild. After all, he wasn't someone who did things without preparation. Everything was placed with Roar. After all, things might get damaged by electricity if placed on Thunder, so it was better to put them on Roar. As for Sharp Blade and Giant Scythe, they were left to guard the house since they couldn't fly for long periods and a dragon was needed to watch the home. I just hope they don't finish off all my fish and cured meat. Then he continued flying west from home. Fortunately, both Thunder and Roar were dragons with strong endurance. Thunder went without saying, and as for Roar, he was much larger than Thunder, so his physical strength was naturally unquestionable. After flying for about 2 hours, they reached another island. Looking down, there seemed to be a pack of speedstingers. There was nothing to fear, attacking the ground from the sky was like a father beating his son. Not to mention I have a thunder drum dragon here, fighting them would be simple. Just as they were about to continue flying, they suddenly noticed something falling from the sky. It fell into the sea and made a loud noise, it was hard not to notice. When they flew over, they found it seemed to be a black dragon. As for what it was, they would have to pull it up to find out. Just as Kane was about to tell Roar to go down and pull it up, 2 dragons suddenly flew over quickly. Fortunately, Kane noticed in time and quickly commanded Roar to attack. Receiving Kane's command, Roar flew directly above that patch of sea and let out a roar. When Roar forced those 2 dragons back, Kane discovered they were death pincer dragons. Then Kane directly rode Thunder and began to attack. First, he gave a command to Roar. Seeing the command, Roar continued his sonic roar attack. Taking advantage of this moment, he directly attacked the 2 dragons. He took out both dragons in one strike. He had originally thought about killing the 2 dragons directly, but seeing something approaching from a distance, he told Roar to go down and carry one dragon away, while Thunder also grabbed a dragon and they flew off together. The thing flying nearby had 4 death pincer dragons on it. There were ropes on the dragons, and something was hanging below the ropes. The person on this thing was the villain from the 3rd movie, Grimoire. Grimoire flew over on his airship. While flying, Grimoire had already noticed that his hunting target had either been rescued or turned into food. A combination of a thunderdrum and a thunderdrum dragon. But don't let me find your nest. Otherwise, it will surely become the next purgatory. After saying that, he went to salvage the dragons. You might wonder why he didn't give chase. Please, he couldn't catch up now. 4 dragons were tied to his airship, and the other 2 had been defeated and fallen into the sea. There was no way he could catch up to a thunderdrum and a thunderdrum dragon. Grimoire was very furious right now. Because this was the 3rd night fury to escape from his hands. As for the first one, everyone should know. Also, because it was night and they were far away, he didn't notice at all that there was a person on the thunderdrum. In short, Grimoire was very angry. But he had no choice but to return home. After all, in the wild, you don't know if you'll become food or if others will. If you aren't certain, don't rest in the wild. Another more important reason was the presence of speedstinger packs on the nearby islands. If they rested here, they would definitely be attacked by speedstingers. After salvaging the 2 dragons, he headed back. However, he also remembered this location, he would be back. Shifting the perspective to Kane's side. After Kane pulled the dragons up, he looked at the dragon on Roar and found it was a night fury. Kane was shocked when he discovered it was a night fury. But Kane also realized what was going on with those dragons. Grimoire. A man who has been slaughtering dragons since a long time ago. But since he had already offended him, Kane wasn't afraid of a mere Grimoire. If he dared to set foot on his island, no matter what he was, he would die. It was time to head back now. On the way back, he still flew towards the islands, fearing that Grimoire would discover the direction he was flying. It took another 2+ hours to fly back, and they even stopped to rest midway. He took the opportunity to check the two Night Furies and found a syringe on one of them, while the other had some wounds. The injured Night Fury was smaller and likely female, while the one that had been injected was larger and likely male. After pulling out the tube, Kane looked at it and found the craftsmanship was decent, but it couldn't compare to his at all. After flying home, Kane began treating the smaller dragon using a healing liquid made from cavern crasher saliva and some herbs. Kane had discovered this liquid when he saw a cavern crasher use some herbs and its own saliva on its wounds, which then healed very quickly. Then Kane collected those herbs and fed them to them, collecting some of the medicinal liquid while they ate for future needs. As for the other one, Thunder placed it to the side, waiting for it to slowly wake up. After finishing, he lay down on his bed and slept. Looking back on this day, it was truly exciting. Not only did he save two Night Furies, but he also made an enemy of Grimoire. The time came to the next day. Kane was already awake and had prepared food for the two Night Furies. Thunder's food was already ready, and he was eating nearby. The female Night Fury, who had now woken up, suddenly stood up and looked around. Finding the other Night Fury, she quickly flew over and stood guard by the male Night Fury. Just then, Kane came in from outside. Just as he pushed open the door, he saw a Night Fury ready to attack. Seeing it just now was quite ridiculous, but it was also normal. Then Kane slowly approached the Night Fury, expressing that he was not a threat while moving closer. The Night Fury smelled her own scent on the person approaching. Realizing it was the person before her who had saved her and her mate, her eyes became square. Seeing the change in her eyes, Kane was relieved. He then slowly placed his hand in front of the female Night Fury's head. This time, he didn't turn away and wait for her to approach. Instead, the Night Fury leaned directly into Kane's hand. After letting go, Kane placed the food in front of the Night Fury and waited for her to eat, and she began to do so. Then Kane considered how to name them. I've got it. The female will be called Night Light, and the male will be called Starry Night. How about that? Not bad, right? As expected of me. By noon, Starry Night also woke up. Upon waking, Starry Night saw Night Light beside him, and the two dragons began to nuzzle each other. However, seeing Kane nearby, Starry Night became alert. Seeing this, Night Light nudged Starry Night. Having been nudged, Starry Night looked at Night Light, who pointed her head toward Kane. Starry Night then slowly approached Kane. Seeing Starry Night coming closer, Kane also reached out his hand and waited. Starry Night leaning into Kane's hand meant that Kane had suddenly tamed two more dragons. He really was a dragon master. He first went to prepare food for Starry Night. As for Thunder, he was still sleeping. Another month passed. Kane's chili peppers had also grown vigorously. Although they still looked a bit unhealthy, it was enough that they were growing. Now Kane was preparing to continue exploring the nearby islands, but this time he needed to go a bit further, so he probably wouldn't be back for a few days. After preparing the necessary items, he headed out with Thunder. Before leaving, he told Starry Night and the others to guard the place well. Then he flew towards the west. He flew a long distance this time, feeling the same anticipation and unease as when he first flew to Dragon Feast Island. But what would happen this time? He was really looking forward to it. This time he flew in fits and starts, mainly stopping to check whenever he encountered a small island. To see if there were any dragons he hadn't seen before, or any people. Unfortunately, the few islands he flew over seemed uninhabited. But it didn't matter, even if there were people, what of it? He probably wouldn't be able to understand them anyway. After all, you might not even understand someone from 1,000 years ago, let alone someone from a different region. After flying for another half day, he did discover something, for instance, serpent dragons. He had spotted several while flying in the sky. This island was likely their habitat. As for getting closer, he'd pass for now. He wasn't interested in learning about the habits or taming methods of serpent dragons yet. Besides, his current goal was to see if there was anything nearby worth taking. The trees on his island had finished growing leaves and were starting to bloom. He had originally planned to look for bees to get some honey, but on second thought, there probably wouldn't be much honey in the hives right now. As for the location of the hives, he could just look for them slowly after he returned. Anyway, it was almost evening. They would need to find a place to rest after flying for a bit longer. Along the way, they basically followed a cycle of finding an island, resting, shocking fish with electricity, and eating them. Adhering to the idea of resting as much as possible, they usually explored the entire island before leaving. In this regard, the two of them were practically identical. One couldn't help but wonder if their meeting was a case of birds of a feather, or something else. Just as he was looking for a suitable place to stay the night, he spotted a small island ahead. Wasn't this just what he needed? Going up to build a simple shelter just for sleeping was relatively easy for him. He pointed toward the small island, and Thunder understood his meaning, flying toward it. After flying there, they found a cave and prepared to rest there for the night. This cave was quite large. As for exactly how large, it was a cave about 26 meters high. As for the width, he couldn't be bothered to calculate it. But they should head a bit deeper inside. After all, the wind near the entrance was far too strong. Just as they had walked about 20 meters in, they suddenly felt a vibration. He immediately felt something was wrong. He quickly approached Thunder and climbed on. Once mounted, they tried to fly back quickly. But there was no way back, as falling rocks had already sealed the entrance, and more rocks were beginning to fall nearby. With no other choice, Kane and Thunder could only fly deeper inside. They dodged many rocks falling from above along the way, then noticed a fork in the path ahead. Making a quick decision, they flew down one side. If it weren't for the cramped space, he would have definitely had Thunder use frenzied lightning flight, the name Kane gave to Thunder's lightning-powered flight. At that speed, no dragon could possibly catch up, but unfortunately, it was impossible to use here. After flying like this for nearly 5 minutes, the vibrations finally stopped. Kane and Thunder, having come to a halt, could finally rest. That was truly thrilling just now, they had nearly been crushed several times. There was nothing they could do now. While flying through, he had noticed that many parts behind them had collapsed. Clearing it out would be an endless task, so they might as well head deeper to see if there was an exit or something. And so, they slowly walked deeper inside. Since it was very dark inside, he took out a torch. This torch had been prepared specifically for exploring caves, made primarily from cloth taken from the ship, combined with lard and pine resin. Although it wasn't much to look at, it was functional. As for how to light it, he just had to hold it against Thunder when sparks flew from him and wait a moment. Now, he just had to walk into the cave with the torch and Thunder. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally reached an even larger space. Not only was it vast, but there were also many branching paths. Then they started going in circles. No matter which path they took, they would end up back where they started. They tried many routes, but all of them led back to the same spot. They spent half an hour like this, constantly getting lost. To be honest, he didn't want this, but he had no choice since some paths were blocked and others looped back. He was at his wit's end. So he told Thunder to pick a path. He sat on Thunder's back and waited for him to choose. Thunder sniffed the nearby paths first and then flew toward one. Kane didn't have much hope, as Thunder was pretty much in the same boat, having been lost here as well. Then Thunder kept flying along the path he chose. Eventually, they flew into an even larger cavern, and fortunately, there were no more branching paths. We're finally out. Kane also noticed a pool of water in the middle of the cavern. There seemed to be something in the center of the pool. His curiosity piqued, Kane prepared to go down and see what it was. Thunder, however, had no intention of going in, he planned to drink some water and rest for a while. Seeing that Thunder was just going to watch from the side, Kane didn't want to make a fool of himself and decided to go down on his own. He first took off his armor and clothes, then jumped into the pool. After jumping in, Kane swam down. When he reached the object, he discovered it looked like an egg. Was it a white egg? This egg was quite large, reaching almost to his knees. Then he brought the egg back up. Although it seemed strange, since he had already gotten it, there was no reason to put it back. After bringing it up, Kane first put on his clothes and armor, then took a good look at the egg. The white shell, its height nearly reaching his knees, and its width of at least 30 centimeters all suggested that the creature inside was definitely not ordinary. So what? At worst, he could just throw it away later. Then he told Thunder to grab the egg, and they prepared to find an exit. After flying for another half hour, they finally emerged from a cave. Day after day, why does such nonsense happen every time I leave the island? Then he found a spot nearby and prepared to sleep. Thinking back, today was truly dangerous. He should just head straight home tomorrow. He needed to go home and recuperate, as he had been through quite a lot today. The next day arrived, and Kane, who was still sleeping, was woken up by Thunder. The wake-up service wasn't very good, though, because Thunder woke him up by bumping him with his head. Well, even though it wasn't a great wake-up service, Cain was already used to it. After all, Thunder often woke him up like that. After waking up, Cain and Thunder went to find some food, and then they prepared to head back. Of course, Cain didn't forget the egg. And so, carrying the egg and his discoveries from this trip, he returned with Thunder. After flying for half a day, they finally made it home. Once back, he resumed his daily routine of blacksmithing, tending to his chili peppers, and strolling around the island. After observing the egg for a while, he decided to leave it inside his house. Thunder was the same as ever, but the presence of Starry Night and the others gave the home a slightly warmer feel. However, in a corner where he wasn't paying attention, that egg was slightly trembling. Since that cave exploration, Cain had not gone out for 3 days. It wasn't that he was afraid, he just wanted to rest for a while before heading out again, and take the opportunity to fix up his place first. During these few days, some of the trees here had bloomed with small purple flowers that smelled quite nice, though he was still waiting to eat their fruit. These flowers weren't useless, though. Through them, Cain discovered a beehive inside a hollow log. He originally wanted to take some honey to eat, but gave up on the idea after realizing there wasn't much inside. Besides that, there was Starry Night and the others. They seemed to love playing and were quite curious. Cain thought about it and, realizing they were very much like cats, used some vines to make a giant vine ball for them. They loved it and now sat on it every day. Sometimes they would fall off because the ball started rolling, sometimes they would headbutt the ball from below, and most of the time, they would walk on top of it while it rolled. In short, they spent most of their time on that ball now and wouldn't come to bother him. They had a ball to play with, and I could have some peace and quiet, it was a total win-win. But why was there so much less food every time he came back? During these days, Cain followed his usual routine of exercising, blacksmithing, smoking fish, and eating. However, every time, he would find that some fish in the house were missing, as if something were coming to eat every day. It wasn't until today that he discovered the egg had hatched. Upon discovering the egg was broken, Cain frantically searched for the creature that had been inside. After turning the house upside down, he finally found a small white dragon. This little dragon had 4 small claws, a sharp horn on its head, and some very tiny whiskers under its chin. Its body was also quite long, about a meter or so, but it had no wings. If he hadn't noticed it could blink, he would have thought it was a snake. Cain had never seen this kind of dragon before, or rather, it wasn't written in his Book of Dragons. Searching through the Book of Dragons, he actually found a dragon that looked very similar to it, but the difference in size was just too great. The dragon he found was the purple death god. This kind of dragon was an alpha species. But why was this one white? An albino individual. If it really was an albino, it was a bit too ridiculous, even though albinism is common in nature. But it's just too, alright, what can I do if I can't accept it? Cain then slowly reached out his hand to pet its head. It tried to bite him as he reached out, but after he gave it a fish, it let Cain pet it. One can only say the young are so easy to trick. After the petting, the white death crawled up Cain's body, wrapped itself around his waist, and rested its head on his shoulder. Although it didn't wrap itself very tightly, its claws really hurt when they gripped him. Then Cain went outside with Erjan. Erjan was the name Cain gave her, derived from the name of the feathered serpent god, Kukulkan. It was lucky he didn't name her Jormungandr. Once outside, he saw Thunder, Starry Night, Night Light, Sharp Blade, Giant Scythe, Roar, and some other dragons gathered there. Suddenly, Erjan on his shoulder let out a loud cry. It was so loud it almost made Cain go deaf. Reacting, Cain gave Erjan a light headbutt, telling her to stop screaming. After being hit, Erjan didn't do anything but rub her head against Cain's face. Afterward, more and more dragons seemed to fly over, and then those dragons all bowed their heads to Erjan in submission. This made things even stranger. Setting aside why they would submit to a hatchling, at the very least, Toothless had challenged a dragon king. What was the reason here? More and more dragons gathered until about several hundred dragons were congregated there. Well, anyway, she had now become the dragon king here. He could even transmigrate, so a little dragon becoming a dragon king wasn't unacceptable. So, did he now count as someone who owned an alpha dragon king? After a while, all these dragons flew away. After waiting for a bit, dragons flew back carrying food, piling it up like a small mountain in front of Erjan. Seeing the food, Erjan got off Cain and went to eat. Although she looked small, she really ate a lot. In just a moment, she had eaten an amount equal to half her body size. After finishing, she just lay on the pile of fish and went to sleep. Alright, another dragon pig. Even though it still felt ridiculous, it had already happened, so he didn't want to worry about it. In any case, Cain now needed to continue blacksmithing and build a water wheel. He realized that human strength is limited, so he might as well use the power of nature. And so, he set off on the path of building a water wheel, never to look back. It took him half a month to build this water wheel. The location was about a kilometer in front of his house because there was a small stream there, so he placed the water wheel there. Although building it was not simple at all, once it was finished, it at least brought him convenience. For example, he could make a giant cutting machine to slice logs into planks. This was very important for him, as he needed planks to make furniture. What he had made before could only be called rough processing, now he wanted to do better rather than just making do. After all, life was good now. Since life was getting better, his living quarters had to improve too, not just the furniture, but also some toys to pass the time. If it hadn't been for the fact that it was nearly winter when he arrived, he would have built the water wheel long ago. However, it was also because of winter that he discovered a hot spring on the other side of the mountain. He often went there to soak in the hot spring during winter, as it was truly comfortable. When he soaked, Thunder would soak too. Although he didn't like water, he quite liked having someone wash his body. Unfortunately, when he first discovered it, only Thunder soaked with him. Now, several fellows came in to soak together. Erjan was still wrapped around his waist. She was already 5 meters long now. She really grew fast, going from 1 meter to 5 meters in just half a month. Her 2 front claws were now also gripping his shoulders, making it very uncomfortable for him to soak in the hot spring. But there was nothing he could do, so he just let her be. Luckily, there was only one hot spring he found. If there were 2 connected together, he might suspect that a eternal wing lived here. The eternal wing was also an alpha dragon species, though slightly smaller than the Red Reaper and the bewildering Titan. However, it was still massive to humans, a dragon like a natural disaster. Because they were quite lazy, they generally liked to find a place where they wouldn't be disturbed and then sleep. But he hadn't discovered a eternal wing yet, he hadn't seen such a dragon. As for the special White Death variant of the purple death god on his body, she was still too small. When she grew into a giant dragon, he could marvel at her size and terror. For now, she should just get off him first. After taking Erjan off his body, he placed her in the hot spring. Once placed in the pool, Erjan swam around like a snake. After soaking for 2 hours, Cain, Thunder, and the others also came out of the hot spring. After coming out, Erjan lay on Cain. Cain sat on Thunder and took them all home together. The other dragons had their own homes and would fly off on their own, except for Starry Night and Nightlight, who lived with Cain, along with Erjan of course. Although he was very suspicious of why Erjan became a dragon king, seeing that those dragons still delivered food every day, he didn't care anymore. He had also observed that most of the food was delivered by sentinel dragons. Most of the other dragons delivered once every 3 days, and the sentinel dragons were no exception. Except for the Cavern Crasher, after all, you couldn't expect a dragon that eats grass to deliver fish. After soaking in the hot spring, he went back home to continue some work he needed to do. After working until night, he went to sleep, but he put Erjan in a small nest he had made for her. Because if she slept on his bed, she would wrap herself tightly around Cain, preventing him from sleeping well. So Cain made a small nest for her. While sleeping that night, he had a nightmare. He dreamed he was tied up by something and slowly sinking toward the deep sea. That feeling was like death, unavoidable and inescapable. When he woke up in the morning covered in sweat, he saw Erjan wrapped around him. No wonder he had nightmares at night. So who put her here? 5 days have passed since the last time they soaked in the hot spring. During these 5 days, Cain continued to forge iron and work as usual. Although he was much busier than before, at the very least, he could see his own efforts and results. Although he was busy before, he always felt like something was missing, as if he lacked his own soul. He used to be pushed forward by various things, like a wheelbarrow being pushed forever, never coming to a stop. It's different now, he has a home of his own and real friends. Even if they aren't human, dragons can be friends too, right? As Hiccup said, I'm not training dragons, I'm just making friends with them. He never treated Thunder and the others as objects or pets. They are who they are. Even if they were separated or worlds apart, he would never forget them. If books rot, he will carve the stories in stone. If stone weathers away, he will write the stories in his heart. Though he also knew all of this was but a delusion. Stories eventually end, as do people and dragons. I only intend to have a clear conscience before the story ends, to let myself become who I am before I die, rather than someone else's tool or ATM. He just wanted to live well for once, even if just for once. For one day. If one doesn't even dare to dream, then they are already dead. A person isn't afraid of their soul having no home, but of not recognizing themselves. The fear is that you don't dare to know yourself. The fear of what happens after you make a mistake. No room for redemption, because you and I are just ordinary people, just the protagonists of our own lives. So you might be afraid, but if you are, you might as well take a good rest. Escape reality for a bit, escape yourself, and let yourself rest well, both in body and mind. You don't have to work hard for others, or for the future. If you're tired, take a break. After all, you are the most important person, aren't you? So rest well now, just for yourself. But everyone, put aside your thoughts on life's big questions for a moment. After all, you might not be able to answer them right now. You can answer these questions slowly later. After all, life is your own, and the answers to your questions must be found by you. Now, let's turn the perspective back to Arcane Lay. At this moment, Cain Lay was on the beach using a wooden board to teach the 3 thunder drum dragons in front of him. They were the red roar, the blue noise, and the brown sonic wave. A treasure chest and a person were drawn on the wooden board. The treasure chest was because Cain Lay wanted to see if they had seen one, and the person was Cain Lay himself. He wanted them to look for chests nearby, though of course, he wouldn't let them go alone, he would arrange for other dragons to go with them. Cain Lay first pointed to the treasure chest on the board, then to a chest on the ground, indicating that the chest on the board was this kind of box. At that moment, Sonic Wave was distracted by a small bug behind Cain Lay, resulting in Sonic Wave not seeing the things on the board at all. Roar, who was in the middle, noticed that Sonic Wave wasn't watching what Cain Lay was doing, so Roar gave Sonic Wave a kick with his short leg. Just as Roar was reminding Sonic Wave, Cain Lay had already moved to the side with the chest. Sonic Wave, having been alerted by Roar, saw Cain Lay pointing at the person on the board and then pointing at himself. Then he pointed to the treasure chest again, and finally connected the chest and the person with a line. The other thunder drums understood. The general meaning was to find this kind of chest for Cain Lay. But Sonic Wave didn't understand. From Sonic Wave's perspective, he was supposed to find a person for Cain Lay. So, don't get distracted during class, or it's easy to lose track of what the teacher is saying. After all, in the blink of an eye, the teacher might have finished. As for why Cain Lay wanted the thunder drums to do this, it was because once, Roar had brought a chest out from the sea for Cain Lay, which contained some gold coins and jewelry. At that time, it seemed Cain Lay had been searching for ages without finding anything, and then Roar gave him a chest. That's why he planned to have the thunder drums search the vicinity for shipwrecks, chests, and the like. He then recruited the other 2 thunder drums to search for treasure together. Now that the preparations were complete, it was time for action. Starry night followed noise, nightlight followed Sonic Wave, and I followed Roar. As for Thunder, I'll just say he was still sleeping. Then each flew toward their respective positions. Roar and Cain Lay headed east, Sonic Wave headed south, and Noise headed west. The 3 dragons set off. Half an hour had passed since Cain Lay set out, and from the start until now, they hadn't found a single trace of a shipwreck. This time Roar was leading the way. He planned to take Cain Lay to the place where he found the chest last time. He led Cain Lay to the exact spot where that chest was discovered. Cain Lay first pointed downwards, and seeing this, Roar signaled with his eyes, yes. Seeing Roar express confirmation, Cain Lay let Roar take him and dive down together. After going down, they found many shipwreck ruins. On some of the wreckage, they found some greenish metal and what looked like dragon emblems. Now it was certain, these were dragon hunters' warships. Subsequently, he let Roar pull him toward a ship that they could swim into. While swimming inside the shipwrecks, they looked around to see if there were any chests he needed. After searching for a long time, besides barnacles, seaweed, and some fish, he basically saw nothing useful. After surfacing and diving a few more times, Cain Lay eventually found 2 chests. However, he had no interest in opening them now, he wanted to go home and rest first. Because of the repeated surfacing and diving, he was very cold now, and there was the issue of avoiding decompression sickness. In short, he needed to go home and rest first. Then Roar and Cain Lay flew back home, with the chests carried in Roar's mouth. Half an hour later, they were back home. Upon returning, Cain Lay first took his clothes to dry by the fire. Thunder was still sleeping by the campfire. Looking at the clothes being dried and then at the chests beside him, he was still a bit curious about what was inside. He opened a chest. One of them contained some gold coins. What did he need these gold coins for? They were completely useless, right? He didn't need to trade or exchange for anything, so the gold coins were tossed aside by Cain Lay. Opening the other chest, inside was a tubular object. One end was shaped like a dragon's head, and there seemed to be something that could be turned on it. Beside it were several small crystal shards. The whole thing was made of dragon-proof metal. Looking at this object, Cain Lay could roughly guess what it was. The Dragon Eye. It was an important prop that appeared in the How to Train Your Dragon TV series, Race to the Edge. But this one was clearly not the one from the TV show, though they should be the same thing. After all, making only one of such an important item clearly didn't fit the dragon hunter's style. Well, Cain Lay remembered that this thing required a snow wraith's tooth as a key. He happened to have one, but he needed to test if it was broken first. After playing with it for a while, Cain Lay found he couldn't understand a word of what was written on it and gave up. The language barrier was a real pain. He then tossed it into the house. Although this thing was very important, it depended on the person. For someone like Cain Lay who couldn't read it at all, keeping it was just keeping a useless object. Then he waited at the place where they set out for Sonic Wave and Noise. After waiting for a long time, Noise and Starry Night returned. They had nothing on them, and Cain Lay didn't say anything. But seeing that they were still a bit dejected, Cain Lay gave them a good round of praise. Hearing Cain Lay's praise, they were no longer dejected. Seeing them return to their cheerful selves, Cain Lay let them go off to the side to enjoy some fish. Finally, he was just waiting for Sonic Wave and the others to return. After waiting a while longer, Sonic Wave also returned, but there was clearly something on Nightlight's back. It seemed to be a person. Wait, a person. Holy crap. Why is it a person? Don't I remember that I wanted a chest? But it seemed he couldn't worry about that much now, because he noticed the person on Nightlight seemed to be bleeding. Let's first go back in time to last night. At this time, the full moon shone high. By the pier of an unknown small island, there were two ships, and the owners of the two ships were talking. Hi, John. Thank you. John. Mr. Vader, you don't have to thank me like that. I just helped out a little. As he spoke, he waved his hands repeatedly to indicate there was no need for such politeness. Vader, that won't do. You're the one who introduced me to the chief here, allowing my goods to be sold here as well. He said excitedly, grabbing John's hand. How about this? I'll tell you about an island that produces spices. The spices there are absolutely top grade. As he spoke, he patted his chest to show he was serious. John waved his hands frantically and said, "That's your secret, I'd better not hear it." When Vader heard these words, his expression didn't change much, he just said, "No, no, no, John, you don't understand at all, but I'm still going to tell you, because you helped me a lot and introduced me to the chiefs of many islands." Then he leaned close to John's ear and told him the location of that island and some things to watch out for. After finishing, he prepared to walk toward his small boat, but as he walked to the boat, he turned around and asked John. "John, where are you going next?" Hearing the voice, John turned back and told Vader. "I plan to head to the trade market in the north. Are you going?" Vader heard that John was going to the trade market, and he also planned to go there. "I also plan to go to the trade market, so let's go together. We'll have company on the way." After thinking about it, John also felt it was okay. "Sure, friend." Hearing John's answer, Vader returned to his ship contentedly. After he saw Vader board the ship, John also started to smile. "Of course, my friend, of course. But tonight will be the day you and your wife die." After saying that, he returned to his own ship with a grim face. The two ships sailed off toward the northern trade market. Afterward, John killed Vader and his wife, but he didn't discover Vi Li hidden in the secret room. Vi Li saw the whole process of John killing her parents. After John took everything of value from the ship, he set the ship on fire with a torch. Vi Li escaped before the fire reached her room. After escaping, she even found a wooden board. After she jumped into the sea clutching the wooden board, she slowly lost consciousness. Because when she ran out, she had inhaled too much carbon monoxide and fainted from poisoning. After that, it was a matter of waiting to be rescued or being left to fend for herself. Finally, she was seen and rescued by Sonic Wave and Nightlight, who had misunderstood their instructions. After seeing someone on Nightlight's back, Canelay quickly mounted Roar and flew toward Nightlight's position. When he flew alongside Nightlight, Nightlight tossed the person onto Canelay. After catching the person, Canelay realized it seemed to be a woman. White hair, white eyebrows, and very pale skin, he could tell she was an albino. Albinism is quite common, it occurs in humans, animals, and plants, and it's a genetic disorder. I won't explain it further here, those who want to know more can search for it themselves. She was quite good looking, appearing like a porcelain doll. But Canelay didn't feel any attraction, after all, what did her beauty have to do with him? He also noticed she had a bit of a fever and her clothes were wet, so he thought about taking her home first to remove her clothes and brew some medicine for her. He then had Nightlight carry the person and bring her back home. After returning home, he first took off her clothes. As for what would happen next, he would wait for her to wake up and let her decide for herself. He placed the removed clothes over the fire to dry and dressed her in the clothes he had worn when he first arrived here. While the clothes were drying, he went to get some herbs. He had collected some herbs when he first arrived for emergencies, and now was a good time to use them. After getting the herbs, he began brewing the medicine. While waiting for it to boil, Canelay went to do some blacksmithing, as he still had quite a lot to do. An hour later, the sky was already growing dark. After all, it was already afternoon by the time Sonic Wave had returned. Once the medicine was ready, he slightly lifted her head and used a spoon to slowly feed her. She cooperated and drank it slowly. Even though she drank it, her facial expression showed that it was very bitter. After Canelay finished feeding her the medicine, he placed her on the inner side of the bed. Since there was only one bed, Canelay wasn't going to mistreat himself by sleeping on the floor. Afterward, they slept like that. Thunder still slept by the fireplace, Starry Night and Nightlight slept together, Roar returned to its nest, and Sharp Blade and Giant Scythe went back to their home. As for Air John, she was still lying on a pile of fish, eating like crazy. Time moved to the next morning. Waking up in the morning, Valka's first sight was Canelay sleeping next to her. Then she realized her clothes had been changed. Ah! After screaming, she kicked Canelay off the bed. Having taken a kick, Canelay slowly climbed up from the floor, clutching the spot where he had been kicked. Wait, why did you kick me? He spoke while rubbing the kicked spot. You. You. Who are you? Where are my clothes? Valka spoke timidly sitting on the bed. After all, she hadn't met many people, besides her parents, very few people had seen her. Others would subconsciously stay away from her because of the curse on her body. Because I couldn't find much information on how Vikings viewed albinism, I'm writing it here as a curse from Loki. When in doubt, blame Loki. It was also because of the curse on her that her parents began working as merchants while searching for a way to break it. But at the thought that her parents were both dead, she began to cry in distress. Seeing the woman start to cry, Canelay had no choice but to wait. He would just wait until she cried herself out. When she finally finished crying, she turned her head to look at the person in front of her. Black hair, brown eyes, if your eyes are black, you might have the genes of a chieftain, an unfamiliar skin tone, and quite handsome. Canelay saw her look toward him and explained, "Yesterday, Nightlight and Sonic Wave found you and rescued you. Then I saw you had a fever and your clothes were soaked through, so I took them off. To be precise, I stripped you naked. Of course, I know that doing so might have been inappropriate, so are you ready for this? I can endure any kind of punishment." Canelay finished stating the fact that he had stripped her yesterday without a blush. In his view, he was just telling the truth, and there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Although he had a physical reaction yesterday, Canelay was a master at suppressing his urges. Valka listened with a red face as he finished explaining that he had stripped her. Knowing that he didn't do it on purpose and that it was to save her, Valka didn't say anything. However, she still said thank you. Canelay replied that there was no need for thanks. Do you want some food? Canelay reached out his hand, wanting to pull her up. Valka just gave an, in response. Since she hadn't seen many people, her conversational skills were a bit lacking. Then she placed her hand in Canelay's. Seeing her place her hand in his, Canelay pulled her up. After pulling her up, he grabbed her foot to put her shoes on for her. Volka was startled by Cain Lei's blunt actions and timidly said that she could put them on herself. Seeing Volka indicate she could put on her own shoes, Cain Lei stopped helping her. She then put on Cain Lei's shoes. Her own shoes were still drying over the fireplace, though they were already dry. After putting them on, she saw Cain Lei walk to the foot of the bed wearing only underwear and a shirt. She shyly covered her eyes with her hands, though the gaps between her fingers were a bit wide. Then, under her gaze, Cain Lei put on his set of armor. After dressing, Cain Lei asked her, "Are you okay? Does your body feel uncomfortable or anything?" After all, her fever yesterday was quite serious, so he was just showing some concern now. Looking at the person in armor asking her, she was a bit afraid, but she still nodded. Seeing that she was fine, Cain Lei reached out his hand to her and said, "It's better if you follow me while you're here. They won't attack me, but that might not be true for you." She opened her red eyes, stared at Cain Lei, and said, "Aren't you afraid of me? Why should I be afraid of you?" Cain Lei expressed his confusion. Volka then lowered her head and said in a very, very small voice, "Because the curse on my body might bring misfortune to those around me." Hearing this, Cain Lei roughly understood. It seemed they treated albinism as a curse. He then took off his helmet, stared into her eyes, and said, "I'm not afraid. This is just something you were born with, and for me, I have no reason to be afraid anymore." Being stared at so closely in the eyes made Volka feel a bit embarrassed, so she turned her head and said, "I understand. I will follow you while I'm here." Then she placed her hand in Cain Lei's. After taking her hand, Cain Lei opened the door to the small partitioned room. He then saw Starry Night and Night Light staring inside. Seeing dragons behind him, Volka hid behind Cain Lei's back. Seeing Volka do this, Cain Lei thought she probably hadn't seen dragons much, or had only seen them when they attacked villages. He first explained to Volka, "Ahem, let me introduce them. This is Night Light, and this is Starry Night. They are very nice." After explaining, he slowly pulled Volka forward and told her to reach out her hand. "You just need to do this and slowly wait for them to lean in." Then Night Light slowly approached, gave a sniff with its nose, and leaned against Volka's hand. Volka, who had her eyes closed, slowly opened them. She looked incredulous and then became excited. She then began to pet Night Light, which made Night Light very comfortable. Seeing this, Cain Lei noted they were getting along well, but he still spoiled the mood by saying, "Alright, you can pet them whenever you want, but for now, let's go eat first." Afterward, he took Volka to eat, though she was still very afraid when she saw thunder. Once Cain Lei finished cooking, the two of them started chatting. While eating, Volka told Cain Lei her name. Volka bounced. Then she explained why she had come here. Cain Lei also told her his name. Cain Lei. And the reason he came here, and so on. Volka was shocked to learn that Cain Lei was saved by thunder. Though to be precise, it was a partnership, he had indeed been saved. However, when Volka asked about his parents, Cain Lei said he had none. Volka immediately began to apologize. Cain Lei said it was fine and added, "So, we are both alone now, aren't we?" After finishing the meal, Cain Lei said he had to get busy. If she wanted to look around, he would let Night Light take her everywhere. But considering she might not know how to ride a dragon, Cain Lei decided to teach Volka how to ride. "You probably don't know how to ride a dragon, so let me teach you." Okay, thank you. Realizing he was looking out for her, Volka expressed her gratitude. Cain Lei told her there was no need for thanks, then immediately followed up by saying, "Don't thank me yet. You should first think about whether you want to stay or leave. No need to rush your answer, tell me tonight. But for now, let's first teach you how to ride a dragon." After saying that, Cain Lei began teaching Volka how to ride. Volka was very talented. After only an hour of learning, she could already ride a dragon quite well. At the end of the lesson, Cain Lei added one last thing. "You aren't controlling the dragon, rather, you and the dragon have become one. So, you can trust her, and she will trust you." Having finished the basic instruction, Cain Lei rode Starry Night back. Volka, riding Night Light, continued to fly nearby, taking a look around as Cain Lei suggested before deciding whether to stay or go. After returning, Cain Lei discovered he could understand spoken language, but he likely couldn't read the writing. He then removed most of his armor, taking off everything except for the leg pieces. Afterward, he went about his usual business, forging iron and preparing to build a loom. Because it wasn't until today that he realized he only seemed to have one set of clothes, he planned to make a loom. He then opened his phone and began looking at loom designs and blueprints. Once he found what he needed, he started designing and preparing the materials. Just as he began designing, someone returned. It was Volka. Since Volka was an albino, she couldn't stay in the sun for too long, so she returned after exploring for a while. After dismounting, she patted Nightlight and let her go play. The two dragons were very happy to go off and play together. The place where they played was one Cain Lay had set up for them, featuring several large rattan balls and some wooden posts for climbing. Cain Lay had done this out of necessity. If he didn't let them play, they would disturb him. Once it was finished, they played there often, allowing Cain Lay to focus on his work. After dismounting, Volka walked toward the house where Cain Lay was. Just as she opened the door, she heard Cain Lay say, "You're back. Did you have fun?" Hearing Cain Lay's words made Volka a little happy, as he was the only person besides her parents who had been kind to her. Although her parents' death had caused her significant psychological trauma, she still smiled and said to Cain Lay, "Thank you, I had a lot of fun today. But because of my curse, I can't stay in the sun for too long." Even though Volka was smiling as she spoke, Cain Lay keenly sensed her sadness. After a helpless sigh, he turned to offer her an embrace and said, "If you're still feeling bad, you can use my shoulder." Then Volka began to say, "How could I cry? Why would I? Wait, are these tears? Why am I crying?" As she spoke, she began to sob. Cain Lay slowly approached Volka until he pulled her into his arms. Once embraced, Volka began to wail. After all, facing the death of parents one was very close to, few people wouldn't cry. To be honest, she was just having an emotional outburst now, and it was already impressive that she had held it together until this point. After her emotional outburst, Volka cried on Cain Lay, while he comforted her. Truth be told, Cain Lay had absolutely no experience comforting people, so he could only let her cry her heart out against him. While he was very sensitive to the emotions of those around him, he mostly didn't care even if he could feel them. When Volka finally cried herself out, she realized Cain Lay was still holding her. Blushing, she pushed him away and apologized. Cain Lay didn't say anything after being pushed away, he just sniffed the scent on himself. It was actually quite fragrant. However, he still told her that her clothes were dry. When he mentioned that the clothes she was wearing were his, her face turned even redder. Already pale, she now looked like an apple one would want to take a bite out of. Even though her face was bright red, she still said to Cain Lay, "Regarding what you said this morning, I've made my decision. I want to stay. Not just because you saved me, but also because I want to learn combat techniques and knowledge about dragons from you." "May I ask why you want to learn combat techniques and dragon knowledge?" Cain Lay probably already knew, but he still needed to ask. After composing herself, Volka said to Cain Lay, "Revenge. I want revenge against John. He killed my parents. So I must kill him." Finding that her answer matched what he expected, Cain Lay knew she might currently be blinded by hatred. Even though it was for revenge, he still needed to give her a reminder, otherwise, she might collapse after killing John. "And after you kill John?" When Cain Lay asked this question, Volka was stumped because she didn't know either. If she didn't know, she would deal with it after killing John. "I don't know, but I want to kill John first before thinking about it," Volka stated her thoughts. Cain Lay didn't say much after getting the answer, just nodded. Then he said to Volka, "Since you've made a decision, you need to see it through to the end. I will help you, and of course, you need to help me. We are now in a relationship of mutual assistance." Then he asked Volka, "Do you know where the nearest inhabited island is?" Volka also knew it was time to show her worth. "I do, but I need to confirm our current location before I can start looking." After saying this, she looked into Cain Lay's eyes. Cain Lay was very happy to learn that Volka might know the nearest inhabited island. He even gave her a quick kiss and said, "You really are my lucky star." After reacting to the kiss, a blushing Volka punched Cain Lay in the face. Cain Lay, knocked down by the punch, just wailed on the ground. However, Volka could tell he was acting. "Alright, jokes aside. Go change your clothes and get some sleep. We'll set out in the afternoon." Cain Lay suddenly stood up and spoke in an almost commanding tone. Although Volka was annoyed, she still went back inside to change and sleep. Time moved to the afternoon. In the afternoon, Cain Lay went to wake Volka up. "Volka! Volka, wake up!" Cain Lay called out while shaking her. After a while, Volka woke up, but there were tears in the corners of her eyes. Seeing the tears, Cain Lay gently wiped them away with his hand. In her daze, seeing a man, Volka threw a punch directly at him. Seeing the fist swinging toward him, Cain Lay reacted and dodged it. Now fully awake, Volka apologized to Cain Lay, and he said it was fine. Then, they rode their dragons toward the largest nearby landmark. The dragons coming this time were Thunder, Starry Night, Night Light, and Dark Flight. Dark Flight was the name Cain Lay had given to the Titanwing Stormcutter. He also brought some gold coins and jewelry. Volka asked Cain Lay why he was bringing these gold coins and jewelry, and Cain Lay said they were for trading. Once she led Cain Lay to the island, he took advantage of the night to catch 5 sheep and 2 cows. After catching them, he didn't forget to leave the gold coins and jewelry on the ground. Upon returning home, Volka was speechless. Since you stole them, was there any need to pay? Cain Lay then stated that stealing was because he had the ability, but paying was because the person raising the cattle and sheep needed the money. Without it, they might collapse. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During these 3 years, Cain grew to 173 centimeters, and Volka grew to 165 centimeters. And did I forget to mention how old Volka is? It's not too late now, right? Volka was 15 years old when she was rescued. Cain was 16. Of course, since Cain didn't know his own age, he just said he was 16 based on his own feeling. Now they are 19 and 18 years old, respectively. In these 3 years, their flock of sheep grew to 15, and they had 8 yaks. I don't need to say more about how they got them, but Cain would still leave some gold coins behind. Also, his chili patch had grown into a small field. Although they were self-sufficient, it was still a bit small. It's worth mentioning that Volka also likes to eat them, but she can only handle a little bit. He also reclaimed a piece of land for farming, planting cabbage and wheat on it, with the chilies planted on the other side. Although it took some time, it was all worth it. Everything here is getting better and better. And then there's Erjan. Erjan has now grown to 198 meters long, 26 meters high, and 32 meters wide. Now that she's grown up, she's not as rambunctious as when she was little. Now Erjan likes to stay in the sea and sleep, occasionally lifting her head out to look around, and whenever Cain calls her, she comes out to press her head against his. Although she no longer needs the dragons to help her find food, the dragons still bring some fish for Erjan to eat. Erjan also leads them to find schools of fish, and then, just like the bewildering Titan in the second movie, she spits out fish for them to eat. But she still prefers to stay in the sea and sleep. Finally, there's the relationship between Volka and Cain. Their relationship is now that of both lovers and family. They became lovers because feelings slowly grew between them after spending so much time together. However, Volka was the one who first confessed her love, because Cain was a bit resistant to romance. He was very afraid that once they started a relationship, it would eventually deteriorate. But after spending more time together, Cain gradually accepted Volka's feelings and love. As for being family, it's because after being in love for a long time, they slowly became more and more familiar until they gradually became family. The biggest reason, however, was that they only had each other. They were also quite satisfied with this kind of relationship. As for Thunder and the others, they were the same as usual. Now that the narration is over, let's shift the perspective back to Cain and the others. At this moment, the sleeping Cain was being woken up by Volka, who was sleeping beside him. Wake up. Stop sleeping and get up. It's your turn to cook today. Don't be so noisy, let me sleep a bit longer, he said, pulling Volka into his arms. Being pulled into Cain's arms, Volka struggled for a moment before breaking free. After escaping, Volka said to Cain, "Are you trying to fake sleep again?" Seeing that his fooled sleep had been discovered, Cain stopped pretending, but he still demanded a morning kiss from Volka as he got out of bed. All right, that's enough kissing. Hurry up and cook. Call me after you're done. I'm going to sleep for a bit longer, she said, pushing Cain away. After being pushed away by Volka, Cain didn't do anything else. He got out of bed and changed from his pajamas into his everyday clothes. That's right, he went to change. Did you think he wasn't wearing any clothes right now? No, he's still a virgin to this day. Strange, right? Actually, it's just that they don't want children yet. They've done everything else except for the final step. Instead of mocking him for still being a virgin, why don't you think about how you don't even have a girlfriend yet? That hit a bit close to home, even for me, the author. But I personally don't plan on getting married or dating, so I'm fine. After waking Volka, Cain went to make today's breakfast first. Once he was done, he went to wake Volca up. His way of waking her was to kiss her directly until she woke up. Kissed awake by Kane, Volca helplessly got out of bed and went to eat with him. Kane had prepared a very sumptuous meal, rujamo, roasted mutton, and some seaweed and seafood soup. Then they chatted about what they were going to do today, and they decided to go out and play for a few days. Because it had been really boring lately, besides soaking in the hot springs, they just looked around and played nearby. Moreover, every month they had to go out for several days to look for John. It just so happened that it was time to go find John. After preparing their things, they left. Before leaving, they also told Sharp Blade and the others to guard the home well. After that, they flew away on Thunder and Starry Night. During these past few years, Kane had also made a set of armor for Volca. The main materials were yak leather and Night Fury scales. It looked roughly similar to Kane's, but the main body was black and it was relatively breathable. Although Kane's was also breathable, overall it wasn't as good as Volca's. But it was fine, as he could sit on Thunder, while Volca couldn't. After all, the materials were different, so it was normal. Then they flew off toward the west. A day later, they flew to an island. Where are we? Kane asked Volca. I don't know either. Didn't I tell you before? I lived on ships most of the time and rarely went ashore, so I don't know many places, she said, continuing to look at the surroundings. After talking for a while, they prepared to set up a temporary camp here. As evening approached, Kane prepared to go find food, called Thunder, and flew off. While flying in front of an island, he felt like he had seen this place before. Especially these two Viking statues in front, and the island behind looked like somewhere he'd seen before. Let me think, Burke Island. Right, it's Burke Island. Since this is Burke Island, will Hiccup be on the island? Thinking of this, he wanted to see if Hiccup was on the island, so he patted Thunder. Thunder also knew what he meant. After all, after being together for several years, it could be said that he only needed a gesture to know what Kane wanted to do. Then Thunder let out a loud roar. Roar. Hearing the roar, Toothless suddenly pulled Hiccup and started heading outside. Toothless. What are you doing? Hiccup looked at Toothless. At this moment, Toothless tilted his head to one side while signaling for Hiccup to get on. Seeing this, Hiccup also understood that a dragon was coming, and a very powerful one at that. However, this scene was also happening at the homes of Fishlegs, Snotlout, Astrid, Roughnut, and Stoik the Vast. Except for Snotlout, everyone else was doing relatively well. Because he was directly tossed onto Hookfang's neck to sit properly. When they all met up. Astrid. Hiccup, do you know what's going on? Hiccup. I don't know, but Toothless brought me here. Roughnut. As if it's not the same for everyone else. But what are we going to do now? Snotlout. Well, if we have nothing else to do. After saying that, he looked at Roughnut, and Roughnut also looked at Snotlout. The two looked at each other in silence, seemingly knowing what the other was thinking. Fishlegs. According to the books I've read, it's likely because a very powerful dragon roared nearby, so they set out to see if it's a threat to them. Snotlout. I'm really grateful for your reminder, so are we going to go see that dragon now? After saying that, he looked at Hookfang very impatiently. He had originally been eating, and then he was brought over by Hookfang. Hiccup. Since we already know what to do, let's do it according to the way we usually train. Then they spread out according to their usual training methods. When they flew to the outer side of the island, they discovered a thunderdrum and a person riding on its back. When they discovered the person sitting on the thunderdrum, Snotlout was the first to mock them. Ha! Is this guy stupid? He's actually sitting on a thunderdrum. After saying that, he pointed at Kane Lay and began to laugh. However, his laughter gradually died away. At this moment, Kane Lay and Thunder were covered in electrical arcs, looking as if they might attack at any second. Fishlegs was very excited when he discovered Thunder. It's actually a Titan wing. Oh, this kind of dragon isn't easy to get along with. If only I could observe it up close. Then, he hugged Meatball with a look of infatuation on his face. Seeing Fishlegs smiling like that, Hiccup gave him a reminder. Fishlegs, now is not the time to be observing dragons. Hearing Hiccup's words, Fishlegs returned to a normal expression. When Roughnut saw the stranger, she began to think he was very strong. Don't you guys think it's amazing that he can ride a thunderdrum? Snotlout. Yeah, I think so too. I think he's super cool, I want to try that too. Roughnut. So you think so too? It seems we're on the same wavelength. But I get to try it first. Snotlout. I'm first. Then they started fighting over who would go first, which was quite normal for them. Hiccup, standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore. He waited for a gap and said, "Stop arguing. The most important thing right now is how to talk to him. I'll go talk to him first. You guys wait here." Just as he was about to reach him, Cain Lei flew back. Seeing Cain Lei fly away, Hiccup and the others continued to follow him. This was exactly what Cain Lei wanted. If he didn't want them to follow, they wouldn't be able to catch up at all. Even if Hiccup had a Night Fury, so what? I can just use Lightning Gallop. No dragon can even hope to catch up. Then they followed Cain Lei to the skies above the island where Volca was located. After reaching the desired position, Cain Lei stopped. Seeing Cain Lei stop, Hiccup and the others thought he wanted to have a proper conversation. After Cain Lei stopped, he flew toward Hiccup and the others. As the two sides were about to come face to face, Cain Lei was already prepared to attack. Seeing Thunder and Cain Lei completely covered in the glow of electrical arcs, Hiccup realized the stranger might have lured them here. Thinking of this, he said to Astrid and the others, "Scatter, quickly. He might have lured us here on purpose." Hearing this, Snotlout began his mocking again. "Ha! There's only one of him and 6 of us, what's there to be afraid of? Watch me, Snotlout, handle this alone. Snotlout. Snotlout. Oi oi oi." After saying that, he charged in Cain Lei's direction. Hearing Snotlout's words, Fishlegs was just about to remind him that the opponent's dragon was a Titan Wing and extremely powerful in combat. But before he could speak, Snotlout had already rushed out. Then they saw Snotlout engage. Seeing Snotlout charging over, Thunder directly fired a breath attack that knocked him unconscious with electricity. Seeing Snotlout defeated, Hiccup still arranged for Fishlegs to go and save him. Then, together with Astrid, Roughnut, and Snotlout, he surrounded Cain Lei. Cain Lei, being surrounded, didn't show any panic. Because this was exactly what he wanted to see, he wanted to test his own combat abilities. Usually, when he sparred with Volca, he would hold back a bit. Normally, he didn't have much of a chance for a real battle. Today, he wanted to have a good fight. The spines on Stormfly's tail stood up, Toothless was charging his blast, and as for Barf and Belch, they were also preparing to spray and ignite. But before they could attack, Cain Lei had already flown upward and away. As he flew off, he conveniently attacked Roughnut and the others with a breath attack, who told them their dragon was the biggest. The attacked Roughnut and Snotlout twitched from the electricity and began to fall downward. Seeing them fall, Astrid went to rescue them. Now, only Hiccup and Cain Lei remained, along with their 2 dragons. At this time, Hiccup spoke first. "I don't know why you lured us here. But since you want to fight us, then come on." Seeing Hiccup with such high fighting spirit, Cain Lei signaled for a stop. He no longer had the heart to fight them. "Let's just stop here. I don't want to fight you anymore." Hearing this, Hiccup was very confused. "Why? You're the one who lured us here, why don't you want to fight anymore?" Looking at Hiccup in front of him, Cain Lei simply stated that he just didn't want to. He also added, "You are no longer a match for me, so I've lost interest." He feels the same way. By this time, Astrid and Fishlegs, who had settled Snotlout and Roughnut, had returned. Hearing this, Astrid was particularly indignant. She then said to Cain Lei, "What? What do you mean we're no longer your match? We have 3 dragons now, and you only have 1. It should be you who is no longer our match." Hearing this, Fishlegs wanted to remind them that the opponent's dragon was a Titanwing Thunderdrum and was very capable in a fight. Actually, his dragon is a Thunderdrum, and a Titanwing at that, so it's very strong, Fishlegs blurted out, but he immediately received a cold glare from Astrid. Cain Lei seemed noncommittal toward Astrid's words. "Who told you I'm alone? Come out. Otherwise, they'll think I'm all by myself." Hearing Cain Lei tell her to come out, Volca expressed her displeasure. But she still sat on Li and, bringing Starry Night with her, flew down to Cain Lei's side. Seeing Volca flying down from the heights, along with a Night Fury, Fishlegs was the first to cry out. "Oh, there's another Night Fury." Hiccup and Toothless also discovered Volca, Starry Night, and Li. Toothless was very happy, but Hiccup wasn't so happy. Because the opponent now had 3 dragons, and their advantage had become negligible. Flying to Cain Lei's side, Volca said to him, "Didn't I tell you to go find some food? Why did you go off to play with other dragon riders instead?" After saying that, she hit Cain Lei on the head with the scabbard he had made for her. Having been hit, Cain Lei spoke slowly. "Wasn't I just bored? Besides, fighting dragon riders is quite fun. After all, when I fight you, I always have to hold back. Hearing Cain Lay say this, Valka was unhappy and hit him a few more times with the scabbard. Seeing this scene, Hiccup and the others felt very awkward. It felt a bit like a wife lecturing a husband who went out to buy groceries but came back with a bunch of snacks instead. Then Valka told Cain Lay to go down, she wanted to have a proper talk with him. Before leaving, Cain Lay said to Hiccup and the others, you guys should follow us down. In a bit, you can watch us fight. Hearing what Cain Lay said to them, they discussed it for a while and decided to follow them. Afterward, they flew toward the island below. Once on the ground, Cain Lay and Valka dismounted their dragons. After Cain Lay got off, Thunder flew away on his own to catch some fish to eat. Starry Night and the others went to play with Toothless. However, seeing that Toothless's tail fin was broken, they expressed sadness. Hiccup, standing nearby, explained that he was the one who broke it, and mentioned that Toothless had also broken his leg. But these were minor matters, because now, in the open space ahead, Cain Lay and Valka were preparing to battle. B. Lee, who was preparing to have a good talk with Cain Lay, was currently sizing him up. By this time, Snotlout, Roughnut, and the others who had been knocked out by the electricity had already woken up. Upon waking, they saw Cain Lay and B. Lee preparing for combat. They then voiced their confusion. Snotlout. What are they doing? Hiccup. Hiccup. It's hard to explain. A family dispute, perhaps. Roughnut. Oh. Is it a meeting between enemies? But both sides actually like each other. That's just fantastic. I've always wanted to see a fight like this. Toughnut felt the same way, but seeing the three Night Furies nearby, he suddenly found things very interesting. After discovering Starry Night and Nightlight, Toughnut looked at Hiccup with a face full of anticipation and said, Hiccup. Are those new Night Furies you found? Can I raise one? I promise I'll take good care of him. Looking at the expectant Toughnut, Hiccup was just about to explain. Snotlout and Roughnut next to him also noticed, and then they all started clamoring for one, which led to an argument among them. Seeing this scene, Hiccup explained loudly, I didn't find them, they did. Besides, those are their dragons and have nothing to do with us. As he spoke, he pointed at the two people preparing for combat. After hearing Hiccup's explanation, all three of them wore expressions of disappointment. However, they still stayed by the side to watch the fight between Cain Lay and B. Lee. While watching, Snotlout noticed that the person in the black and blue scales seemed to be the one who had been riding the Thunderdrum. He then asked Hiccup if Cain Lay was indeed the person who had been on the Thunderdrum. After receiving an affirmative answer, Snotlout simply found a spot to quietly watch the battle between them. Roughnut and Toughnut also watched quietly from the side. Meanwhile, the two preparing for combat had already charged toward each other. Both charged forward holding two blades, though the scabbards had not been removed. When they clashed, both used their twin blades to parry the other, but after a few seconds of deadlock, Cain Lay suddenly pulled back his right-hand blade and swung it horizontally toward B. Lee's waist. B. Lee used her right blade to block the strike Cain Lay aimed at her. After the attack was blocked, Cain Lay quickly pulled his body away from B. Lee's front and attacked from her side. B. Lee also knew the opponent would attack from the side, so she moved quickly to avoid the strike and look for a weak point in his defense to prepare her own attack. Having found an opening, B. Lee first attacked Cain Lay's lower body. Approaching Cain Lay, B. Lee swung her blade toward his thigh. However, it was blocked by Cain Lay's blade, and then Cain Lay swung his blade toward B. Lee's hand. Realizing what Cain Lay was trying to do, B. Lee performed a roll to dodge the blade aimed at her hand. Cain Lay didn't find it strange that B. Lee dodged his attack. They had been sparring like this for 3 years, and both were very familiar with each other's moves. Then Cain Lay held one blade horizontally in front of him and held the other with a reverse grip parallel to his arm, before charging toward B. Lee. He first swung one blade down. Seeing the attack coming, B. Lee used one blade to defend against the strike aimed at her, and then Cain Lay charged toward her with the reverse gripped blade held in front of him. Originally, if this charging move hit, it would be followed by a pull to the other side to open up a large gash. But here, Cain Lay just charged toward B. Lee. Realizing what Cain Lay intended, B. Lee first forcefully parried the blade swinging at her. Then she used one blade to block the incoming charge while the other blade thrust upward through the gap between the charging blades. After finding the gap, B. Lee used the strength of both hands to flick the blade out of Cain Lay's hand. Seeing his blade flicked away, Cain Lay moved in close and used his hand to press against B. Lee's neck, then said to her, "Looks like I win again." With her neck held, Li raised both hands in surrender and said to Cain Lay, "Yes, yes, yes, you win again. So can you let go of me now?" Hearing what Li said to him, Cain Lay immediately let go. After letting go, he raised his hands toward Hiccup and the others, but just as he turned around, Li used a leg sweep to knock him to the ground, then said to the fallen Cain Lay, "All is fair in war. It seems I'm the winner." Lying on the ground, Cain Lay gave a helpless smile, then got up, pulled back Li's mask, pushed back his own mask, and kissed her just like that. Hiccup and the others, who had just finished watching the fight, were now being fed a handful of dog food. After Cain Lay and the other finished their kiss, they said to Hiccup and the group, "Sorry for making you wait so long." Hiccup said it was fine and then asked, "Oh, well, what are your names?" Only then did Cain Lay remember that he still hadn't given his name. He then said to Hiccup, "Cain Lay." He then pointed to Li and said, "Li bo wen si te." Finally, he pointed to Starry Night and the others to introduce their names. After the introductions, it was Hiccup and the others' turn. Although Cain Lay knew their names, they didn't know his, and he still needed both sides to know each other's names. After talking for a while, Cain Lay mentioned that they wanted to find a place to rest for the night. Hiccup very happily stated that they could rest on Burke Island for the night. Then Hiccup led Cain Lay and the others back to Burke Island together. It was already night when they returned to Burke Island. Looking down at Burke Island from above the clouds was indeed a different feeling. However, for Hiccup and the others, it was something they were long accustomed to. Then Cain Lay and Li were invited by Hiccup to his home as guests, but Cain Lay also taught Hiccup how to use the dragon's dorsal fin, which counted as helping Hiccup out. After returning to Hiccup's home, Cain Lay saw Hiccup's father, Stoic, the chief here. After expressing his desire to stay for a few days, Stoic also agreed. Afterward, Cain Lay spent a few gold coins to buy 2 sheep for Thunder to eat, and joined Hiccup and the others for a bonfire party. They then ate the mutton roasted by Cain Lay while singing and dancing. Cain Lay's roasting skills were quite good, even earning praise from Stoic. Though the chili peppers helped, it was undeniable that Cain Lay's skill was excellent. After finishing the mutton, Cain Lay and Li went with Hiccup to his house to sleep. Cain and Volca spent a day here, most of which was spent with Hiccup and the others. Naturally, Volca and Cain's appearances were bound to be discussed. Most of the island's residents gossiped about Volca being cursed. Although Volca and Cain didn't mind, they still avoided going to places that were too crowded. There were also those attracted by the black and white duo who wanted to come and see. As for why they weren't wearing armor, I'll just say that wearing it every day is really exhausting, and it wasn't a time for battle. If they really needed to be ready for combat at every moment, they certainly would have worn it. Moreover, the armor was placed next to Thunder, who didn't want to deal with anyone except Cain and Volca. If anyone got too close, they would be attacked by Thunder, so Cain wasn't afraid of it being stolen. However, because she wasn't wearing her armor, Cain was afraid that Volca's skin and eyes would hurt from being exposed to the sun for too long. So the clothes Cain made for her covered everything except her head, leaving nothing exposed to the air. But since her head was exposed, Cain also made her a hat, as well as a pair of glasses made from polished Night Fury scales for her eyes. Although Volca felt a bit overwhelmed by Cain's overprotectiveness, she felt even more happy. Still, some people would come to cause trouble for Cain and Volca, but these were minor issues because Starry Night and Night Light would teach them a lesson. As for Thunder, he was still the same, preferring to find a spot and sleep. During that day, Cain discovered that the wind on Burke Island was quite good, neither too strong nor too weak, making it very suitable for windmills. That evening, he called Hiccup and Stoic over. Sitting together by the campfire, he said, "Hiccup, I've noticed the wind on Burke Island is very suitable for windmills." Hiccup heard a term he had never heard before. Although he didn't understand, he could ask Cain, "What is a windmill?" Seeing Hiccup ask, Cain explained in detail what a windmill was and what it was used for. Hearing this, both Hiccup and Stoic, who were nearby, were intrigued and asked Cain how to build a windmill. Cain didn't dawdle and took out a basic blueprint for a windmill from the small bag he carried. This was a blueprint Cain had drawn on his phone when he first realized the place was suitable for windmills. However, since it was a basic blueprint, some parts were left for them to discuss. Then, Hiccup and Stoic discussed it for a long time, making various edits to the blueprint, finally deciding how to build it and where to place it. Afterward, Cain also discussed the issue of Toothless with Hiccup, including how Toothless would fly if they were temporarily separated for some reason, and the unnecessary trouble such a separation might cause. Hiccup strongly agreed with Kane's explanation and planned to make that thing he had made before once he got back. Then, he taught Gobber and Fishlegs how to make Glencoe iron. He also taught Hiccup and the others some knowledge about dragons and taming techniques. After playing on Burke Island for a few more days, they prepared to go home. Before they left, Hiccup offered to see Kane and the others off, but Kane said it wasn't necessary. However, when Starry Night and the others left, Toothless was very reluctant to see them go. Seeing his companion's expression, Hiccup comforted Toothless and told him they would see each other often in the future. After spending half a day traveling home, Kane and Volca immediately collapsed onto their bed as soon as they finally arrived. They wanted to take a good day's rest. Because while on Burke Island, Kane had to accompany Volca everywhere every day, and Volca was also exhausted from all the walking. So they lay on the bed together and had a good sleep, until the next morning. At this moment, Kane looked at the still sleeping Volca and planned to wake her up in a bit, though the method would be the same as always, kissing her awake. Then, the kissed awake Volca looked at Kane and said, "Why do you always like to kiss me awake?" Watching the slightly annoyed Volca, Kane said, "Haven't you asked that so many times already? But no matter how many times, I'll say it, because I think you're beautiful when you sleep, so I want to kiss you awake. That way, when you wake up, you belong to me." Hearing Kane say this, Volca was practically numb to it because she had heard it so many times. However, every time Kane said it, she still felt very happy. Even so, she still gave Kane's head a gentle tap. Then she said to Kane, "You just simply want to wake me up and satisfy your possessiveness while you're at it." Hearing Volca say this about him, Kane immediately felt indignant. Then he said, "Aren't you the same? Every night you want me to hold you while you sleep, and then you ask me for a kiss." Hearing Kane say this about her, Volca blushed slightly. "Didn't you start it first? How can you blame me?" Hearing Volca say he started it, he first hugged her and said, "Then didn't you also not resist? So, do you want to kiss for a while longer?" After speaking, he quietly looked at Volca. Being stared at by Kane, Volca blushed and accepted. Then they kept kissing, only separating 10 minutes later. After separating, Volca said she would make breakfast today, and told Kane to get up, wash his face, and prepare for what they were going to do later. 10 minutes later, Kane sat at the table waiting for Volca to set out the breakfast. He first waited for her to finish cooking, and then they sat together to eat. Today, Volca made bread and roast meat, along with some stir-fried cured meat with chili peppers. After eating, Kane and Volca prepared to start a new day. Today, he and she needed to see if the pot of narwhals Kane had discovered earlier was still in that place. Although Kane hadn't eaten whale before, he had tried it once during these 3 years. He didn't much like the taste of whale fat, he preferred the taste of the meat. However, Thunder and the others ate it quite happily. John ate a third of it at once, and the rest was shared among the other dragons here, who also said it was quite delicious. But this time, they needed to get a bit more. Because Kane had a bold idea. Time arrived in the afternoon. Kane Lay, who was currently flying in the sky, was chatting with Volca. "I told you last time, I found a pot of narwhals here. Although I don't like eating them, they can serve as the reward for the dragon race I'm preparing." Volca, sitting on Night Light, couldn't help but want to pour cold water on Kane Lay when she saw his delighted expression. "You said that was, last time. Do you think they'd still be here?" Hearing Volca pour cold water on him, Kane Lay just scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh, then continued, "Although they might not be here, as long as we fly north, there definitely will be some. I can't guarantee it, but can't you just trust me?" After hearing Kane Lay's words, Volca knew that he hadn't come back here to check again at all. "I'm telling you, you haven't returned here even once, have you? And what do you mean, trust you? How could I possibly trust you? Remember last time you said to trust you, and then what happened? You actually tricked me into taking a hot spring bath with you." Hearing Volca accuse him of tricking her into bathing together, Kane Lay wasn't embarrassed at all, only saying, "What are you talking about? What is this nonsense? I clearly told you we were going to bathe together in the hot springs. How can you blame me just because you didn't hear clearly? What? You absolutely did not say that. You only said we were going to the hot springs, you never said we were bathing together." Volca immediately retorted after Kane Lay finished speaking. Hearing Volca's rebuttal, Kane Lay continued, "I clearly said it, you just didn't hear clearly. Besides, wasn't that bath very comfortable? Hearing Kane Lay mention that she felt comfortable bathing with him, she admitted that the hot spring was indeed very comfortable, but she still felt that Kane Lay had tricked her. Giving in reluctantly, Valka still said to Kane Lay, "I'm sorry. There, happy. Maybe I didn't hear clearly." After speaking, she turned her head away. She knew it was her own fault, because Kane Lay had never lied to her, so she really must have misheard. Kane Lay smiled at Valka after hearing her apology and said, all right, I know you understand that I didn't trick you. But how about we go to the hot springs together next time? Absolutely not. I'm going by myself. You are forbidden from bathing with me. After saying this, she crossed her arms over her chest and quietly stared at Kane Lay. Kane Lay knew it was a pity that they couldn't bathe together next time, but he still said, fine, Tilda, you can go bathe by yourself next time, alright. After the two continued chatting for a while, they discovered a small pod of narwhals. They then killed two horned narwhals and returned the way they came. If you think killing whales is cruel, I can tell you that it is actually quite normal, and they were killed for the dragons to eat, not for pleasure. Moreover, the whaling ships of the past were truly cruel. Those who are interested can search for that themselves. It took Kane Lay and the others half a day to fly back home. As for why they returned so late, mainly, the whales were a bit heavy, so it took some time to return. After returning, they removed the narwhal horns, and then took a little bit of the remaining meat and fat. The rest was completely devoured by the dragons. When night fell, Valka prepared to go to the hot springs. Kane Lay didn't plan to join her, he still had unfinished business today. When the next day arrived, Kane Lay and Valka, having already finished eating, were standing on a large open area. Kane Lay then pulled out a megaphone from behind him and addressed the crowd of dragons in front. Ahem, tilde, quiet, quiet. After he spoke, the dragon crowd in front of him quieted down. Once he saw the dragons quiet down, Kane Lay continued, welcome everyone to the dragon race, which is starting this year. Because this is the inaugural dragon race, our rules might not be perfect, but that's fine, because even cheating is considered your skill. But before we start, I must introduce the dragons participating this year in this year's competition events. First up is our old friend, Sharp Blade. After he spoke, Sharp Blade flew out from the dragon crowd. Next is the leader of the Natter Dragons, Purple Thorn. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple and brown Natter Dragon flew out from the crowd. And we have the Great Wing of the Dark Knight, Dark Flight. Dark Flight also flew out from the dragon crowd. Next is the Titan Wing Gronkle, Shield Mountain. Then, a brown and green Titan Wing Gronkle flew out from the dragon crowd. Finally, the explosive Great Dragon, Volcano. A red and purple Titan Wing Night Fury also flew out from the dragon crowd. These 5 dragons respectively represent 5 dragon classifications: Fantasy, Tracker, Sharp Class, Boulder, and Fire Dragon. Although I really want to say that Natters should clearly be Sharp Class, if the official classification says otherwise, I can't do anything about it. The remaining classes are Strike Class and Aquatic. As for why these 2 types of dragons are not participating, the Strike Class dragons are too clever and unsuitable, and the Aquatic Class dragons rely too much on water, which doesn't meet the standards of the dragon race he prepared, so they were not allowed to participate. Next are our competition events. First is Search, then Agility, and finally Attack. Let's talk about Search first. Do you see the stone in my hand? As he spoke, he picked up a marked stone and made them look closely. Last night, I placed 10 such stones all over the island. Now you need to find them. The dragon that finds a stone gets 1 point. The dragon with the highest score after 3 rounds wins. The victorious dragon will receive the fish over there, he said, pointing to the pile of fish that was 8 meters high. The 5 dragons who saw the fish pile all became excited. Then they started roaring at each other. All right, no fighting. After saying this, he called Thunder up to stop them from preparing to fight. As soon as Thunder stepped up, its entire body crackled with intimidating electric arcs, causing the dragons, intimidated by Thunder, to stop. Then they all properly listened to Kane Lay speak. Honestly, you guys, is it that hard to listen to me finish speaking? Where was I? Right, this competition allows contestants to attack each other and steal each other's stones. As long as the stone is not returned by a contestant, it remains ownerless. However, once returned, the dragon who brought it back gets 1 point. But be careful, attacking is fine, but don't attack too excessively. The referee will supervise. But now, stand ready and listen for my command. 3, 2, 1, go. He then looked at Valka, referee. Referee, don't space out. Follow along, follow along. And so, Valka, who was standing nearby, was assigned by Kane Lay to be the referee. At this moment, Valka, sitting on Night Light, was very displeased. She had clearly just come to watch a match, but was inexplicably dragged into being a referee. She was currently watching the positions of Purple Thorn and Dark Flight, as the score had already reached a fever pitch. Currently, Sharp Blade has 1 point, Shield Mountain 0, Volcano 2, Purple Thorn 3, and Dark Flight 3. Now, only the final point can decide the winner. The gap in the score is only 1 point, so the competition between Purple Thorn and Dark Flight is still quite intense. At this time, Kane was still speaking in the open space. The gap between Purple Thorn and Dark Flight is now only 1 point. So, who will emerge victorious this time? After Kane finished speaking, all the dragons nearby became excited. Since the winning dragon would share the pile of fish with them, they didn't care too much about who actually won. However, that didn't stop them from cheering for the competitors. While they were cheering, Kane noticed that Shield Mountain seemed to be holding a stone in his claws. I didn't expect Shield Mountain to be the one to find the stone later, so, will he actually be able to bring it back? While Shield Mountain was still laughing in the sky, Purple Thorn and Dark Flight had already spotted him holding the stone. When they saw the stone in Shield Mountain's claws, they both chose at the same time to charge toward him. Down below, Kane had already noticed Purple Thorn and Dark Flight charging at Shield Mountain. Oh, it looks like our Shield Mountain won't be able to bring that stone back. After Kane spoke, all the dragons on the ground noticed Shield Mountain and the others. However, Shield Mountain, being at the center of it all, also noticed Purple Thorn and Dark Flight rushing toward him. Upon discovering them, Shield Mountain stopped his downward flight. Once Shield Mountain stopped, Purple Thorn and Dark Flight also came to a halt. After they all stopped, Purple Thorn and the others began a standoff. Shield Mountain gripped the stone firmly with his claws to prevent them from snatching it. Then the 3 dragons confronted each other in the air, but Purple Thorn was the first to launch an attack. Purple Thorn's tail stood up, and then he threw his spines toward Shield Mountain. Beside them, Dark Flight also seized the opportunity to fire a breath attack at Purple Thorn's position. Under attack, Shield Mountain spun in the air and used his tail to swat the spines aside. Then, being attacked by Dark Flight, Purple Thorn managed to dodge and immediately fired a breath attack back at Dark Flight. Afterward, they began a chaotic melee, however, they clearly didn't realize the dragon flock was directly below. Shield Mountain's breath attack even hit several bystander dragons. In the end, Shield Mountain was the one who placed it on the ground, so he earned a point. Thus, the final result was Purple Thorn and Dark Flight tied for first, Volcano in second, and Sharp Blade and Shield Mountain in third. Then Kane said, "Let us welcome our champions. Purple Thorn and Dark Flight." Hearing Kane say this, the dragon flock also cheered, as if they were truly happy for them. Then Kane pointed toward the 2 piles of fish. Because there were 2 champions in this match, the original pile of fish was split into 2. Then there were the fish piles for the runner-up and third place, and of course, the fish pile for the audience. After they finished eating the fish, Kane continued, "Very well, everyone. Now that the first match is complete, next is the agility race. Contestants and spectators, follow me to the agility race grounds." After saying that, he rode Thunder and led the dragon flock toward the agility race grounds. Upon arriving, they saw a track with swinging logs moving back and forth. There were also 20 dragons standing by. Kane intended for them to use their breath attacks to interfere with the flight. Then Kane began to explain the rules for this event. "Ahem, everyone, let me explain the rules first. You start from here," he said, pointing to a line drawn on the ground. "Then fly to that tree over there, circle it, and fly back. Upon returning, the victory condition will be based on the amount of sand left in the hourglass. However, because this was a dragon race, only 1 dragon would complete the course at a time. After 1 dragon finished, the next would begin. Let's just jump to the results this time. First was Shield Mountain, second was Sharp Blade, third was Dark Flight, fourth was Purple Thorn, and last was Volcano. As for why Shield Mountain was first, firstly, the track wasn't long, and secondly, Gronkle dragons are quite maneuverable. The last place for Volcano is easy to understand. Monstrous nightmares have bad tempers and aren't very agile. Most importantly, after being hit by the pillars a few times, he started destroying the course, so Kane and Valka gave him last place. Then came the prizes. Shield Mountain received a pile of delicious stones, Sharp Blade got half a wild boar, Dark Flight got the other half, and the remaining two dragons both received piles of fish. They moved to the final event, the attack arena. This match was also an individual dragon event, and no attacks other than breath attacks were allowed. This meant that the strengths of Purple Thorn and Sharp Blade could not be utilized. The rule was to stand on a platform and attack wooden boards that popped up, which had been treated for fire resistance, of course. The match would last until the hourglass ran out, and the winner would be decided by the number of wooden boards hit. Again, let's just go straight to the results. First was Volcano with 22 boards, second were Purple Thorn and Dark Flight with 20, and third were Sharp Blade and Shield Mountain with 18. Afterward was the reward segment, which as usual consisted of fish piles, stones, and a wild boar. After the competition was finished, Kane and Valka began to clean up the aftermath. By the time they finished cleaning, it was already night. When night fell, Kane rode Thunder to a place he often visited. Valka also knew that place, so she rode Nightlight along with Starry Night to get there. Upon arrival, she saw Kane sitting on a sea cliff, with Thunder lying quietly beside him. Seeing this scene, Valka said to Kane, "You still like coming here at night?" Hearing Valka say this, Kane responded to her words. "Yeah, I really like it here. Feeling the sea breeze, looking at the moon in the sky, it's very, very beautiful. But isn't it better now that you're here too? So, want to join me?" After saying that, he patted the spot next to him, inviting Valka to sit. Hearing that Kane wanted her to sit beside him, Valka approached, but as she got close, she reached out her hand toward him. Seeing Valka reach out her hand, Kane prepared to pull her down to sit. However, the moment his hand touched hers, Valka suddenly gave Kane an over-the-shoulder throw. Kane, having been thrown, lay on the ground and asked Valka, "Why did you do that?" Hearing Kane's question, Valka became angry and snapped at him, "You have the nerve to ask why. Today, I was inexplicably dragged by you to be a referee, and then dragged along to clean up the mess from the dragon race." Hearing Valka complain about him, Kane said, all right, it's my fault. But didn't you actually quite enjoy it? Fine, I admit I quite liked this day." Having been called out by Kane that she also enjoyed the day, Valka admitted it quite frankly. Kane, who had been thrown, sat up and looked at Valka. At this moment, she was breathtakingly beautiful, her silhouette was framed by the moon, and her hair was lightly tossed by the sea breeze, making her look like a goddess from the moon. Seeing this, Kane felt that Valka's beauty and the beauty of nature were perfectly fused together. Then he suddenly hugged Valka. Startled by the sudden embrace, Valka asked him, "What are you doing?" "It's nothing, just let me hold you for a while, just a moment. You are so beautiful right now, I want to hold you tight so that you truly belong to me." After saying that, he hugged Valka tightly. After hearing Kane's words, Valka understood. Kane simply thought she was too beautiful just now, and he wanted to hold her so she would feel like she belonged to him, a strange possessiveness. Then she also hugged Kane tightly, and they kissed. Clearly, both of their levels of possessiveness were similar, they both feared the other might suddenly disappear, and this emotion gave them both a frantic possessiveness toward each other. In simple terms, it was the love of two little yanderes. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
How to Train Your Dragon, Thunder Dragon Knight. Part 2. 3 days had passed since the dragon race. Life continued as usual over the next few days. Except now, the two of them were cleaning the barnacles off Erjan early in the morning. Cleaning barnacles was a monthly task, because Erjan was so large, many barnacles would parasitize her body, so someone had to clean them off. However, because she was so big, it was difficult for just 2 people to finish the job, so they called 10 gronkles to help. Specifically, the gronkles would spit lava onto the barnacles, and then the 2 of them would clean them off. This method was quite effective, much more so than just using a shovel. "So, are we just cleaning barnacles today?" Valka asked Kane. Kane, who was cleaning barnacles on Erjan, replied to Valka. "Of course not. After we're done with the barnacles, I want to visit Burke Island for a bit. Although it's nice here, I still like going out to play so I don't get too bored." After hearing Kane, Valka also wanted to go, as living here for a long time had made many things a bit dull. "Alright, I want to go too. How could I forget you? Of course I'm taking my wife along for some fun." Hearing Kane call her his wife, Valka showed no expression but instead reminded him. Then can my dear husband work a bit faster? Stop resting every other moment. After being scolded by Valka, Kane just gave an awkward smile and worked faster. They worked from morning until nearly noon before they finally finished cleaning the barnacles off Erjan. After cleaning the barnacles, Erjan nuzzled her head against Kane and Valka's, then went back to sleep. As for the gronkles that helped them, Kane prepared a pile of rocks for them to eat as a reward. Finally, after making preparations, Kane and the others got ready to go to Burke Island, and they invited Roar to come along. After all, Roar was a shut-in dragon and needed to get out and move around more. Kane also brought a horror dragon to serve as a messenger for Hiccup and the others, her name was also Messenger. Once again, they arrived at Burke Island. Upon arriving at Burke Island, they saw Hiccup and the others at Gobber's smithy, seemingly discussing something. Have you ever seen anything like this dragon eye before? Hearing Hiccup's words, Snotlout was the first to ask, Dragon eye. How do you know it's called a dragon eye? Facing Snotlout's question, Hiccup replied flatly, because I just named it. Hearing that Hiccup had just named it, Snotlout said, shouldn't we put it to a vote? Right after Snotlout spoke, Hiccup added, alright, those in favor say, Dragon eye. Dragon eye. X4. Seeing that all four agreed, Snotlout felt a bit embarrassed, but he still said, fine, I just wanted to make sure we actually voted. Kane, who had been waiting for them to finish, was finally able to speak. So, what are you all discussing here? Everyone turned to look at Kane and the others. Seeing it was them, Hiccup welcomed Kane and Valka. Long time no see, Kane and Valka. Long time no see, Hiccup and everyone. Then Kane and Hiccup shook hands as a greeting. What are you doing here, Hiccup? Kane asked again. Hiccup then explained to Kane that after they found the dragon eye, they wanted to bring it to Gobber to see if he could open it. Although Kane knew how to use it, he wanted to see what Hiccup would do. It could be said he had a bit of a mischievous side. Alright, I think I understand. But Gobber, can you open it? Having heard the story, Kane asked Gobber. Astrid was originally going to ask, but she was chatting with V. Lee, so Kane asked instead. Hearing Kane ask if he could open it, Gobber laughed and said, haha. You're asking me if I can open it. I once pried open a 500-year-old giant clam with my bare hands, on the seabed. And you're asking me if I can open this. Ha. After saying that, he began to try and force the dragon eye open. I think if I just do this, isn't this? Before he could finish, a quill shot out from the dragon eye. The quill flew towards Snotlout. Being hit, Snotlout said, what is this? It looks like a. Before he could finish, he collapsed. Nearby, Roughnut began to laugh. That looks like something, maybe. Seeing he had caused trouble, Gobber ignored Snotlout and continued working on the dragon eye. However, Hiccup saw that it might be dangerous and planned to do it himself, and he intended to warn Gobber. Gobber, you'd better not. Trust me, I can. Before he could finish, Gobber triggered another switch, but this time it sprayed out gas similar to a two-headed dragon's gas. It looked similar, but it probably wasn't. Meanwhile, Snotlout, who had been on the ground, got up. I'm fine, guys. I think I was just hit by something, but now. But the newly awakened Snotlout smelled the green gas. Okay, forget I said anything. After saying that, he fell back down and started twitching. Seeing Snotlout twitching, Hiccup said, I think we should go find Gothi. At Gothi's house, Gothi lifted the twitching Snotlout's head and poured medicine into his mouth. After taking the medicine, Snotlout shook his body and said his teeth were very itchy. Then Gothi wrote on the ground. Gobber, watching, said, she says that's a good sign, proving the medicine is working. While Snotlout scratched his teeth, Hiccup said to Gothi, thank you, Gothi. We really appreciate it. As Hiccup expressed his thanks, Gobber tapped the dragon eye. Gothi's gaze was drawn to it, and after seeing the shape on the lock, she turned away. Noticing Gothi's reaction, Hiccup asked, Gothi, are you okay? What's wrong? Concerned by Hiccup, Gothi showed him a scar on her hand, but then she left. Gothi. Hiccup tried to stop her, but she had already gone. Then Hiccup said to Fishlegs, her scar matches the keyhole perfectly. Fishlegs said, yeah, it looks like a dragon bite to me. Gobber added, yes, it certainly was. But she doesn't like to talk about that. Fishlegs remarked, she doesn't like to talk at all. Snotlout, scratching his teeth, said, no wonder she likes writing in the dirt with a stick. I thought it was just her character trait. Roughnut, next to Snotlout, also complained. Yeah, just like how Snotlout has no luck with women. Snotlout. Maybe we can use her stick to scratch my teeth. While they were talking, Hiccup and Fishlegs planned to follow Gothi to find out what dragon injured her. But Gobber noticed them. Where are you going? Hiccup. Following her. We must find out which dragon left that scar. It could be the key to opening the dragon eye. At this point, Kane, who had been a bystander for a long time, finally spoke up. Snow Wraith. That dragon is a snow wraith. Hiccup and Fishlegs were surprised. Kane, you know about it? Hiccup and Fishlegs asked. Kane. Of course. After all, my first encounter with Thunder was fighting a snow wraith. Hearing that Kane knew the dragon, they asked, then do you know where they live? Kane. I don't. Because we only drove them off back then. After that, Thunder and I quickly left the area. But I know their weakness. Knowing Kane didn't know the location, they planned to continue asking Gothi. But hearing that Kane knew their weakness, Hiccup invited him to go with them. Then Gobber said, looks like I'll have to step in. I have several ways to make her talk. I mean write it down. Whatever. Night fell quickly. Once night arrived, everyone gathered around a pot. Then Gobber opened the pot lid. This is considered the old woman's weakness, isn't it? Gobber then fanned the aroma wafting from the pot with his hand. Come on, you know you can't resist Gobber's homemade yak noodle soup. Gothi, smelling the fragrance of the yak noodle soup, kept swallowing her saliva. She looked at Hiccup and the others, then looked at the noodles, and finally chose to eat the noodles. After a while, Gothi was seen lifting the pot, trying to drink the last of the soup inside. Fishlegs, seeing this scene, said to Hiccup, ho ho, she's gobbling it down like a fiery ox. After speaking, he thought for a moment. What I just said wasn't offensive, was it? Gothi, finding the pot empty, tossed it aside and sat down on a stool to rest. As Gothi sat on the stool, Gobber walked up beside her and looked at her. Gothi also looked at Hiccup and the others. Hiccup, noticing Gothi looking at them, asked her, now, tell me about the scar. Hearing Hiccup's words, Gothi began drawing on the ground, while Gobber spoke on her behalf. I was a blind cart, back then, Gobber said, but Gothi immediately hit him on the head with her staff. Gobber, having been hit, quickly said, oh, a youngster, sorry. Then Gothi continued drawing, and Gobber kept talking beside her. I was yearning to climb the glacier island to fetch pure glacial water with healing properties. So I set off with 2 male losers, he said, and was hit by Gothi again. Oh, Vikings, sorry, my brain's a bit rusty. After saying this, the scene shifted back to Gothi and the 2 Vikings ascending the glacier island. We had only been at the summit for a few hours when we encountered a terrible blizzard, and that's when it attacked. A blizzard suddenly appeared in the scene. He was extremely wicked. As she spoke, one of her companions was suddenly snatched away by a snow wraith attack. Cold-blooded and ruthless. Then the other one was also captured. And its ghostly figure concealed itself in the falling snow. As she spoke, the snow wraith darted past Gothi. That was the white ghost. Finally, it stopped behind Gothi and bit her arm. Gothi forcefully hit the snow wraith's head, and the annoyed snow wraith tossed Gothi away. The tossed Gothi landed neatly in a snowdrift, evading the snow wraith's attack. I'll never know why it didn't finish me off that day. I only know one thing. I never want to walk inside that dragon again. Walk inside. Oh, and then he was hit again. I never want to meet that dragon again. After speaking, he began complaining about Gothi. Old woman, your drawing is getting worse, you know. He had just finished speaking when he saw Gothi raising her staff. But you still hit just as hard. Hiccup, who had listened to Gothi's story nearby, said, Gothi, a snow wraith tooth is the key to unlocking the dragon eye. You must help us find it. Hearing Hiccup's words, Gothi drew something on the ground. Seeing what Gothi drew, Gobber said, I can't tell him that. He's the chief's son. Hearing Gobber say this, Gothi continued drawing on the ground. Gobber, standing nearby, continued, she says she wouldn't go back there even if she died. Besides, Burke Island needs her. That's true, she's our best healer. After Gobber finished, Hiccup said, Gobber can replace you. Oh, I can, of course I can. I've watched Gothi heal so many people, I actually know this place inside and out now. Kane heard Gobber say this and felt uneasy. Kane then spoke up, may I recommend someone, Hiccup? Hiccup heard Kane speak and replied, of course you can, Kane. Hearing Hiccup agree, Kane continued, I recommend Volka to be the temporary healer. After all, we two lived alone on an island, and we have some skill in medicine. Hearing Kane recommend her, Volka said nothing, only nodded beside him. Hearing Kane's recommendation, Gabra was ready to let Volka take the role, as he knew he didn't really have the capability himself. Alright, then let Volka be the healer. I also need to treat the dragons and watch over the forge. Seeing Gabra agree, Hiccup also decided to let Volka be the temporary healer. Then he began persuading Gothi. You are afraid of the snow wraith, but you don't need to be anymore. Kane knows their weakness, so we can go back and get revenge for you. After speaking and seeing Gothi look hesitant, Hiccup decided to continue. You must also remember the two Vikings who went to the glacier island with you, right? Don't you want to avenge them? Hearing this, Gothi decided to help Hiccup and the others find the snow wraith, not just for them, but for herself too. Time moved on to the next day. At this time, 7 dragons were flying together toward the glacier island. When they flew close to the glacier island, Hiccup began marveling at its immense size. Look at the size of that island. Then Fishlegs, flying behind, started up again, looking like an obsessed fan. Oh, the Book of Dragons mentions the snow wraith, but it doesn't have detailed information. Can you believe it? A new dragon. It's been so long, I've forgotten what this feeling is like. However, he quickly realized what was happening when he saw Ruffnut and Snotlout looking at him with strange expressions. Sorry, I'm just too excited about a new dragon. While they were talking, Astrid also spoke up. Are you saying that dragon single-handedly took out Gothi's entire search party? That's right. This long flight was worth it. But at this moment, Snotlout spoke up nearby. It's easy for you to talk when you're not the one with an old woman's drool all over your neck. Then they saw Gothi sleeping on Snotlout's back and drooling. Alright everyone, we've arrived. Oh, thank the gods. Then they landed. After landing, Snotlout was seen preparing to help Gothi down like a gentleman, but just as Gothi put her hand on Snotlout's, he pulled his hand back. Ah, my hand slipped. Oh, I'm so sorry. The rising Gothi was very angry, and she used her staff to trip Snotlout by his foot. Snotlout, having been tripped, said, we're even. Astrid, watching this scene nearby, happily said, you know what, we should bring her along more often. But then Kane said, everyone, we're not here to play. Stick to the plan. Snow wraiths mostly hunt only during blizzards, so hurry up and grab a dummy from Roar here, and then quickly bury yourselves in the snow. Alright, everyone, follow Kane's instructions, Hiccup said nearby. Then they did as Kane instructed. After sticking the dummy into the ground, they surrounded it in a circle. After a moment, a blizzard arrived. Seeing the blizzard start, Kane signaled Hiccup with his eyes. Hiccup, having been signaled by Kane, knew what to do. Fire. Toothless, hearing Hiccup's command, fired a blast toward the dummy. The dummy, hit by the blast, burst into flames, which was due to the monstrous nightmare saliva coating it. Suddenly, the snow wraith attacked the dummy. After spotting the snow wraith attacking the dummy, Kane planned to ambush it during its next attack. Then, waiting for the snow wraith's next attack, Kane ordered Thunder to attack. However, the snow wraith seemed to sense something and suddenly turned toward the other side. Surround it now. Kane, realizing they were exposed, had all the people and dragons come out and surround the snow wraith. Just as everyone surrounded the snow wraith, Gothi suddenly charged toward it, rushing over and hitting the snow wraith's head. The snow wraith, having been hit a few times, bit Gothi's staff, and then Gothi flung it away. Then, it suddenly flew off and vanished into the blizzard. Hiccup, seeing the snow wraith disappear, was agitated. No, it got away. We need to redesign the plan. Just as Hiccup was about to formulate a new plan, Gothi poked him with her hand. Not right now, Gothi. Hiccup said to Gothi, intending to continue speaking, but Gothi poked him again. I said wait a moment, Gothi. Everyone, I was just saying. Gothi. Hiccup then turned around and saw a tooth stuck in Gothi's staff. Ah, a tooth. After obtaining the snow wraith's tooth, they decided to leave. Although the operation wasn't entirely smooth, it was quite successful. At the very least, they got the snow wraith's tooth. How does it feel to be a healer here, Volka? Upon returning, Kane immediately sought out Volka and asked how she felt about the role. Not bad. I helped someone caught in a trap, someone with a thorn in their foot, and someone with a stomach ache, Volka said, recounting her day's experiences. However, as they were talking, Fishleg's eyes slowly drifted toward the pendant on Volka's chest, specifically, the tooth. Hiccup, doesn't that look like a snow wraith tooth? Fishlegs then directed Hiccup's attention to the pendant. It does seem to be, but it doesn't matter now, Hiccup thought for a moment and then dismissed it. Although the other party didn't give us the tooth, getting it for us is the same thing. Alright everyone, does anyone know how to use this thing? Snotlout asked everyone while watching from the side. I'm trying to figure out the dragon eye, Fishlegs said, though he was just turning the parts that could be rotated. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. We'll study the dragon eye tomorrow. Everyone, go get some good rest. Since the sun was already about to set, well, that's not quite right, anyway, it was getting dark. Once it was dark, Hiccup planned to let everyone go back to sleep. Fine. Anyway, I've been watching Fishlegs mess with this for ages, it's not interesting at all, Snotlout said, planning to head back to sleep. Wait for me, don't make it look like I enjoy watching it either, Roughnut said before running over to head back with Snotlout. After saying goodbye to everyone, they all went back to sleep. However, this time Kane Lay and the others didn't go to Hiccup's house to sleep, they brought their own tents. Then Hiccup took the dragon eye back with him, planning to study it a bit before sleeping. Although he was studying it very hard, he still had no way of knowing how to use it. He was about to go to sleep and study it tomorrow when Toothless, intending to use his breath to heat up his stone slab for sleep, had his breath's light shine onto the dragon eye. Some patterns appeared in front of the illuminated dragon eye. Then Hiccup discovered these patterns. He first looked at the patterns, and then at Toothless, who was using his breath. Having discovered the key, Hiccup said to Toothless. Toothless, come over here for a second. After Hiccup positioned the dragon eye, he continued, one more time, bud. Give me a little fire. After Hiccup finished speaking, Toothless went behind the dragon eye and opened his mouth. There was light inside his mouth, but it was over after just a brief moment. However, the dragon eye, having been illuminated by the light, continued to glow, and there were still patterns in front of it. Whoa tilde, Hiccup exclaimed in awe upon seeing the complete pattern. Then he uttered the famous line from the TV show, this will change everything. Toothless, one more time, Hiccup said to Toothless after calling everyone to his room. Wow, that's incredible. Astrid marveled while looking at the patterns projected by the dragon eye. Beside her, Snotlout, Roughnut, and Toughnut also made sounds of amazement. Going to the places on this is definitely worth it. Fishlegs said, his eyes shining as he looked at the patterns. Fishlegs, do you have a way to decipher the patterns on it? Hiccup asked Fishlegs. Fishlegs walked up to the patterns and said, these maps, markings, I haven't seen a single one of them before. And these characters. I've never seen the words on here. What's this one in the middle? Snotlout pointed at the thing in the center. That might be some tribe's totem or something else, Hiccup answered. Oh, I like this one much better than our tribe's totem, Toughnut said with a happy face. Then Hiccup reminded Toughnut, Toughnut, we don't have a tribe totem. Well, we should have one. And it should be this one. Toughnut and Roughnut said in coordination. As they were speaking, Fishlegs said, Hiccup, this map, have you noticed? Hiccup followed up, saying, it has lands beyond the archipelago on it. I know. Then they looked at each other, but Astrid spoke up. So, what's our next step? Kane Lay and V Lee watched them talk from the side. Kane Lay knew about this pattern, but similarly, he had felt it was useless and had tossed that dragon eye aside. But V Lee didn't know, she was still looking at the patterns. This was mainly because Kane Lay had taken the dragon eye out to play with it for a bit back then before putting it back, and then never took it out again. Although Kane Lay also liked adventure, he currently prioritized his life and hadn't thought about using the dragon eye for exploration for the time being. Also, he had actually forgotten about it. If Hiccup and the others didn't also have a dragon eye, Kane Lay might have forgotten he had one too. After all, when he got it, it coincided with when Sonic Wave saved V Lee, and after that, it was just happy times with V Lee. But there was no helping it, who told V Lee to happen to crash right into Kane Lay's heart. Afterward, Hiccup called his father, Snotlout's father, Gobber, Sven, Bacter, and Mulch. The last two were found on the How to Train Your Dragon Chinese wiki and might be inaccurate. Then Hiccup said at the front, look at this. There are maps on here we've never seen, writing we can't understand, and dragons we've never encountered. This is unbelievable. This dragon eye, it's proof that there's an entire unknown world out there, a world we must explore. After finishing, Hiccup looked at the people around the table with a face full of confidence. After hearing Hiccup's speech, Gobber said, this will definitely affect the council's normal work. Actually, after Hiccup finished speaking, Toothless closed his mouth. Once he closed his mouth, the patterns disappeared along with it. To this, I say it's none of my business. After Gobber finished, Stoic said, "It's all right, boys, you can speak your minds freely. After all, we are a council, and that's why we're here." After Stoic finished, Stoic the Vast said, "For these past 3 years, we've lived very peacefully. It's been the best time on Burke Island since I can remember. I think we all know very well that when you go looking for trouble, you always truly find it. It turns out Snotlout's dad really wasn't wrong." After Stoic the Vast finished, the silent Sven spoke up, even though he used to be quite quiet. "I agree with Stoic the Vast. If this dragon eye leads us to discover unknown places and dragons we've never seen, then those might not necessarily have a good outcome." After hearing Sven's statement, Hiccup countered, "I completely disagree, Sven. Look around you. How can you say discovering new dragon species won't have a good outcome? If there really are other kinds of dragons out there, we have to find them." Hearing these words, Stoic the Vast said, "If you and the other writers really have nothing else to do, you should catch Dagur and send him to the prison where he belongs." After Stoic the Vast finished, Hiccup followed up by adding, "That's exactly another reason to go looking. Dagur is coming for us. He thinks we can't outrun them, but we'll find him right there." After hearing Hiccup finish, Stoic the Vast said to Stoic, "Stoic, when are you going to jump in and say, let's pause this discussion for a moment?" Hearing Stoic the Vast mention him, Stoic also stepped forward and said, "You're right, Stoic the Vast. We should pause this discussion." "Dad," Hiccup said, hearing Stoic say this, wanting to continue saying something. "Son, let me say a few words. This is relatively important for you or them." Hearing his father say this, Hiccup didn't want to continue speaking anymore. After soothing his son, Stoic continued, "Stoic the Vast, you are completely right. These 3 years have indeed been the best years we've had. Nothing is more important than peace, whether it's peace in our lives, peace with neighboring countries, or peace with dragons." Hearing Stoic say this, Stoic the Vast expressed satisfaction, but Hiccup walked to the back in disappointment. "Having said all that, I want to ask you, Stoic the Vast, when the two of us first saw Alvin, everyone told us to stay far away. And what did we do?" Hearing this, Gobber said excitedly, "Crush him, that's what you did." Hearing Gobber say this, Stoic said to Gobber, "Thank you, Gobber." And Gobber expressed his thanks, "It's my honor, Chief," and then even gave a salute with his left prosthetic arm. Then Stoic continued, "After Valka was taken away, when I went to find her, who among you could stop me? Actually, strictly speaking, you're the chief, so no one could stop you." Gobber debunked upon hearing Stoic mention this. Hearing Gobber debunk him like that, Stoic had no choice but to continue, "Yes, Gobber, you're right. But you know where I'm going with this. Think about what is the most important thing to each of you. Ask yourselves, how much are you willing to pay for it? What risks would you take?" At this point, Stoic placed his hand on Hiccup's shoulder and made eye contact with him. "This boy's life is with dragons. His life is like this now, and it will still be like this in the future. Even if we wanted to stop him, we couldn't. So we might as well support him." After saying that, he placed both hands on Hiccup's shoulders and said to him, "Go, lad. Find the thing that drives you forward. Whatever it is, when you find it, Burke Island will be right here waiting for you." Hiccup was very happy to hear his father say this, but Gobber joked from the side, "You'd better go quickly before his nostalgia fades or he changes his mind." Then Hiccup called Toothless. Toothless looked at Stoic before leaving, and Stoic said to Toothless, "Take care of my boy, Dragon." After that, the two of them looked at each other for a while until Stoic nodded, then Toothless left with the dragon eye in his mouth. Time moved to daylight, and at this time, Hiccup and Toothless were stopped in front of a patch of fog. "Are you ready?" Hiccup, sitting on Toothless, asked him. "Blah, blah, blah, why do you have to prepare beforehand for everything?" Snotlout, sitting on Toothless, said to Hiccup. Seeing Snotlout here, Hiccup looked to the other side and found Fishlegs and the others were also there, and of course, Arcane Lay and B. Lee. After Snotlout flew to the front of the team, he said, "Just go already." Hearing Snotlout, Hiccup still said worriedly, "All right, but if anyone has any misgivings." However, before he could finish, Fishlegs and the others flew off first. "All right, Cane Lay, don't you guys need to go back?" Hiccup expressed helplessness at his companions' personalities, and then asked Cane Lay. "Anyway, this time was originally for coming out to play, so it's the same wherever we go," Cane Lay answered Hiccup. After hearing that, Hiccup looked at V. Lee again. After V. Lee nodded, Hiccup flew off together with them. Only Snotlout shouted loudly at this time, onward to the beautiful unknown. Then they all started saying it too, though Kane Lay didn't. V. Lee, however, followed along and said it. Toward the beautiful unknown. That was Snotlout, slumped on Toothless and speaking without energy. Can't we just fly properly? We've been at it forever, aren't you tired? The others were no better, all draped listlessly over their dragons. The dragons felt the same, every one of them was exhausted. Apart from Storm and Roar, they'd all been flying for ages and needed rest. All right, everyone, Hiccup called, swooping ahead with a rallying speech. I know the last stretch was rough, but nothing worth having comes easy. It clearly didn't help. Is this your riddle? Wrong moment, Hiccup. We have to keep saying, toward the beautiful unknown. Snotlout glared at him while he said it. Oh, come on. Why doesn't Kane Lay have to say it? Catching the cue, Kane Lay shot back, why are you looking at me? I'm not saying, toward the beautiful unknown. It's pointless. He glanced at Volca as he finished. The look stung Volca. Stung, she turned syrupy sweet. Oh Tilda, pointless, you say. When you were holding me on Nightlight you screamed it the whole way. Kane Lay, publicly dismantled, only shrugged. All right, not pointless, just the wrong person saying it. The bystanders, force-fed another helping of couples bliss, had long since stopped caring. The two were inseparable, nothing they could do. Hiccup watched the daily Kane Lay and Volca show and felt his soul leave his body. Right now they needed somewhere to land. Okay, Toothless, find us a spot nearby. Toothless answered with the draconic version of echolocation. One echoing roar later, nothing. Still nothing, but the weather was turning vile. Rain began to lash them. Because of it, Kane Lay couldn't stay on Storm. He switched to Roar. At Kane Lay's signal, Roar drew alongside and he stepped from Storm's back onto Roar's. Once he was settled, Astrid spoke up. The farther we go, the worse it gets. Fishlegs, agreeing, called to Hiccup, we should turn back. We've been flying a full day straight. Hiccup saw his chance. This was the closest he'd ever been to the world beyond the archipelago, and he wouldn't give it up. He answered Fishlegs, we push on until we're out of these clouds. Ahead, a patch of cloud glowed, fringe of the storm bank. Astrid spotted it too. Hiccup, is that? He knew what she meant. Yes, everyone, fly for the light. Off they went toward the brightness, everyone except Kane Lay on Roar. Storm, noticing his lag, glided beside him. Kane Lay knew what the dragon wanted. Go on, I'm fine. He met Storm's eyes, the dragon banked away. Volca hovered nearby. Before she could close the gap she heard him refuse help, said nothing, and flew after the others. She knew he'd follow, he always kept his word. One breathless dash later, the whole flock burst through the cloud wall. Whoa! Woo! Yes. They whooped in awe. Then their gaze dropped to the island below. Astrid lit up. Look at that. Unbelievable, Hiccup breathed. I know, right. We did it, Hiccup, we actually did it. Astrid, face to face with the unknown, was electric. Guys, celebrate later. Meatballs about to drop. Fishlegs called it as Meatball's face contorted in midair. A very fat Viking in the saddle, no surprise the poor dragon was done. Hiccup realized his oversight. Sorry, bud, there's a landing spot just ahead. Even as he said it, a strange cry drifted past. Hearing it, every dragon snapped its head toward the sound. Kane Lay listened hard alongside them. Hiccup called out, did anyone else hear that? Guys, did you hear that? Snotlout. What is that? No idea, but it's clearly luring our dragons. Fishlegs didn't know either, though he was already running some analyses. I guess this is where we're headed, Hiccup said and dove toward the ground below. He really was too young, or was this just a Viking occupational hazard? Seeing Hiccup fly down, everyone followed. This place is amazing, Fishlegs exclaimed the moment he landed. Then he spotted Roughnut and Snotlout splashing in a small pool, with Snotlout parked beside Toothless. Off to one side sat Hiccup, Astrid right beside him. Volca was toasting clothes by a fire. After a short rest Kane Lay set off to patrol nearby with Roar and Thunder. Snotlout, lounging at the pool, spoke up. Great. I'm never going back to Burke Island. He finished with a sunny grin. Burke Island. What's that? Cuz I forgot, Snotlout called from the rock in the middle of the pool. Watching his friends clown around, Hiccup felt pretty good. All right, let's vote on where to set up camp. The news made Snotlout feel useful again. I'll handle the fire. Volca, who was already tending a blaze. Snotlout produced a tube and tipped its contents out. A green liquid, monstrous nightmare saliva, spilled out, excellent fuel. Hookfang, light it. At Snotlout's word, Hookfang gave a small puff. The monstrous nightmare gel blazed wildly. When the flames hit the grass splattered with it, a small boom made everyone jump. Monstrous nightmare gel, never leave home without it. Pleased with the result, Snotlout tossed in a sales pitch. Just then Kane Lay, back from his sky patrol, walked toward Hiccup. Hiccup, the area looks clear for now. Thanks for the hard work, Kane. After Hiccup's thanks, Kane Lay headed over to Volca. Hiccup continued discussing sleeping spots with the others. Kane Lay fetched his drying armor from Volca and spoke plainly with her. When Hiccup's group finished planning, they invited Kane Lay and Volca to join them, safety in numbers. The invited pair came over to bunk with Hiccup's crew. Yet Kane Lay noticed a problem. No one was assigned night watch. He said so right away. Hiccup, why isn't anyone on watch? Hiccup realized he'd forgotten to arrange a lookout. Yes, I forgot. Around Burke Island we never needed one. Let's vote on tonight's watch. The instant Hiccup finished, every companion pointed at him. Fine, I'm not getting out of this. Hiccup sighed. Tonight's guard would be him. I'll stand watch too, Kane Lay offered, seeing the comedy unfold. One man on watch is rough, two is better. Besides, someone from Kane Lay's side had to step up, and the devoted husband volunteered instantly. They then worked out who would take the first and second halves of the night. In the end, Hiccup first, Kane Lay after. The night passed without incident. When the shift changed, Hiccup was about to turn in. Suddenly, a sound, singing. At the song every dragon opened its eyes, except Roar. You can't expect a deaf dragon to hear. Seeing the dragons react, they looked ready to fly off. Hiccup and Kane Lay panicked. Kane Lay kicked Roar awake. Groggy, Roar stared, but when Kane Lay pointed at the airborne dragons he caught on. Roar let out a thunderous roar that snapped the others back to their senses. Hiccup sprinted to rouse the rest of the camp. The dragons snapped out of their trance the instant Roar's attack shattered the song. Astrid, who had only just been woken by Hiccup, blinked at him. Hiccup, what happened? The others around them echoed the same bewilderment. All eyes waited for Hiccup to explain. He had no choice but to recount what had just taken place. When he finished, Fishlegs practically bounced. So there's a dragon that can control others with its song. If I could just get a closer look. His grin vanished mid-sentence. Seeing everyone's stares, he sheepishly scratched his head. Astrid sighed and rubbed her temples. Hiccup, are we leaving now? No, no, no. It's way too late, we might not find anywhere safe to land for hours. Everyone sleeps here tonight. Kane Lay keeps watch, but tie yourselves to your dragons with rope before you nod off. Hiccup figured it was better to camp and move on at dawn. Once the order was given, Kane Lay settled onto Roar and began the long watch. Thankfully, the night passed without incident. By sunrise Kane Lay had breakfast ready, grilled fish and fruit that looked like papaya from nearby trees. After eating, Hiccup split them into teams to scout the island. Kane Lay and Volca together, Hiccup and Fishlegs, Astrid and Snotlout, Roughnut and Toughnut. They fanned out in 4 directions. 2 hours later everyone was back, except Roughnut and Toughnut. Each group reported what they'd found, then they waited for the missing pair. Chances were the twins were off wrecking something. When the duo still hadn't appeared, Hiccup led the others in the direction Roughnut had flown. On the far side of the island, Roughnut and Toughnut were encased in amber cocoons spun by the death song. Even trapped, they wasted no time blaming each other. It's your fault. How is it my fault? It came from your side. No way. Yours. And the bickering spiraled on. Hiccup, spotted them yet? Astrid asked, gliding alongside him. Her own sweep had turned up nothing. No, Astrid, I haven't seen them. Sigh. Let's hope the others did. Back to base for now. He banked toward the rendezvous point. When they landed, only Kane Lay and Volca were waiting. Where are Snotlout and Fishlegs? Kane Lay merely shook his head. Hiccup slapped a hand to his forehead. So now Roughnut and Toughnut are missing, and Snotlout and Fishlegs too. Cut to the twins. Mid-argument, Toughnut spotted Fishlegs and Snotlout circling overhead and yelled, Fishlegs. Down here. He hadn't finished the shout before noticing the death song eyeing the newcomers. Oh. Looks like they'll be joining us. Sure enough, the death songs lured their dragons. 2 blasts of amber later the riders were cocooned beside the twins. Welcome to the Amber Club, Toughnut greeted cheerfully. We have a club now. We didn't, but hey, now we do. They turned to watch Fishlegs and Snotlout struggle. Fishlegs, ever practical, asked, "How did you two end up here?" He earned twin eye rolls. "Same way you did. Song tricked our dragon, then the gunk pinned us." Fishlegs realized the obviousness of his question and shut up. As for Snotlout, let's just say luck wasn't on his side. The death song's amber had sealed his mouth shut. Back to Hiccup. They flew off in this direction. "We'll follow their trail," he said, and the group took to the air. Mid-flight Canelay spotted something white ahead, like a small hill. "Hiccup, something's up ahead." He pointed at the pale mass. They swooped closer and found a heap of dragon bones. All of these are dragon bones. A chill none of them could name settled over the scene. Somewhere, a bone-collecting dragon would have been thrilled. As they stared, Canelay's foot nudged something. He picked it up and froze. Bones, amber, song, only one answer fit. Death song. "I know what dragon this is, Hiccup," Canelay said, voice cold. Hiccup brightened. "What is it, Cane?" He shook Canelay's shoulders in excitement. "No time, let's move. I'll explain on the way." A scream cut him short. Without hesitation Canelay vaulted onto Thunder Drum Dragon and sped toward the cry. Hiccup launched after him, the others close behind. As they flew, Canelay rattled off the death song's strengths, weaknesses, and why he was in such haste. By the time he finished, every brow was furrowed. This would be nasty. Nearing the site, Canelay dived to craft makeshift earplugs from bark and moss, crude but better than nothing. He only managed 4 sets, for Toothless, Windwalker, Nightlight, and Starry Night. Thunder Drum Dragon could cloak himself, and Canelay, with crackling arcs loud enough to drown the song. As for Roar, he was a natural counter to the death song, and nearly matched the Thunder Drum Dragon's bulk from the second film. Strictly speaking, Serpent Dragon might be a better, natural enemy, but Roar would do. Either way, back to the action. Ears blocked, they arrowed toward the death song's lair. When Canelay and the others reached the death song's lair, they saw several dragons trapped in its amber cocoons. Canelay glanced around. Only a Gronkle and a deadly Natter were there, no other dragons. Strange. Why weren't there any monstrous nightmares? He could only guess that a monstrous nightmare's full-body blaze might melt the death song's amber. Of course, there was no time to dwell on it. They had people to save. "We need someone to free the captives and someone else to draw the death song away. I'll lure the death song." "Coming, Hiccup?" Canelay asked, looking straight at him. Hiccup met his gaze. He'd planned to help lure the death song too. "Let's do it together, Canelay." With Hiccup on board, Canelay turned to Volca and Astrid. "Volca, Astrid, get Snotlout and the others out. If you can, free the trapped dragons as well. The death song's amber melts easily with fire. Use your breath to release them. Here's Snotlout's Inferno Gel. Use it to free them." Canelay laid out the plan. Volca gazed at him. He looked so heroic, her man, through and through. "All right, we've got it." With no more words, Canelay handed the Inferno Gel to Volca, mounted Thunder, and prepared to take off. As he readied to fly, Volca caught his hand. "Stay safe, and come back to me." Canelay pressed her hand gently. "I will." Trusting him completely, she let go. She watched him soar away. Hiccup followed right behind. Once airborne, Hiccup stuck to the plan. Canelay would bait the death song, Hiccup and Roar would trail, harrying it from the rear. Canelay swooped into the open and had Thunder roar. The bellow drew the death song out. He spotted it instantly and cloaked Thunder in crackling arcs. The death song locked eyes with them. It struck first, blasting a stream of amber. Thunder dodged, but the tail got splashed. No matter, Thunder heated the amber with arcs of electricity. Once softened, he flung the glob back at the death song. The death song veered aside. In that instant Thunder loosed a mild shock breath, non-lethal, just enough to stun. Lightning is almost impossible to evade at mid-range, short of extreme distance, it's king. While the death song twitched, Thunder slapped it with his tail and sped off. Had killing been the goal, Canelay could have finished it, but rescue came first, and the death song was too rare to waste. A quick note on taming one: save its life, start with a hatchling, or, my own idea, sing the song it loves. If a baby's croon earns adoption, maybe yours will too. Just a theory, don't try it. If you insist, leave me your address so I can reserve your funeral seat. Recovering, the death song streaked after Thunder. Once it was lured away, Hiccup closed in, unseen. Roar followed a little behind. With the death song gone, Volca and Astrid hurried to free captives. Volca, Riding night light, melted amber with flame, starry night helped. Freed dragons joined the effort. She even rescued a tiny blue thunder drum. Odd, since adults are deaf, how had the hatchling been caught? Astrid went after Snotlout's group. Smear inferno gel on the amber, let windgust ignite it, easy. Rescues went smoothly, but being chased was another story. Though thunder was faster, the death song kept spitting cocoons. Cainlay had to dodge every shot, a single hit would drop them from the sky. Mid-chase, a purple thunder drum burst from the trees and rammed the death song. The death song shrieked, the thunder drum roared back, leaving it writhing. When the roar stopped, the death song smashed the thunder drum with its tail. The dragon dropped a few meters. By the time Hiccup arrived, it was 2 against 1. Cainlay signaled Hiccup to stick to plan. Hiccup joined the fight. Cainlay sent Roar to calm the thunder drum. Once Hiccup had the death song's full attention, Cainlay pulled out, calling Roar and the thunder drum with him. As planned, Hiccup led the death song into the cave. Cainlay sealed the entrance. Hiccup escaped through the back and blocked that exit too. It would hold only a while, long enough for them to leave the island. Back at the lair they found Astrid waiting. Snotlout looked sour. Perilous as the adventure had been, danger was half the fun. Without it, where was the thrill? With the dragons dispersed, Cainlay and his friends set off toward their next adventure. After they left, Hiccup felt a twinge of guilt. Guys, I want to say I'm sorry for dragging you into this. If any of you want to go back. Before Hiccup could finish, Astrid cut in. Are you kidding me? Never. Roughnut declared. Even Snotlout, who'd been looking less than thrilled, chimed in, this is the most fun we've had in years. Astrid added, still, there's one thing we have to do. I'm all ears. We need an island, our own island, Astrid said, unaware that Roughnut and Snotlout would soon make everyone regret those words. Fishlegs nodded. Astrid's right, Hiccup. Burke Island is too far from here. Hiccup caught on. We need a base of operations. Remembering the last adventure, Fishlegs muttered, definitely, but this time we can't let the dragons pick. Meatball bristled. Fishlegs soothed her, sorry, girl, but it has to be said. All right, Snotlout, you ride the monstrous nightmare, your call, Hiccup offered, noticing Snotlout's sour mood and giving him the spotlight. Seriously? Snotlout asked, hardly believing he'd get to choose. Dead serious. The confirmation brightened Snotlout's whole day. All right. What do you say, Little Fang? Toothless wagged his tail at the attention. Looks like a definite yes. Into the glorious unknown. Everyone echoed the cheer, everyone except Cain. Cut to Hiccup, Cain, and Snotlout sprinting from 4 furious boars. Hike across the island while the dragons rest, walk home. I'm an idiot. Snotlout bellowed between strides. Cornered at the sea cliff, Cain snapped. I must have been out of my mind to walk back. Spotting the drop, Snotlout yelled, guys, what now? Fine, secret weapon time, Cain muttered, face darkening, he could already picture Volca teasing him for weeks. What is it? Deploy already. The other two shouted. Cornered, pride was pointless. Help. Volca. Far off, Volca heard Cain's cry for rescue, and it felt amazing, like sliding naked into a hot spring. Which, incidentally, they had once done together. Weakness. Crushed. Imagine soaking beside a gorgeous girl, who's now blushing. Volca mounted Nightlight and, with Starry Night, swooped in. 2 blasts from the dragon scattered the boars. Cain knew instantly she'd been watching the whole fiasco. He sighed in defeat. Just get us out of here, he mumbled. Once Volca ferried them away, they quit that island for good. They toured several more, one full of blue oleander, another echoing with death whispers, another swarming with boars. Another disaster-rich day. At last they landed on a promising isle. Good view, defensible, perfect location, an ideal spot to build a home. Snotlout, suspicious of their luck, was sure danger lurked. First priority, camp for the night. We need dry wood, fresh water, and a few traps, Hiccup announced, unaware the others were already off on their own projects. Snotlout, what's that? Astrid asked, eyeing the huge S he'd traced. Initial for Snotlout. Aesthetically, flying over it will look awesome. Ridiculous, Astrid retorted. A lookout has to work, not just look pretty. Guys, what we really, Hiccup tried. No one listened. Fishlegs unveiled his own design. A place to rest, relax, resupply, especially after a long day. You're right, Hiccup. Meatball and I have ideas, actually, Hiccup just wanted shelter for the night. He produced a tiny model. Astrid squinted. Is that a hot spring? No, that's a nay bath, this is the hot spring, Fishlegs corrected. Hiccup managed a wan, great. Roughnut and Snotlout exchanged looks, something was off. Hold up, I don't get it, Roughnut said. Me neither. Hiccup stepped behind them. Don't get what? Boar pit. Where's the boar pit? Every decent outpost needs one. Why? Astrid demanded. Snotlout only grinned. Everyone needs fun, right? Fishlegs shrugged. We know where to find boars. While they argued, Hiccup signaled Toothless to torch Snotlout's S. The blast snapped everyone to attention. Sorry, since you're all listening, we need shelter tonight. But, Snotlout started. Tomorrow we argue about blueprints. Right now, someone fetch water. Snotlout muttered, I like the old nagging Hiccup better than Princess Picky Pants. Astrid flashed 2 thumbs up. Told you. Kane strolled over. Hiccup, your plan's fine. They just want their own stamp on the place. Give each of them a plot and let them build. Light bulb moment. Hiccup called everyone back, pitched Kane's idea, and the crew loved it. They only needed a name. After a moment they agreed. Dragon's Edge. Nighttime arrived. They were already gathered around the campfire, preparing to sleep. Tonight, Snotlout and Fishlegs were assigned to night watch. Fishlegs would take the first half of the night, and Snotlout the second. But just as Toothless was about to sleep, he seemed to hear something. His partner, Hiccup, also asked with concern, What's wrong, Toothless? Snotlout, who was nearby, said, Let me tell you what's going on. Rats as big as cows. No, that could also be, cows as big as rats. Cow rats. Ha. Wait, that's actually kind of cute. No, I know what it is now, it's cows as big as dragons. Right, Toothless. Do you feel it, little tooth? Toothless just rolled his eyes at him and went back to sleep. Fishlegs, who was next to them, said, Dragons like cows don't exist at all. Cavern Crasher. After Fishlegs finished speaking, Snotlout suddenly popped up from behind them, startling Astrid in the process. Those are beefs, Fishlegs, you'll believe it when you hear them cry, trust me. About this, I just want to retort, Carnotaurus. After speaking, he let out a few strange roars towards the sky, unafraid of attracting any dragons. That's right, let that sound linger in your mind for a minute. Hiccup, seeing this, came out to mediate. Alright, Stoik the Vast, stop messing around. Snotlout, sitting next to Toothless, also said, Yeah, you didn't scare anyone. Then Snotlout quickly moved in front of Snotlout, giving him a fright. Afterward, he said with a dark expression, What if in the deep darkness, there's a python? A giant python. A giant python big enough to swallow a person whole and then spit out their bones. Snotlout pretended not to be scared upon hearing this, but in his heart, he was already a little afraid, though he wouldn't admit it for the sake of his pride. Forget it, spitting out bones. Then, as he thought about it, he got scared, and suddenly pulled Toothless's wing over himself. Even like this, he still stubbornly said, So what? Toothless, whose wing had been pulled, woke up, glanced at Snotlout, and then went back to sleep. Snotlout just walked towards his spot, saying as he went, Yes, that's right, go to sleep, if you can. Then he lay down and slept. As for Canelay and Volca, they had already fallen asleep. Then, when it was his turn to stand watch, Fishlegs woke him up, as Fishlegs also needed to sleep afterward. However, he had barely been on watch for a while when strange sounds emerged from the surroundings. Driven by curiosity, he decided to go and see what was there. The further he walked, the stranger and more numerous the sounds became. He also felt that something was constantly near him. Just as he was trembling with fear, that thing charged towards him. When he realized there was no sound, he saw a chicken. Oh, it's just a chicken, it's a chicken, alright. Ahem, hello, breakfast. Just as he was about to grab the chicken, he felt something behind him. When he turned around, he saw a giant dragon silhouetted against the moon. My God! After exclaiming, he ran back frantically. Help! Help! Chickens! Roar! Giant chickens! Chicken roar! Fishlegs looked at the gesticulating Snotlout in front of him and tried to interpret. Is he saying he saw a giant, roaring chicken? Snotlout, having recovered, explained. Not a chicken, a dragon, a giant dragon. It's huge. It's terrifying, what other words are there? Right. Burly. Looking at Snotlout, Fishlegs just thought he was up to another prank. What's wrong with the chicken? Forget the chicken. We need to get out of here. Snotlout, realizing he wasn't trusted, was a little angry. However, everyone just thought Snotlout was playing a prank. Did anyone believe him? Astrid said, yawning. I don't know, I haven't seen him that scared in a long time, not since he found leeches in his. Ruffnut said, a meaningful smile spreading across her face. All right, I beg you not to say it, Astrid quickly interrupted after realizing what Ruffnut was about to say. At this moment, Hiccup also quickly came out and said, okay, let's go check it out, and then everyone can go back to sleep. Then Snotlout led everyone to the place where he found the dragon. However, Canelay and Beely were still sleeping, even with such a loud commotion, they continued to sleep. Upon reaching the location, Snotlout said, Alright, when this giant beast dismembers us, I hope each and every one of you will sincerely apologize to me. And shake hands. No, you can't shake hands, because you won't have any hands left. Just as Snotlout finished speaking, a sound came from the nearby bushes. Hearing the sound, Snotlout first shushed everyone, then suddenly jumped over. He quickly struck a few poses, then realized it was a chicken. No. It was just here, and it was huge. Quick, tell them you were standing here, tell them, chicken. Snotlout, seeing only the chicken, grew anxious. He needed someone to vouch for him, but a chicken obviously couldn't speak. Ruffnut, thinking Snotlout had lost his mind, spoke up. You really scared me, brother, but are you alright? It's hard to imagine we were once in the same womb. Everyone just thought this was another one of Snotlout's pranks, they were all used to it. Afterward, everyone went back to sleep. Seeing everyone leave, Snotlout looked at the chicken, very angry. I don't want to see you right now. After Snotlout turned his head, the chicken crowed. What did you just say? I don't agree. After saying that, Snotlout prepared to go find the dragon from earlier, and the chicken followed him. By daytime, everyone was discussing their positions and how to build, but Canelay and Beely's house wasn't included, as they wouldn't be living there, so they wouldn't build a house there, though occasionally visiting to play was fine. However, Snotlout wasn't among them, he had been searching since yesterday. Hiccup. Ruffnut, where's your other half? Ruffnut also said helplessly, don't ask me, I only know that if we don't have enough hands, the boar pit won't get dug. After speaking, she walked towards their spot. Then everyone began to perform their respective duties. It wasn't until evening that Snotlout returned, but he was completely disheveled. Honestly, he had a rough day, falling off a cliff twice, it was truly unbelievable that he hadn't died. Were you really looking for that dragon all day? Hiccup asked Snotlout. Instead of digging our boar pit, how thoughtless, Ruffnut complained about Snotlout. Looking at Snotlout, who was so eager to prove himself, Hiccup thought Snotlout might have really seen something. Maybe he really saw something. Snotlout, who was drinking water and leaning against a log, just turned his head and said to the chicken. I did see something, and you saw it too, you little traitor, tell them. The chicken also crowed appropriately. Oh, forget it, you've lost your chance. Ruffnut, who knew Snotlout well, just thought it was another one of his pranks, as the two of them often played pranks. Or this whole thing is a pile of bull dung. Hearing Ruffnut say that, Snotlout immediately got up and confronted her. First of all, bull dung, if used for a prank, can make people incredibly angry, which is quite good in that regard. Ruffnut. I agree with that, but I think last night, you were just trying to scare everyone, there was no dragon at all. Snotlout. There absolutely was, Ruffnut, do you dare to bet on your words? Seeing Snotlout say this, Ruffnut also became interested. You're not trying to. Snotlout. Oh, yes, I'm like a gronkle in a lava pit, you should know very well what I'm trying to say. Just then, Canelay, who had just returned from helping Fishlegs with stones, passed by. What are Hiccup and the others doing? Seeing Canelay approach, Hiccup also said. I don't know, but what do you two want to do? Ruffnut. You shut up. Snotlout. I officially declare the Thorsten family challenge has begun. Thorsten what? X2. Ruffnut. I accept, old bet. Snotlout. Of course. Bet what? X2. Snotlout. You two better not know. Both spat on their palms and then shook hands with each other. However, both of them were relatively free right now, so they might as well go watch their bet first. Ruffnut, Snotlout, wait, I think you two will need two impartial judges. Then the two of them decided to follow and watch. Night had fallen. The four people sitting on their dragons' backs were all feeling a bit bored. Snotlout was lying on Belch's neck, sleeping while clutching the chicken. Even in this state, he was talking in his sleep. Belch is the name of the head Snotlout was riding. Tastes like chicken, chicken skewers, roasted chicken. As he spoke, he started to slump to one side. If it weren't for Hiccup and Toothless, he probably would have fallen to the ground long ago. After Toothless used his tail to prop Snotlout back up, Hiccup spoke. It should be considered night now, right? Hearing Hiccup say this, Roughnut expressed her thoughts quite clearly. Of course. Since we haven't found that so-called beef, hurry up and declare me the winner so we can go back. Hiccup and Cane Lay looked at each other and decided to declare Roughnut the winner. The two of us declare Roughnut to be. Roar. Before the declaration could be finished, a massive sound echoed over. Then the four of them saw it, a giant dragon. Hiccup. I can't believe it. Looking at that dragon, Roughnut was utterly incredulous, and also felt regret over losing the bet. Me neither. Snotlout actually won the Thorsten family challenge. Beside her, Snotlout was jubilant. Yes. Told you so. Now, pay up. Looking at Snotlout's smug face so close to her own, Roughnut gave him a punch. Having been hit, Snotlout tried to kick Roughnut back, but he missed and was blocked by her instead. Watching the dragon fly toward the camp, Hiccup reminded the bickering pair. You two, stop messing around. That dragon is flying toward our camp. If it runs into those people still sleeping on the ground. Realizing the danger, the two of them also flew quickly toward the dragon. Cane Lay, meanwhile, was looking at the position of those white eyes. Cane Lay discovered that it was a dragon. White, night, swarming, night fury. Cane Lay, having just figured it out, was about to warn the others. But then he saw Snotlout looking at a chicken with tears in his eyes. I forgive you too, he said, before placing the chicken on his helmet and continuing. Roughnut and Snotlout said simultaneously, see you in Valhalla. Then they flew toward the swarm of dragons. Watching Snotlout and the others charge, the Night Fury swarm tried to use their size to scare them off. But they had picked the wrong people. It wasn't until the swarm was scattered that Hiccup and the others realized it was a group of dragons. They aren't one giant dragon, they're many small dragons. Having charged through the swarm, Roughnut and Snotlout said, if this is Valhalla, why are you here? After saying that, Snotlout spotted a white dragon. Look at this. That white dragon let out a cry, and all the surrounding Night Furies gathered together again. Roughnut. They're gathering around the white one again. Hiccup. That must be the leader. Incredible. Cane Lay. Yeah, they're born that way. Hearing Cane Lay say this, Hiccup asked him, you know about this kind of dragon? Cane Lay replied, Night Furies, a dragon species that acts at night. Their leader is that white individual. Of course, I don't recommend you try to catch it because. But before Cane Lay could finish, Roughnut and Snotlout had already snatched the white dragon away. After catching it, they flew off toward the camp. This rendered Cane Lay's unfinished words useless. After placing the Night Fury leader on the ground, everyone began to comment. Fish legs. Amazing. Astrid. It looks a bit like a horror dragon, but bigger and meaner. Hiccup. And they're nocturnal dragons. Of course, Cane Lay told me that. Snotlout. I knew they were nocturnal creatures long ago, I was just about to explain it to them. After he spoke, everyone looked at the two who were busy chasing each other and the chicken. Fish legs. Maybe we should call them night terrors. Cane Lay. I think instead of observing this dragon here, we'd be better off releasing it. If the swarm loses its leader, I don't think you'll want to know the consequences. Just as Cane Lay finished speaking, some sounds came from nearby. Cane Lay. What did I tell you? Hiccup. Let's go take a look. Before leaving, Cane Lay brought the White Night Fury along. When they reached the source of the noise, everyone discovered it was a group of Changewings. 3 Changewings below were attacking the Night Furies. Hiccup. Changewings. Toothless looked at the tragic scene below with a hint of anger, but I felt it was strange. Hiccup. Yeah buddy, not exactly a fair fight, is it? Let's go balance the scales. With that, he charged down. Cane Lay. Take this, Snotlout, and then go wild. After speaking, Cane Lay also charged toward the Changewings. This time, he was going to have a blast. After Snotlout took the White Night Fury, he also released it. Once released, the White Night Fury called out to all the nearby Night Furies, and they all flew toward their leader. After fighting for a while, those 3 Changewings fled, but 9 more arrived in the distance. Seeing this, Cane Lay wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he flew toward the dragon group. As he got close, Thunder used a breath attack to stun 2 of them. Realizing that Thunder and Cane Lay seemed very dangerous, the Changewing swarm all turned invisible. Seeing the Changewings go invisible, Cainlay simply stayed in place, while Thunder just wrapped his body in electrical arcs. Then the electrical arcs seemed to attack outward from his wings. The subsequent attacks became even stranger. His back, claws, and tail could all be used to discharge electricity. After some effort, those dragons were all driven away. After all, they weren't opponents that absolutely had to be killed, so there was no need to finish them off. Meanwhile, Hiccup and the others just thought Cainlay was so cool. After finding all the Night Furies, they returned to the camp. Time moved forward to daytime again. What is this? Astrid asked, pointing at the blueprint in front of her. This is a blueprint Cainlay and I designed for this place, though it took some time to discuss. After saying that, he pointed out the public areas outside their own territories, the windmills and water wheels, and a small cabin, a two-story house with 3 bedrooms and a living room, mainly intended for hosting guests. This was to prevent people from coming here and not knowing who to sleep with. Then, when evening came, everyone was waiting by the campfire for Cainlay to finish cooking. After all, his cooking was truly delicious, earning constant praise even from Stoik and Gobber. Except for Snotlout, who was having the time of his life playing with the chicken and that White Night Fury. In the end, he even named the White Night Fury Smawarg. After staying for a few more days, Cainlay and Valka, having had their fill of fun, intended to head home. Before leaving, they said their goodbyes to Hiccup and the others. It's worth mentioning that the bet between Snotlout and Roughnut required the loser to exchange clothes with the winner. Hearing this, everyone felt there was something wrong with it, but they couldn't say it out loud. After saying goodbye to Hiccup and the others, Cain and Beely set off for home again. Cain, Valka, how did you find the last few days of adventure? When she heard Cain's question, Valka thought back over everything that had happened. Healing people on Burke Island, rescuing humans and dragons trapped by the Death Song, watching Cain cut a swath through their enemies, helping Hiccup and the others build Dragon's Edge. It had been dangerous, but on the whole it was wonderful, far more exciting than life aboard ship. Valka. Amazing. I hope we come back and play again soon. Seeing her so elated, Cain guessed she'd simply spent too long at sea. Any new place felt like a playground. On the island she dashed off with dragons every morning and hadn't returned until afternoon. Cain understood. After all, people can spend their whole lives chasing what they were denied as children. Cain. All right, we'll come back and play next time. Valka. Really? Thank you, you're the best. Laughing and chatting, the two of them flew home. Halfway there Cain spotted a school of fish below, tuna, and big ones. He'd eaten tuna during the past 3 years, edible, but he preferred it cooked. Raw meat really wasn't his thing. Still, food was food. He sent Roar and Starry Night to herd the school from below. When the fish were bunched near the surface the 2 dragons burst upward, and a lightning blast from Roar finished the job. 40 or 50 yellowfin tuna floated up, only a dozen were undersized. Cain wasn't fond of tuna, but the dragons felt otherwise. They landed on a nearby islet to rest. Cain lit a fire and grilled the meat, safer than eating raw. He served Valka first, she burned her hand in her eagerness. Cain took it gently and blew on the scorched skin until it cooled, then they sat down to lunch. He figured they'd reach home by mid-afternoon. The dragons eating beside them cared for no schedules, as long as food kept coming they were happy. Only a dozen of the largest tuna remained when they finally stopped. Nothing odd about that, at least to them. Cain cleaned the catch, discarding heads, bones, and guts. He wanted only the meat. Roar and Starry Night carried the fillets in nets. It looked secure, though it felt a bit like asking monkeys to guard a peach grove. He just hoped something would still be there when they landed. Food wasn't a real concern. He had hundreds of cured hams stockpiled at home, all gifts from dragons. They couldn't eat it fast enough. Once home, Cain and Valka went straight to bed. Adventuring was tiring. The leftover fish would keep several dragons happy for days. After supper and a wash they cuddled up as usual, and morning came. Today was Cain's turn to cook, and he had breakfast ready early. Valka woke to eat alone, watching Cain melt iron. What was he up to at this hour? Valka. Dear, what are you doing? Hearing her voice, Cain explained. Cain. I'm building a weapon. At the word weapon Valka slipped her arms around his waist and rested her chin on his shoulder, studying the parts on the bench. She couldn't make head or tail of them. Valka. Dear, what exactly is it? Cain. That's a secret, for now. You'll see in a moment. Content to wait, though curious, Valka wandered off for a while. She would stay quietly, after a quick play outside. You may wonder what it is, I'll tell you, a gun. A revolver, in fact, well within Kane's skill. He could have built one before his transmigration, but he'd refused to be dragged into some hidden arsenal, so he'd held back. Making the gun was simple, making ammunition was another matter. With an assembly line bullets would be easy, but he lacked one. The gun needed only careful machining, rifling included. In the end he produced just over 300 rounds. Details are best left unsaid, some things should stay secret. He also brewed a heap of black powder for fireworks, because he felt like it. He'd already found everything except sulfur. The last ingredient came from Dragon's Edge, an old volcanic site. When the pistol was finished Kane called Volka over to try it. Volka held the gun, Kane's larger hand steadying hers. Volka, dear, is this your secret weapon? Kane, exactly. Let me show you how it works. After a few shots she felt its power. Kane kept his hand over hers, guiding her aim. Stance, sight picture, trigger squeeze, movie lessons, but good enough for teaching. Volka soon came to practice every day. Within a week every round landed inside the 9 ring. Even so, Kane rationed her to 5 shots daily. Ammunition was scarce. He always stood beside her while she fired. The revolver held 6 rounds, a classic design. When Volka asked for the gun, Kane gave it to her, his intention all along. He then destroyed every mold and blueprint. One pistol was enough, with it Volka could protect herself. If greed prevailed, men and dragons would die by the dozens to firearms of his making. When knowledge from another era arrives, choose farming, not weapons, especially not firearms. Every age deserves its own story, not a plunge into abyss. Had hot weapons appeared in the Iron Age, massacre would have followed. They were lucky Kane had restraint, for now the world remained balanced. The full moon hung high, soaking in the hot spring with Kane Lay. Volka was enjoying his clumsy massage. Kane Lay needed her back, no expert, but good enough. Kane Lay, how's that, okay. Volka, so nice, a soak followed by a rub really is the best. Kane Lay, of course. My turn next. Volka, yes, my dear husband. Go soak first, I'll be right there. Kane Lay, all right, stay here a moment, then. With that he headed back. Dragons were already lounging in the water. He spotted 2 night furies splashing each other while Thunder spread his wings in lazy contentment. Kane Lay simply found a roomy spot and lay back. The instant he settled, a voice rang out. Watch my unstoppable dive. Volka leapt in beside him. A geyser of water erupted. The splash soaked the single human and 3 dragons to the skin. Surfacing, Volka saw Kane Lay dripping from head to toe. Ha ha ha. What happened to you? She laughed and flung more water his way. Kane Lay retaliated in kind. Soon Starry Night and Nightlight joined the fray. Thunder merely climbed out, shook off, and flew home. The 4 teams splashed wildly. The humans were outmatched, so the pair soon allied against the 2 dragons. Though Volka kept backstabbing her partner, they finished the soak in high spirits. Afterward they headed home. Thunder was already asleep by the fire. Once inside, they changed. Though they'd soaked naked, their clothes had been drenched during the water fight. Luckily Thunder had kept the fire going, perfect for drying them. When they were dressed, Volka started supper, her turn tonight. When the food was ready, they ate together. After the meal they lay in bed, and Kane Lay said, Volka, I have to be away a few days. Wait for me here, or visit Hiccup and the others, all right. Volka, all right, dear. Come back safe. And, didn't you forget something? Her tender words almost moved him to tears, but the reminder made him grin. Kane Lay, fine, the key to the ammo box. He produced it from the bedside. Handing it over, he watched her break into a bright smile. Soon they slept. Yet near midnight Kane Lay woke to Volka's soft murmurs. Don't leave me alone, I'm so scared. Father, mother, where are you? Dear, where are you? She wept, trapped in nightmare. Hearing her, Kane Lay understood. She had never truly healed from her parents' death, the cheer had been a mask. She feared he too would vanish, just as they had. Kane Lay, it's all right, I'm here. I won't abandon you. We're each other's only family now, you're my treasure, my gift, I'll never forget you. He held her tight, as though his arms could warm away her fear. Cradled like that, her murmurs ceased, a faint smile curved her lips, as if her dreams had turned sweet. Then she mumbled, how many children should we have? The words conjured the haggard face of a friend, drained, gaunt, a living ghost. Every visit looked like a trip back from the grave. Though they'd lost touch after Cain Lay left that city, the memory lingered. It was one reason he hadn't rushed intimacy with Volka, aside from her still growing body. Dawn came. Packing beside Thunder, Cain Lay felt Volka race up and hug him from behind. Volka, I know what you're facing. Take this, please. I know you built it for me, but you must carry it. She pressed the rifle into his hands. She wouldn't stop him, yet begged him to take the weapon. Cain Lay, I will. If you like, visit Hiccup while I'm gone. When I return, I'll find you. He accepted the gun and a small pouch of rounds. He understood her fear. 2 targets are larger than 1. With Thunder he could escape fast. Night Furies could not. In danger, Rakan fell to him. Volka, come back to me, I can't lose you. She slowly loosened her arms. Cain Lay, I will. And when haven't I returned safely? Don't worry. Smiling, he ruffled her hair. After a moment he walked to Thunder, climbed onto the dragon's neck, and soared skyward. On the ground Volka prayed to Odin that her hero husband would come back whole. Then she smiled. Because Cain Lay loved her smile, she would keep smiling until his return. High above, Cain Lay studied 3 warships below, the reason for this trip. Why hadn't he brought Erjan? She was already submerged, waiting. This time he would strike the heart of the dragon hunters. He was tired of endless rescues, he would raise their headquarters. He had the strength, and now the will. The dragon hunters below had no idea they were already prey to a far deadlier hunter. 2 hours after Cain Lay left, Volka also set off for Dragon's Edge. After all, she was bored at home, a little outing to clear her mind sounded nice, and Cain Lay had said she could go visit Hiccup and the others. By the time she flew to Dragon's Edge it was already afternoon. Roar wasn't with her this time, so the trip was much faster. When she arrived, Astrid came out to welcome her. Everyone else had things to do, only Astrid was relatively free at the moment, so she took Volka around. They went to the woods to throw axes, but Volka found it far less fun than a revolver. Still, it was Astrid's kind intention, so she couldn't really complain. The 2 of them chatted and laughed until dinner. Yet when she saw the food, she felt a distinct lack of appetite. Reluctant as she was to admit it, Cain Lay had spoiled her palate. So she cooked for herself, and when it was done she shared the meal with Astrid and the others. Hiccup and the rest were delighted with the feast, and Astrid clung to Volka begging to be taught how to cook. Before, Cain Lay had always done the cooking. As his wife she couldn't very well pester him for lessons in front of everyone, and she never managed to recreate his dishes. But with Volka it was different. 2 women swapping culinary tips was perfectly natural. Flattered, Volka happily taught Astrid, and they kept at it until late into the night. When bedtime came, Astrid invited Volka to share her bed so they could exchange cooking secrets before sleep. Yet before turning in, Astrid learned why only Volka had come this time. Time skipped to the next morning. At that moment Hiccup was polishing the lenses of the dragon eye, about to resume his research, when Astrid burst in. Hiccup. Oh, hey Astrid, ha ha. But Astrid wasn't in the mood for jokes, she'd come with bad news. Astrid. Hiccup, trouble's on its way, and it's big trouble. Hiccup. Dagur. Astrid. Bigger trouble than Dagur. Hiccup. What could be worse than Dagur? Before Astrid could answer, a monstrous nightmare swooped in. Just as it was about to crash into her, Volka dashed over and pulled her aside. Gustav introduced himself. Gustav. Gustav. Realizing who the nuisance was, Hiccup quickly hid the dragon eye behind his back. Hiccup. Gustav, what are you doing here? I mean, what could we possibly have done to deserve the honor of your visit? He backed away as he spoke, making sure the dragon eye was safely concealed. Hearing the commotion, the others hurried over. Snotlout. Hiccup, did you hear that Gustav is, standing right next to you? Great. He flashed an obviously fake grin while speaking. Beside him, Fishlegs added, you look different, little G. Pleased, Gustav leapt down and declared proudly, yeah, I'm growing a beard. He pointed at the single hair. Fishlegs stepped closer to inspect it, then burst into laughter. That, even Roughnut has more fuzz on her chin. With that he plucked the lone hair. Staggering, Gustav drifted toward the dragon eye. Gustav. What's this? Hiccup moved to snatch it back, but Gustav lifted the dragon eye and shone it into his own face like a flashlight. Gustav. Did you see that? All those little lights. While Gustav reeled, Hiccup reclaimed the artifact. Fishlegs. That's the dragon eye. It's ancient and very fragile. A joke, this supposedly delicate relic had fallen into molten rock and lain there ages without a scratch. Still wobbling, Gustav rambled on. Look at the lights, they're still dancing in front of my eyes. Unnoticed by him, he was about to collide with Toothless's spare tail fins. He crashed, knocking the whole array to the ground. Snotlout called to the approaching Gustav. Gustav, over here. When are you planning to leave? Gustav laughed. That's funny, Snotlout. I'm not leaving, I'm moving in. The announcement struck them dumb. Even Fishlegs stopped laughing and prepared to barbecue the kid. Hiccup figured Gustav had simply misunderstood. As Gustav explained, Hiccup had once said that when he was ready he could join the Dragon Riders, and now he was ready. He even wanted his own hut. Hiccup's face spelled out his agony. When Gustav stepped outside he spotted Volka and tried to chat her up, only to find her blade at his throat before he got close. He realized she was not someone to mess with and wisely backed off. Once Gustav was gone, Hiccup asked Astrid to keep an eye on him. Astrid. Wait, why me? I was going to keep learning recipes from Volka. Hiccup. I'd do it myself, but I just made a huge breakthrough with the dragon eye. Astrid. So. Hiccup. Well, I did promise that when the time came I'd train him to be a dragon rider, I just didn't expect the time to be today. Astrid. And what exactly should I do with him? Hiccup. I don't know yet, just keep him busy. Astrid. Oh great, so I'm the babysitter. Hiccup. Not a babysitter. He's 16, practically grown, how much trouble could he cause? No sooner had he spoken than Smidvard flapped unsteadily up to him. They spotted Gustav hassling a flock of night furies. In the end, Astrid agreed, on the condition that Volka come along. On the training grounds, Gustav was currently dreaming. He had just dreamt of Astrid whispering sweet nothings in his ear. I can only say that Astrid's charm is very strong. However, Astrid didn't care at all about what Gustav was dreaming about. Astrid. Gustav. Gustav. Oh, Astrid, I was just dreaming about. Knowing what Gustav was about to say, Astrid interrupted him directly. I advise you not to say it out loud and gross me out. I called you over here for target practice, but are you sure you can handle it right now? And our Gustav, of course, felt that he could. Gustav. Of course I can. As he spoke, he leaned a bit closer to Astrid. Feeling disgusted, Astrid pushed him aside and then said to Gustav. I'm going to demonstrate it for you once. When I say throw, you throw. After saying this, Astrid began her training demonstration near the training grounds. Watching Astrid train, Gustav marveled at her beauty. Gustav. She really is a beauty. Hookfang, don't you agree? Even after Astrid had flown back, he was still staring. Astrid. Alright, Gustav, throw. However, Gustav, who was focused on watching Astrid, didn't react at all. After Volka noticed something was wrong nearby, she rushed over. She gave him a kick and then threw the wooden barrel into the sky. Seeing the barrel flying into the sky, Stormfly also swung her tail spikes out. Although Volka's movements were fast enough, one spike still flew toward Gustav. Noticing this, Astrid jumped down toward Gustav, lunged at him, and used her shoulder guard to block the spike for him. After getting up, Astrid saw Gustav's face full of satisfaction, and she felt disgusted once again. After finishing all this, Astrid sent him off to the twins. She needed to go learn cooking with Volka. When Gustav arrived at the twins' place, he was as troublesome as ever. He actually filled in the twins' wild boar pit. Filled it flat. Amidst the twins' agony, Gustav headed toward Fishleg's territory. Now he was meditating with Fishlegs and Meatball. Gustav. This doesn't feel right, Fishlegs. Fishlegs. Trust me, Gustav, this is exactly what you need. You aren't concentrating, your mind is wandering all over the place. Right now you just need to exhale, inhale, and really feel it all. Hookfang, who was exhaling and inhaling, perhaps forgot he was a monstrous nightmare. He accidentally breathed out fire and set Fishleg's carefully pruned small tree ablaze, and was subsequently kicked out. Finally, under Snotlout's fury, he returned to the place where Hiccup first studied the dragon eye. After he played with Hiccup's prosthetic leg and Hookfang set fire to one of Toothless's tail fins, he discovered the dragon eye was projecting a map to treasure. Upon discovering the treasure, he quickly flew toward its location. Once on the island, he began searching inside, even though the island vibrated from time to time. After entering, Gustav told Hookfang to light some fire for illumination. However, in a moment of carelessness, he burned the blueprints he had drawn, but it didn't matter, he had brought the dragon eye with him, he really was a clever little fellow. Relying on the images from the dragon eye, he felt he should go this way. Just a few steps in, the island began to vibrate again. Gustav, who almost fell, was saved by Hookfang, but the dragon eye fell to the ground. Turning back to see the dragon eye about to fall into the abyss, Gustav immediately rushed over and grabbed it. He held the dragon eye in one hand while hooking the edge of the cliff with the other. Realizing his predicament, Gustav called for Hookfang to save him, but Hookfang didn't respond. Just as he was about to fall, Hiccup arrived and saved him. After getting up and seeing it was Hiccup, Gustav seemed a bit cowardly. Hiccup, on the other hand, was full of anger. Hiccup. All of this irresponsibility, this lack of discipline. Snotlout. And don't forget, idiotic, stupid, moronic. Everyone was staring at Snotlout as he said those things. Snotlout. What? I've heard plenty of synonyms for dumb. I mean, alright, actually people call us that more than anything else. After Snotlout finished, Hiccup continued. Of all the stupid things you could do, this is the worst. Do you know what Dagur would be willing to do to get the dragon eye? Gustav. I thought that if I could bring back treasure, you guys would accept me. Hearing this, Valka understood that this was a child who wanted to prove himself, just like she once wanted to prove herself to Cain. Hiccup. First of all, there is no treasure or anything like that there. Secondly, we've already been there once. On that honeycomb-like island, there is some of the most unstable terrain we've ever encountered. Gustav. I'm sorry, Hiccup. You could have died there, Gustav, and Hookfang too. You have to understand, this isn't Burke Island. Valka. Hiccup. Stop for a moment. Hiccup. Valka, I'm trying to advise him. Valka. I know, and I know what you're going to say next. But I think he's learned his lesson. He just wanted to prove himself, though his methods were wrong. Valka. Child, you shouldn't be thinking about proving yourself to anyone else, instead, you should prove yourself to yourself. Those are words Cain said to me, and I still remember them. Anyway, Hiccup, can you all go back and rest first? Let me talk to this child for a while longer. After hearing these words, Hiccup and the others looked at each other, and finally, they all went back to rest. Now only Valka and Gustav were there. Valka. Now it's just the two of us, Gustav. Why do you want to join them so badly? Gustav. I don't know, I just want to join them and become a dragon rider. I've clearly done everything they told me to. I've shoveled dragon dung for 2 years without a single complaint. And then why? For them to tell me I'm still not good enough. Valka. You want to be a dragon rider. But you already are one now, aren't you? You don't need anyone's permission to be a dragon rider, you only need the acknowledgement of yourself and your dragon. Then, recognize your weaknesses and your strengths. Finally, correct your weaknesses and utilize your strengths. I see that right now, you mostly need to work on your physical fitness. Gustav. Hee, I guess so. So I'm already a dragon rider. But I'm quite curious, who is this Cain you mentioned? Valka. Cain. He is my husband and my hero. He possesses the greatest wisdom and strength. He reached out to help me when I was at my most helpless, and I decided then and there that I would definitely repay him. Though it wasn't originally intended for me to become his wife, but how did it turn out like this? Hearing this, it was as if something inside Gustav broke, while Valka just continued to talk incessantly about Cain's virtues. Gustav. Thank you, Valka, but I think I need to go rest now. The girl he had just started to have feelings for turned out to be someone else's wife. Gustav felt terrible, but what could he say? He couldn't do anything at all. After talking with Valka, Gustav spent some time outside thinking things through. He felt that he should get to know himself better, just as Valka had suggested. After some reflection, he decided he should return to Burke Island first, then train himself to become strong and accomplished. After bidding farewell to Hiccup, he headed back toward Burke Island. However, he was captured by Dagur on his way back. Haha, we've captured a dragon rider. Dagur, which one is it? I hope it's my buddy Hiccup, otherwise, I suppose that girl would do. Which girl? Dagur, is there more than one girl? After Dagur pushed through the crowd, he realized he didn't recognize this dragon rider, and it wasn't Hiccup's dragon. Dagur, this person isn't Hiccup's dragon rider. Who are you? Gustav Larson. I am Gustav Larson. That's all the intel you're getting out of me. Dagur realized he wasn't going to get anything out of him, so he turned to his men. Well, fine. Take him and feed him to the eels. The defiant Gustav immediately backed down. Wait. I know Hiccup. I know the dragon riders, and I have intel. Finally hearing something of interest, Dagur walked up to Gustav and pinched his mouth shut with his hand. What kind of intel? Gustav. I can help you get the dragon eye. Dagur. What is the dragon eye? That is the dragon eye, he said, pointing to the object drawn on the blueprint. Having learned what he wanted, Dagur began his maniacal laughter. Time passed until morning. At this time, Gustav was sitting and eating with Dagur. Dagur. How is it? The food's not bad, right? Gustav expressed that it was indeed quite good. Seeing a satisfactory answer, Dagur began to explain his plan. We'll lure Hiccup and his Night Fury into the open, kill the other dragon riders, and then take the dragon eye with lethal force, as if there were any other kind of force in the world. I mean, whatever, so be it, in the end, the dragon eye will be mine. After listening to Dagur's plan, Gustav gave his response. Yes, that's one way, but you'd only possibly get the dragon eye. Otherwise, Hiccup will crush your plan, just like every other time you've clashed with him. His men moved at these words, but Dagur stopped them. He wanted to hear Gustav's idea. So you have a better plan. Gustav, could you pass me the sauce first? I have a way to ensure Hiccup gives the dragon eye to us. Dagur, want a leg of lamb too, my friend. So, should we celebrate Gustav's departure? At the training ground, everyone felt that Gustav's departure was a good thing. Except for Hiccup and Valka. Hiccup felt he should have given him a chance, and Valka also felt Gustav deserved an opportunity to prove himself, though she hoped he would actually listen. However, the rest of them were already prepared to throw a party. Then Hookfang flew in from the sky, accidentally slamming into Snotlout's head. Hiccup. Hookfang. Why are you here? Hiccup looked at the clearly agitated Hookfang and chose to calm him down first. After soothing him, Hiccup discovered a letter attached to Hookfang's horn. Hiccup took it down, read it, and said, "It's Dagur. He wants to make a trade, the dragon eye for Gustav." After making some preparations, Hiccup got ready to head out. Although his companions warned him before he left, they had no choice, he had to go. Hiccup brought Hookfang to the exchange point. After landing on the ship, Gustav ran toward Hookfang. Dagur. Oh, the bond between a dragon and its rider. It makes me sick. Once Hiccup was on board, Dagur's men pointed their weapons at him. Yes, I see them, brother. Gustav, are you okay? After Hiccup received a confirming response, Dagur stepped forward to claim his payment. You'll get it when we're over there, Dagur. Dagur. Oh, where's the trust? After everything we've been through together. Hearing this, Hiccup's face remained cold. No, not even a little bit. No Hiccup-style sarcasm. No rebuttals. I find those quite amusing. We know each other inside out, don't we? Hiccup. Dagur, let's get down to business. Let them come over. You first. You have no choice. If you dare make a move, they'll shoot you and your dragon down. So don't try any tricks, just roll that thing over here, and I'll naturally let them go. After Hiccup handed the dragon eye to Dagur, Gustav showed no intention of leaving. Gustav also hinted to Hiccup about the place he was going. Afterward, Gustav lured Dagur to that island. Relying on the fact that the dragon eye's light can blind someone temporarily if shown in their eyes, Gustav gave Dagur's eyes a blast. He used that window of time to escape, but Dagur spotted the glow of the dragon eye. Dagur. Got you. Hiccup. No, we've got you. Hearing the voice, Dagur looked behind him and found Hiccup facing him. Good job, Gustav. Oh, what's wrong, Dagur? No sarcasm or rebuttals. And here I thought we were on the same page. However, before he could finish his taunt, Dagur took advantage of a moment when Gustav wasn't paying attention and snatched the dragon eye. Hiccup. Dagur, hand over the dragon eye. I don't think so. Under Hiccup's threat, Dagur dropped the dragon eye. Seeing the dragon eye falling, Gustav dove down after it. Hiccup followed him down as well. After experiencing another separation from his dragon, Hiccup remounted Toothless. And Gustav was caught by Hookfang. Finally, as they left, Hiccup sincerely apologized to Gustav. And he had also discovered a treasure, a new lens. Gustav returned to Burke Island once again. Everything ended happily. Valka's side of the story was over. Now, let's pull the perspective back to Kane's side. Kane had been following the ships below for 2 days now. During these 2 days, he had been living a life of exposure to the elements. He needed to fly under the sun while keeping a close eye on the dragon hunters' ships to prevent them from escaping. When it was time to rest, he would tell Erjan to raise her head, and then he and Thunder would rest on top of her for a while. While it was much more convenient, Erjan couldn't get too close, otherwise, her massive size would attract the dragon hunter's attention. So, when Kane needed to rest, it was usually when they were far away from the ships, or at night. Once the ships finally reached their destination, Kane waited for nightfall. While waiting, Kane tried his best to observe the layout below from the sky, as he needed to infiltrate once night arrived. Note that this was an infiltration, not a Dynasty Warriors style frontal assault. After scoping out a general route, all that was left was to wait for night. Finally, night arrived. Kane found a relatively weak patrol point and had Thunder drop him off. After landing, he told Thunder to rush over and save him as soon as he called out. Kane pulled out a large cloak from his pack. Once he had the cloak ready, Thunder flew away. This cloak was made by Kane using the shed skin of a changewing, although it didn't seem to have any function other than providing invisibility. However, today it would become Kane's greatest trump card for a perfect infiltration. He threw the cloak over his armor and slowly walked inside. Kane tried to remain as silent as possible as he entered, approaching house by house. He needed to find where the dragons were being held. When he reached an arena, he discovered a fight below between a razor-whip dragon and a titanwing monstrous nightmare. The dragon hunters watching this scene were very excited, while Kane just watched quietly from the side. He wouldn't feel anger, because anger is a display of the weak. He didn't find it particularly strange either. After all, ancient Rome had its colosseums, and here it was just dragons fighting dragons. Later on, there might even be scenes where slaves were forced to fight dragons. This was the ancient world after all, a paradise for victors. The losers either died or fled, and those who couldn't escape mostly became slaves. After watching for a while, Kane continued his search for the dragon-holding cells. However, by the time he returned here, this place would likely no longer exist. Finally finding the place where the dragons were imprisoned, Kane looked over the dragons. There were about 19 scorktail dragons here, including one brown titanwing scorktail dragon. There were 5 catastrophic quakens, over 20 gronkles, 2 bone nappers, 18 deadly natters, 15 monstrous nightmares, 20 mimic dragons, and so on. While Kane was looking at these dragons, several people approached. Do you think these dragons will be sold tomorrow? Who knows? Who cares? After we're done patrolling, want to go grab a drink? If you're buying, I'm going. Hey, I'm telling you, kid. I treated last time. It's your turn this time. As the men were talking and laughing, they completely failed to notice Kane, who had just brushed past them, though they couldn't see him anyway. Even though they didn't notice him, Kane wasn't going to let them off. Kane flicked his ring finger, and a hidden blade emerged from the armor on the back of his hand. But after thinking about it, he retracted it. He then pulled out a blowgun and several darts, blowing them toward the men. The men who were laughing and talking just a moment ago collapsed instantly. Seeing them all down, Kane stepped forward to search them, finding nothing but a few gold coins. He didn't even find the keys he wanted. After giving each of them a kick, he continued his search for the keys. He wanted to cause chaos here first. After all, facing an orderly organization is completely different from facing one in utter turmoil. And releasing all these dragons was clearly much better than causing a scene himself for half the day. After knocking out over a dozen people, Kane finally found them. Just as Kane was preparing to go back and release the dragons, he encountered someone. When that person saw 2 hands opening the cages, he shouted toward them. Hey, who are you? Sigh, what a hassle. But could you please sleep for a while? After saying that, Kane used the blowgun to take down another one. It really is one restless thing after another every single day. When he had released all the dragons, it seemed the scorktail dragons caught his scent. They seemed very afraid of him. But it didn't matter. Once the dragons all went out to wreak havoc, he could just reap the benefits as a bystander. Come, let's cause a real scene. Kane said this as he looked at the dragons. Outside, the sky was already filled with the glow of fire. Chief, this is bad. What happened? Why the rush? At this moment, their chief had just gotten up from the side of his newly bought beauty. Waking up made him feel very irritable. After all, if your boss calls you back to work just as you and your wife are about to get busy, you'd definitely be angry, maybe even curse him out on the spot. Chief, all our dragons have escaped. Hearing this, the chief almost fell off the bed. Quick, take me there to see, now. When he went out, he saw it. All the dragons they had captured had broken out. They were even relentlessly bombarding their headquarters. What are you still standing there for? Get over there and help. After saying that, he gave the subordinate next to him a kick. And tell them to switch everything to dragon root arrows. I want them alive. Before the subordinate left, he didn't forget to give him instructions. As for why he wanted them alive. Because some people like to watch dragons fight, and some so-called alchemists like to use dragon blood for alchemy to sell to some brain-dead rich people who wanted longevity. Therefore, a living dragon was far more valuable than a dead one. While they were preoccupied and overwhelmed, Cain had already discovered the building where they stored their gold coins. There really was quite a lot, but now it's all mine. Gia 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 Gia. Then he called Thunder down to pick him up. Seeing Thunder descend, the chief finally realized that someone was sabotaging them. He was fuming with rage and ordered dozens of men to chase after Cain. How could those on foot possibly be faster than those who fly? Before they could even react, Cain and Thunder had long since made their escape. And our powerless, raging chief had no choice, he still had to deal with the flock of dragons venting their anger in the sky. Cain watched the farce below from the sky, and he felt much better. It had been a long time since he'd done something like this. As for how many would die down there, all I can say is, I've already sent them to Odin's great battlefield, what more do you want? When Cain noticed a tsunami rising out of nowhere nearby, he knew Erjan had arrived. Now he had things to do. Cain had Thunder give a deafening roar. Roar. Both sides froze at the sound and turned to stare at Cain and Thunder. Cain, which of you is the leader? I need a word. Everyone heard him, but morale was low, some even cursed him on the spot. Cain couldn't care less about their insults. I'll say it once more, where's your boss? My patience is thin, unless you'd rather be torn apart by dragons. At that, the chief stepped forward. I'm the leader here. Cain was pleased, at least the man had the guts to show himself. Good. I'll give you one chance, leave or die. Choose. Before the chief could answer, the men behind him objected. Why should we? There's so many of us, we can wear you and your dragons down. Once those words rang out, every last thug decided there was nothing to fear. Yeah, why should we be scared of you? Cain said nothing, he simply looked at the chief. So, what's your decision? Remembering his superior numbers, the chief saw nothing to dread. My answer is no. With this many men, we'll be the ones left laughing. Cain wasn't surprised. Fine, I'll give you one last chance. He raised both blades, clashed them 3 times, and shouted. Erjan. Hearing her name, Erjan strode from the sea toward the island, swatting aside a few ships on her way. When she stood behind Cain and Thunder, Cain addressed them again. Choose now, death or departure. The dragon hunters looked at Erjan and knew they had no choice. Their chief knew it too. We're leaving. We're leaving. With those words he seemed to age years, but he had no option. Vikings do not fear death. Yet he feared their deaths. He, their chief, dreaded losing every last man. Some were barely teens who'd joined for his reputation, craving glory. But with so many lives at stake, he had to think of them, and of himself. In the end they disbanded, each man received a pension, modest but enough to live well for a few years. Cain didn't demand the local gold, he took only 30%, leaving the rest as pensions and death benefits. Honestly, he thought the chief decent, at least he shared the money. Not like some leaders who leave you with nothing. The chief still had plenty of coins left, even a dozen beauties. So what? He had sworn to Odin he would never hunt dragons again. You can question their morals, but never their faith in Odin. They were born and bred Vikings, their belief in Odin was absolute. Much like Christians, faith in God. Though they never saw Erjan's full might, the threat alone sufficed. Finally Erjan used a special organ in her horn to summon every dragon away. The organ could command dragons, though not with the bewildering Titan's total control, only broad orders. Once the dragons departed, Cain followed them home. It hadn't gone as expected, he'd thought they'd fight to the death, perhaps Erjan's presence was too overwhelming. No matter, the result was close enough. When Cain and Erjan led the dragons away, the hunters sailed off as well. Who in their right mind would stay and wait for Cain to change his mind and wipe them out? They wanted to live, not to die. 2 days later Cain neared home. First he stopped at a nearby island to allot territory for the dragons. The whole area was his domain, he could do as he pleased. With everything settled, he decided to rest, the past days had exhausted him. He pitched a tent and slept, he needed real rest. Erjan went back to sleep too, she hadn't done much, yet she felt tired. Thunder curled up beside Cain, equally worn out. After a full day's sleep, Kane rose refreshed. That nap had been perfect. He checked on the newly brought dragons and found them doing well. Relieved, he noticed even more dragons gathering nearby. No matter, Erjan was here, they wouldn't revolt. Next he planned to name them. The brown scorptail chief would be Flammatail, the mimic dragon leader, Chatterbox, the rest later. His time was short, soon he would seek out Windhowler. Windhowler was the name he'd given a Speedstinger Alpha whose pack was unique, they were active by day. You should have seen Kane's shock when he found them. Speedstingers are deadlier at night, yet this lot preferred daylight. Their eyesight far surpassed nocturnal kin, their aggression greater, the Alpha's crest purple instead of the usual color. Though diurnal, their venom had weakened slightly, causing paralysis rather than total immobility. Kane tamed them by chance, he found the wounded Alpha, healed him, and won the pack's loyalty. It was a shortcut, but it worked. Since then Kane used their venom to make tranquilizer darts and brought them food, mutual benefit. Carrying a load of fish, Kane set off to find Windhowler. He passed other speedstingers, but they would lead him to the Alpha. Once there, he produced a small jar, and every speedstinger dripped venom into it. Kane then fed them all the fish. After securing the venom, Kane returned to settle the rest of the dragons. He housed the Quaken and the Grunkle together, and the Razorwhip dragon got a prime spot. Another Titan Wing Night Fury paired up with Volcano. Incidentally, Volcano is a female Titan Wing Night Fury. Kane found their mutual attraction perfectly natural. Once the dragons were split across the islands, he started home, a flight of barely 10 odd minutes. Kane's territory was now enormous, the 5 or 6 isles around Dragon Feast Island were his alone. The islands sat far enough apart to give every dragon its own space. After a hectic morning, he was finally home. On arrival he noticed Volca wasn't there, only her armor lay by the door. It meant she had returned but stepped out. She had probably gone to the garden to see the flowers. Whenever Volca had nothing to do, she loved spending time among the blossoms. It had taken them over 10 days to build the garden, dragons had lent a hand too. They enjoyed romping among the plants and flowers. Kane had even planted a patch of dragon grass for them. Every dragon loved it except the sentinel dragons. Apart from their fondness for purple fruit, they showed no interest in dragon grass. How odd. When Kane reached the garden, he saw Volca dancing in the open center. Her graceful steps resembled a moon spirit fallen to earth, dancing out her longing for home, or for someone. Kane simply watched in silence. When the dance ended, he walked up behind her and spoke. "Fair lady, may I have this dance?" He offered her his hand. Recognizing his voice, Volca turned to see armored Kane extending his hand. With a smile she said, "Welcome home. I'm back safe, so will you dance with me?" He insisted, hand still out. Volca eyed the armored suitor, how could he dance in steel? And the smell was unmistakable. "No. How can you dance in armor? Go take a bath, now." Realizing he hadn't washed in 6 days, Kane sniffed and conceded. "All right, armor off, then a bath." He trudged homeward, looking defeated. Not wanting him disheartened after raiding the dragon hunter's stronghold, Volca caught up and took his hand. "You've worked hard, dinner's ready. Tell me how you fought the dragon hunters." "Gladly, and you can fill me in on your week." Laughing, they headed inside. Kane returned her rifle, it had seen no action. Volca beamed, it had become her favorite toy. Stripping off his armor, he set it aside for cleaning and a mechanism tune-up. While the water heated, he sat in a large tub while Volca scrubbed his back. He was stark naked. Years of familiarity had long since erased any modesty between them. When he finished, he helped her bathe in turn. Clean at last, they compared notes. Volca had gained little loot but plenty of amusement, twice. Gustav had caused one uproar, the twins had briefly become kings of Dragon's Edge and then lost the crown. Kane brought back a horde of dragons and chests of gold, useless to him, delightful to her. The first time she saw the coins, unspoken joy filled her eyes, then Teres's memories of her parents surfaced. She pictured them wandering the seas for her sake. "Are you all right?" he asked. Wiping her eyes, she managed, "I'm fine." The past was past, now they would live, and one day settle the score with John. Hearing of new dragons, Volca begged to meet them. Kane obliged. They mounted Starry Night and Night Light, Thunder was lazing in a hot spring and refused to budge. Off they flew on Starry Night. After some play with the newcomers, dusk had fallen. Volca tugged Kane toward the garden. "There," she said, "now you may ask me to dance." He instantly offered his hand. The dance left him elated. I'll cook your favorites, how's that? Really? I want lots. Deal, let's head back. Watching her run ahead, Lei felt only luck and happiness. She looped back, slipped her arm through his, and smiled. Slow down, let's savor the walk. So when do we have a child? The question nearly toppled him. Recovering, he said, when you're 20, that's when. Volka swung his arm in delight. Great. Boy or girl? Either way, they'll be ours. After resting at home and training the new dragon for several weeks, Lei, with nothing to do, was starting to feel bored. I want to go to Burke Island for fun. Do you want to come, Volka? Reclining in a rocking chair, Volka heard Lei wanted to visit Burke. She was eager, after all, things were always livelier with Hiccup and the others. Great. I'm coming too. All right, pack up and we'll leave. While we're at it, we'll bring Stoic the chili powder he asked for. Once the decision was made, the two quickly gathered what they needed, including the chili powder for Stoic. As for the house, no one could enter without permission. Upon reaching Burke Island, Lei met up with Stoic. He handed over the chili powder Stoic needed, quite a lot, about 7 or 8 pounds. When Stoic saw the quantity, he asked Lei if he needed anything in return. Spices were truly expensive, especially on an island. Lei said he wanted 3 sheep. After hearing the request, Stoic asked several times. When the answer stayed the same, he thumped his chest and declared it was no problem. After all, the chili Lei had given was worth far more than 3 sheep. And getting so much chili for only 3 sheep was a bargain for him. Lei still had piles of the stuff at home. Trading a bit of chili for 3 sheep felt like a steal to him. Both sides thought they'd come out ahead, so who lost out? With the chili in hand, Stoic began distributing it to every household. To keep things fair, he measured each portion before handing it over. Honestly, as a chieftain, Stoic was pretty impressive. In the end, every family received chili powder, except Gobber. According to Stoic, Gobber had gone off on some errand. Though he wasn't here, Stoic still set a share aside for him. Freshly in possession of 3 sheep, Lei stood nearby pondering how to eat them. After 2 seconds thought, he settled on roast whole mutton. He and Volka invited Stoic to join them. Stoic didn't refuse. They picked a good spot, and Lei slaughtered 1 sheep for roasting. The other 2 sheep were now being eyed hungrily by Thunder. Several hours later, the roast mutton was finally done. Just as they were about to eat, Hiccup arrived from Dragon's Edge. Back on Burke, Hiccup found things oddly quiet. After asking someone for his dad's whereabouts, he headed over. Hey, Dad, Gobber said you were. Before he could finish, Hiccup saw Lei and Volka sharing roast lamb with his father. Stoic brightened when he recognized Hiccup. Lei and Volka spotted him too. Oh, Hiccup. Have you eaten? If not, come have some. Noting Hiccup had returned for something, Lei also invited him to join. Having flown since dawn to reach Burke by midday, Hiccup hadn't eaten. Thanks, Lei. With his thanks, Hiccup took a seat. Once everyone was settled, they ate and chatted. Stoic. Son, what brings you back? Hiccup. Gobber said you were driving everyone crazy, so I came to check. I was supposed to be dealing with a screaming dragon. And of course I'm here to ask you to help handle it. Stoic. Pretty much what Gobber said. I've had everyone running around lately. As for your invitation, count me in. Reading between the lines, Lei guessed something was wrong on Hiccup's island. Screaming dragons don't attack without reason. Lei. Hiccup, can we come too? Volka. Yes, yes. We'd love to see. It was obvious Volka just wanted to see if anything fun was going on. Hiccup. Of course, the more the merrier. With a grin, Hiccup agreed. After the meal, they set off for Dragon's Edge. The moment they arrived, Snotlout attacked them. Hiccup. Hey, it's us, stop. Realizing his mistake, Snotlout apologized at once. Snotlout. Great to see you, Chief. You look strong as ever. Welcome to Screaming Dragon Hell. Seeing the defenses, Stoic realized Hiccup hadn't been exaggerating. Hiccup. Anyone hurt? Astrid. Pretty much. They spotted Gobber nearby, babbling nonsense. Stoic. What's wrong with him? Snotlout. Chief, you could start with the wooden leg, then the hook hand and the bad breath. Unable to watch, Snotlout stepped in to explain. He'll be fine, just got clobbered by the watchtower. The dazed Gobber was chatting with Toothless. Toothless, unsettled by the odd Viking, walked away. Astrid. Hiccup, the screaming dragon raids are out of control, we have to do something. Just as Stoic was about to speak, Hiccup took charge. Astrid, search the east coast. Roughnut, Snotlout, take the west. Canelay and Volca, one east, one west. Dad and I will sweep the middle. Fishlegs, Snotlout, look after Gobber, and hold the base. Watching him give orders, Stoic saw how much Hiccup had grown. Perched on Starry Night, Stoic chatted with Hiccup. Ah, feels great to be back in the sky, no wonder you never want to leave. The view's spectacular. Hiccup, thanks, Dad, but we'll lose him, if we can't solve the screaming dragon problem. Stoic, right, when did you first meet it? Hiccup, a few weeks ago. We didn't even know it was there at first. Then it started wreaking havoc, first chasing wild dragons, then coming after us. Stoic, has it killed any dragons? Hiccup, not one. It's not just strong, it's fast, smart, and unpredictable. We haven't even really seen it. That clearly intrigued Stoic. Sounds like a real challenge, doesn't it? It does. Ha! Look at us, two Vikings hunting, plotting to catch a beast. As they joked, several deadly natters burst into view ahead. There they are. X2. When Stoic and Hiccup flew there, they found that the screaming dragon was already gone. Hiccup. See. Every time, we miss it just by a hair. Stoic. We didn't see it fly off, so it must have left on foot. But where exactly did it go? Then Hiccup noticed the path the screaming dragon had smashed through as it left. Here, look at these bushes it knocked down when it left. Let's head this way. I'm right behind you, son. The two then followed the trail left by the screaming dragon. They walked until the screaming dragon's footprints vanished. Hiccup. These tracks are fresh, which means we must have just missed it. Stoic. It seems it noticed us, and then it changed direction. A truly worthy opponent. For Stoic to give such high praise was enough to show how troublesome the screaming dragon was. The two continued forward. However, in the nearby bushes, the screaming dragon watched them leave in silence. Hiccup. We need to keep closing in on it. Stoic. I don't think so. We've already been through here. Look at these tracks and the trees nearby. This beast has circled back behind us twice already. Hiccup. Wait, you think it knows we're hunting it? Stoic. No, I think it's hunting us. Stoic's understanding was quite astute. In the wild, you could be the prey or the hunter, the difference lay in who spotted the other first. Hiccup found this hard to believe. Oh, well that's just great. But I'm leaning towards a different interpretation. What do you think, Dad? As Hiccup spoke, Stoic already had a plan. After snapping off a tree branch, he spoke. I might have an idea on how we can catch this beast. After some preparation, Stoic found a clearing to lure the screaming dragon. Oh, I've got my stick and I've got my rope. I smell like a yak 'cause I don't use soap. I'm a Viking through and through. Stoic sang while pounding the ground with a wooden staff, trying to lure the screaming dragon out. And the screaming dragon really was lured out. Seeing the screaming dragon, Stoic marveled at its strength. Whoa, you certainly look sturdy. And you seem to have a lot to say, don't you? As if hearing Stoic's words, the screaming dragon let out a roar. Now let's see if you can still get in the way. The moment he finished, they charged at each other. Hiccup flew in from above just then, and the screaming dragon on the ground spotted them. Hiccup and Starry Night dropped nets repeatedly, but the agile screaming dragon dodged them all. Realizing things weren't right, Hiccup immediately warned his father to leave. Dad, get out of there. Not yet. But Stoic didn't leave, instead, he threw the rope in his hand toward the screaming dragon's horns. Seeing the rope catch, Stoic took a massive leap. He pulled the screaming dragon right over onto the ground. The downed screaming dragon glanced at Stoic. Watching from above, Hiccup warned, Dad, let go of the rope. No sooner had he spoken than the screaming dragon took off, dragging Stoic into the air. Dad, don't let go of the rope. Pulled into the sky, Stoic was still gripping the rope and trying to climb up. Eventually, unable to hold on, he let go. The screaming dragon seized the opportunity, turning and diving straight for Stoic. If no one saved Stoic, he would most likely die. Oh, trying to take a bite out of me while I'm falling, are you? Then bring it on. Just as the screaming dragon charged at Stoic, Starry Night rushed in just in time to save him. Seeing that Stoic was safe, Hiccup said, we need to go back to Dragon's Edge and get some reinforcements. Agreed. But before leaving, Stoic shouted to the screaming dragon, this isn't over yet, screaming dragon. The screaming dragon simply tossed its head, shaking the rope loose. It sniffed the rope, then watched the two leave. After returning, Stoic looked around. Where's Gobber? As he spoke, they saw Gobber chasing 3 wild boars all over the place. Seeing this, Snotlout said, "Boar pit." Hiccup. Alright, where is Gobber? Seeing Hiccup return, Astrid asked him. Hiccup, did you find the screaming dragon? Recalling the experience, Hiccup said, "It was more like he found us." Stoic followed up. Haha, that fellow certainly gave us a run for our money. Hiccup. Now we're back for supplies, then we're all going to look for it. But Kane and Snotlout, looking at the screaming dragon flying toward them, said, "I don't think we need to look for it." I was thinking the same thing. Hearing them talk nonsense, Snotlout couldn't help but ask them. What are you two talking about? Hearing Snotlout ask this, Snotlout pointed at the screaming dragon. We're talking about that. Seeing where Snotlout was pointing, it seemed unbelievable. Seeing the screaming dragon approach, Hiccup quickly directed everyone. Everyone, get on your dragons. We need to get him away from Dragon's Edge. Why does he keep following us? Stoic, catching sight of the screaming dragon in the moonlight, marveled, beautiful. As everyone took to the air, the Night Furies heard the screaming dragon's sound and quickly fled the area. These Night Furies collided with everyone. Watching the departing Night Furies, Hiccup asked curiously, "Where are those Night Furies going?" Seeing the Night Furies leave, the screaming dragon ignored Hiccup and the others. Stoic. Why isn't the screaming dragon following us? Below, Gobber, who was trying to make friends with a boar, was in a state of grief and didn't notice the screaming dragon behind him at all. Watching the dragon charge at Gobber, Hiccup had Toothless try to distract it, but it didn't seem to care. Landing on the ground, it roared a few times to scare off the surrounding Night Furies, then charged toward Gobber. Seeing this, everyone tried to stop it from reaching Gobber, but the screaming dragon ignored them and continued its charge. Stoic. This dragon doesn't seem that bloodthirsty. Hiccup. Not sure yet, it's still following Gobber. Looking at the situation below, the screaming dragon was getting closer and closer to Gobber. Seeing this, Hiccup began to struggle with the decision. I hate to do this, but it's either Gobber or the screaming dragon. Having decided, Hiccup prepared to attack the screaming dragon. Stoic watched this, knowing it was useless. He thought for a moment, then looked at the fleeing Night Furies. Stoic realized it might be warning them to leave. Hiccup. Wait. With that, he rode Starry Night and bumped into Toothless. Dad. What are you doing? Seeing the attack miss, he complained to Stoic. Below, the screaming dragon was doing exactly what Stoic thought, stopping in front of Gobber and warning him to leave. If that dragon really wanted to hurt someone, he would have done it by now. There must be more to this. Like what? There's only one way to find out. Stoic then rode Starry Night down toward the screaming dragon. On the ground, Gobber was waiting for Stoic to speak. Ha ha ha, Stoic, do you remember Pee-wee? I remember, Gobber. But right now I need to have a word with Pee-wee. Stoic was in no mood to talk to Gobber, he needed to know why the screaming dragon was acting this way. Approaching the screaming dragon, the dragon warned him to stay back. What are you trying to tell us, dragon? Hearing Stoic, the screaming dragon gestured toward the sea with its head. This dragon seems to be trying to tell us something. Seeing they still weren't leaving, the screaming dragon lowered its head and vibrated the plates on its neck. Hearing the vibration, the dragons all flew into the sky and formed a circle. You were right, Dad. Finally, the screaming dragon, having no other choice, nudged Stoic onto its back and flew toward the sea with him. Once everyone was in position, they noticed the sea was rising, it was a tsunami. Hiccup finally understood why the screaming dragon had been causing destruction on the island, it was warning them to leave. Facing the tsunami, everyone now needed to defend Dragon's Edge to prevent it from being destroyed. They reinforced the stone wall Gobber had built, but it was clearly lower than the tsunami. And the wall was about to give way. You guys handle the cracks. Son, I need an idea. You heard him. Hearing this, everyone began sealing the cracks. Meanwhile, Stoic and the screaming dragon stopped in front of a massive stone pillar. Alright, now let's make your original idea a reality. Hearing this, the screaming dragon first struck the pillar's weak point, then smashed it down. The fallen pillar happened to block the tsunami. Fish legs. I can't believe it, Hiccup. If that screaming dragon hadn't warned us, we'd all have been swept away by the tsunami. Now the screaming dragon and Stoic were playing together happily. Fish legs. Look at that guy, he's truly remarkable. Stoic. Yes, you can say that again, fish legs. Fish legs. You know what, everyone? This is a brand new dragon species. We need to give it a name. Kane. How about, tracker class, everyone? Everyone thought Kane's suggestion was good. Finally, after Gobber left, Stoik returned to Burke Island with Skullcrusher. 2 weeks have passed since the last visit to Dragon's Edge. After the business with the Screaming Dragon concluded, Canelay and Volka spent another 2 days playing at Dragon's Edge. Though there wasn't much left to do there. Wherever Hiccup and his friends are, trouble and fun are never far behind. After all, if a protagonist's life isn't full of trials and tribulations, can they even be called a protagonist? Checkmate. I'm going to win. Heh heh. Inside a pavilion in the garden, Beely was currently gloating over a game of chess. Ever since Canelay carved this chess set a few days ago, she hadn't won a single game until now. She was finally about to win. She was overjoyed. However, before she could finish celebrating, Canelay moved his rook in front of his king, perfectly dismantling her offensive. Ah, how could you do that? Just go easy on me. Let me win just one game. It's been 3 days, and I haven't beaten you once. Ha ha ha, don't be so angry. I was the same way before, I lost for several days straight too. As Canelay spoke, he began resetting the chess pieces. Another round. Forget it, I don't want to play anymore. Thinking about how long it might take to actually draw with Canelay, she figured it was better not to play at all. Seeing Volka like this, and knowing her well after living together for several years, Canelay felt she was giving up on herself and needed some comfort. Alright, I know it's frustrating, but at least you've learned how to deal with me, haven't you? Besides, you've learned a lot and you're doing great. Back then, I was getting crushed for 5 days straight. Hearing Canelay's comfort, Volka's mood clearly improved, mostly because she heard that Canelay had been crushed for 5 days. Fine. Next, I'm going to play on the nearby islands. You just go back to writing your book. After saying that, Volka hopped on Nightlight and left with Starry Night. Once Volka left, Canelay returned to his secret cabin to write. The reason he wanted to write books was that he felt his phone wouldn't last him many more years. So, he was transcribing its contents into books. Naturally, the book regarding firearms was kept in a secure location. Of course, he knew nowhere was truly safe, so he coated the chest containing the books with Inferno gel. In an emergency, it would be incinerated instantly. If someone tried to steal it, wouldn't it be better to just destroy it? To avoid accidents, he made several identical chests using the same method. As long as you can't guess which one is real, I win. Even if you do guess correctly, it doesn't matter. Once the mechanism is tripped incorrectly, the nitroglycerin inside will teach them a lesson. Then, thinking that this was too troublesome, Canelay built a secret room to store all the books he deemed necessary. He then placed a large amount of nitroglycerin near the door. If the mechanism to open it was handled incorrectly, it would ensure the place turned into ruins and everyone nearby would die. It could be said that absolutely no one but him could open it. He had also considered all possibilities, including bypassing the door by digging a hole from the side. There was nitroglycerin inside there too, with just as many traps. One wrong step, and you'd be waiting for death. However, he couldn't rule out someone with dumb luck just happening to make it through. Therefore, Canelay didn't spare the books themselves. If someone took more than one book, the place would also explode. If the secrets here were leaked, a massive crowd would surely come looking. The knowledge here, if held by an ambitious person, would be enough to make them a king. He didn't think anyone could refuse such knowledge. And their greed would be the last thing on their minds before death. After writing until the afternoon, Canelay had to go cook. Volka had already returned and was sitting at the table waiting for the meal Canelay had prepared. How was it? Did you have fun? Canelay spoke to Volka while placing the dishes on the table. Of course. You have no idea, Chatterbox and the others have such versatile attacks. If I train them for combat, they'll definitely be very strong. Then she went on and on about training Chatterbox and the others today. This was fine, after all, it's always good to have something to do, even if it's just daydreaming. Do you need me? No. I want to give you a surprise. You can't come see until I've finished training them. Hearing Canelay offer to help, Volka hurriedly refused. She needed to give him a surprise. Since Volka didn't need his help, Canelay didn't say anything more. Alright, since you want to surprise me, I'll wait for the good news. Just you wait and see. After chatting, Volka and Canelay went to sleep. After all, training and transcribing books were quite taxing. Canelay didn't just need to write, he also had to draw diagrams for better understanding, making the workload immense. Training was even more troublesome, requiring them to exercise self-control and coordinate their attacks with each other. Kainley could only hope that Volka's training results would be decent. Though he didn't hold the highest expectations, he would view Volka's results in his best state of mind. But since things were as they were, it was time to sleep. Time moved to the next day. Wake up, I'm going to train them now. Remember to eat on time. Also, do you need me to bring you lunch at noon? Alright, you go ahead. I'll cook for myself at noon. You can focus on training them. Seeing Kainley lying in bed with no intention of getting up while telling her to go ahead, Volka knew he just wanted to sleep in. But there was nothing she could do, she didn't have much time and needed to hurry over to train the mimic dragons. Fine, you keep sleeping. But if I come back and see that the food on the table hasn't been touched, you know what'll happen. Hearing this, Kainley immediately bolted upright and said to Volka, got it. I'll definitely finish it all. Good, I'm off then. Leaving those words behind, Volka departed. Kainley also got up to eat and then went back to transcribing books. Just like any other day, the two of them lived a mundane life today as well. Now, let me show you the results of my training. You'll definitely be astonished. Volka stood in front of all the mimic dragons. She was currently showing off the fruits of her training to Kain. Alright, can we start then? I've been sitting here for almost an hour. Kain had been sitting there for an hour and was quite bored. Besides, he needed to go back and continue writing his book. Alright, I'll let them show you now. Volka then clapped her hands, and the mimic dragons formed teams of 3. They then demonstrated coordinated attacks, covering retreats, surrounding opponents, and rapid escapes to Kain. I have to say, you've done a wonderful job, Volka. The variety of attacks is overwhelming, and their ability to escape is top-notch. You're already a dragon training master. Having watched all the drills, Kain was not stingy with his praise. After all, these were the results of Volka's hard work. Dampening her enthusiasm would be counterproductive. Thank you for the compliments, she said, giving Kain a kiss on the cheek. Any plans for the rest of the day? Probably going back to continue writing, and also looking after the night light that's currently brooding. Hearing that Kain was going back to write, she felt quite bored. She had watched him write before, and just a glance at what was in those books gave Volka a headache. She really didn't know how Kain could stay inside writing for 3 consecutive weeks. Besides, she should be the one taking care of the Nightlight's eggs. Ever since they returned a week ago, Nightlight and Starry Night had started building a small nest. By the time the two of them noticed, there were already 4 dragon eggs in Nightlight's nest. Hatching dragon eggs takes time, and during this period, Starry Night and Nightlight would take turns brooding. The one brooding needed to be cared for. Volka and Kain would take care of the brooding dragon together, even though it took up their time. But it was all worth it. Today is when we need to go out and restock on supplies, and you also need to give Stoic the chili peppers. Alright, so how do we look after Nightlight and the others? They're at a critical stage, they probably can't come to Burke Island with us, right? It's fine, I can ask Kaihu and the others to watch over them. For the trip, Dark Flight will do, she can also help us carry some things. Kaihu, a sentinel dragon. Alright, I hope by the time we get back, the little night shadows have hatched. After speaking, the two of them packed their things and prepared to leave. Oh, Kain, long time no see. Long time no see, Stoic. Here are the chili peppers you wanted. Kain gave the peppers to Stoic, and Stoic brought the iron Kain needed. It was a fair trade. However, when Volka had just arrived riding Dark Flight, there seemed to be anger and sadness in Stoic's eyes. Seeing Stoic like this, Kain understood why he was sad and angry, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't exactly say, I know your wife is still alive, she just doesn't want to come looking for you, could he? Besides, Kain didn't know Volka's location either, saying it would be useless, so it was better to let nature take its course. If I may ask, Stoic, are Hiccup and the others at Dragon's Edge? Hearing Kain ask where Hiccup was, Stoic said directly that they were in the Great Hall. After getting the answer and thanking Stoic, Kain and Volka headed toward the Great Hall. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, Kain heard. It's very sharp. Didn't I say it was very sharp? Fish legs. I know, Bacter, you've said it over 20 times already. Bacter. It also has a very long tail and can tie itself into a knot. Hearing Bacter say this, Fishlegs went back to continue drawing according to Bacter's description. Bacter. Right, exactly like that. It also has 2 giant wings that can slice a target into pieces. Finally, after seeing Fishlegs finish the drawing, he ran off shouting. Hiccup. Any luck? Fishlegs. I've never seen a dragon like this, not in the Book of Dragons or in Burke Island's records. Seeing them discussing the dragon in the drawing, Volka also stepped forward to take a look. Volka. Huh. Isn't this what a cold whip looks like? Hiccup noticed Kane nearby, and after greeting him, he looked at Volka. Hearing that Volka knew of this dragon, Fishlegs became excited. You know this dragon. Do you know its lifestyle? Do you know what it likes to eat? Seeing Fishlegs continuing to bombard her with questions, Hiccup spoke up to remind him. Ahem, Fishlegs. Reminded, Fishlegs realized his behavior was inappropriate. Sorry, I just got a bit excited hearing that you knew. Kane. It's alright, Fishlegs. Actually, you guys can find out too, just use the dragon eye. Realizing they still had the dragon eye, they found a spot to place it, then used Stormfly's fire to find the section belonging to the Razorwhip dragon. Although the Natter dragon is in the Tracker class in the wiki, it seems to be in the Sharp class in the world of How to Train Your Dragon. As for the specific reason, I can't be bothered to care. Astrid. This dragon is called the Razorwhip dragon. Hiccup. Alright, Fishlegs, your turn. Fishlegs. Okay, let's see. Razorwhip dragon, Sharp class. Long body, spiky, with a barbed tail. They are extremely aggressive and incredibly fierce, very dangerous. Snotlout. Who doesn't know that? Can you say something useful? Fishlegs. Do you want to come up and explain, Snotlout? Just as he was about to say, I'll do it, he saw the things on the display and couldn't understand a single thing, so he backed down, though he still acted tough. I'm currently, I don't really feel like stepping up right now. Seeing that Snotlout didn't understand, Fishlegs continued. Continuing on, this symbol indicates it can use its tail to tightly coil around a victim and slowly strangle them to death. However, if it's in a hurry, it'll probably just slice you in half. Hearing about such an exciting dragon, the twins were quite thrilled. Astrid. Fishlegs, is there any non-lethal part on this dragon? Roughnut. How about its eyes? Fishlegs. No, the tears are highly poisonous. Snotlout. Poisonous. I love poisonous. Hiccup. Ah, poison is indeed great. Fishlegs, is there anything we can use to find it? Kane. Especially food and such, dragons like to nest near their food source. Fishlegs. Let me look. Got it. Sea slugs. They love to eat sea slugs. Snotlout. Sea slugs. I hate those slimy things. They're just snails that lost their shells, homeless giant snails. Hiccup. We happen to pass by some islands with a lot of sea slugs. Let's hope our Razorwhip friend just got hungry. Astrid. Let's hope it wants to eat sea slugs and not Vikings. Having found the necessary information, Hiccup and the others set off. Kane followed along, since he was already out, a little trouble didn't matter. But when Fishlegs saw Dark Flight, his eyes were filled with a thirst for knowledge about the Titanwing Stormcutter, especially since she was a Shadow Sailor individual. Hiccup and the others had searched 5 islands already, this was the 6th. Fishlegs. I have a feeling of kinship with this island. Snotlout. Give me a break. You said the exact same thing about the 5 islands we passed before. Snotlout. And just when we set out, you also said you felt a kinship with Dark Flight. Fishlegs. But that doesn't seem wrong. One should know how to be content and happy. Fishlegs. As for Dark Flight, how could I not be curious about a Titanwing Stormcutter, especially in Shadow Sailor individual? Seeing the two of them still bickering, Astrid couldn't help but remind them. Astrid. I don't mean to butt in, but what if we find that Razorwhip dragon? What then? Snotlout. Then you should just marry it. As he spoke, Snotlout wore an expression of enjoyment. Astrid. What if Dagur is its rider? Snotlout. Then Roughnut can marry Dagur. It might be a bit complicated, but one day I'll learn to cherish him as much as I cherish myself. Hearing such ridiculous words, Astrid wanted to remind him that Dagur was their enemy. Toughnut. But Toughnut ignored Astrid and continued, like a baby, lying in my warm embrace, too bad Dagur is too heavy. Everyone listened to these ridiculous words, yet not a single person found it strange, or rather, they were already used to it. Hiccup continued to pull out his homemade telescope, looking down at the island. Kane also took one out. This one was clearly much better than Hiccup's, and it could even adjust for distance, though it couldn't see extremely far. After both Hiccup and Kane spotted smoke above, they spoke simultaneously. Hiccup. Look, everyone. There's smoke over there. Kane. Heads up, smoke ahead. Someone might be on the island. Astrid. It's a campfire. Tough nut. Can this dragon start a campfire? Hearing more ridiculous words, Astrid felt she needed Hiccup to convince her all over again. Astrid. Hiccup, please move me one more time with that. The twins have their use of speech. Hurry. Hearing Astrid say this, Toughnut also thought it was a good idea, he wanted to hear it too. Toughnut. Agreed. I've never heard anything good about myself. I've only ever heard, these two twins are idiots, which I think is also quite nice. Seeing Toughnut say this, Hiccup was helpless. Once they reached the island, they discovered a recently extinguished campfire and some supplies. Astrid. These are probably things looted from ships. Hiccup. These tracks look familiar too. Alright, everyone, let's split up and search. We must find the rogue dragon rider and their razorwhip dragon. The campfire just went out, they shouldn't be far from us. Hiccup. Fishlegs, you and Meatball stay behind. If they come back, signal us. Fishlegs. Okay. After everyone had left, Fishlegs spoke again. You know, Meatball, usually when they leave me behind, I act all sad. As he spoke, he played a game of catch with Meatball using a stone. But to be honest, I feel much safer staying here with you this time. However, just as he threw another stone for Meatball, he was snatched up by a tail extending from a tree. It seemed it wasn't so safe after all. From this point on, they were being picked off one by one. Toughnut and Roughnut were knocked off their dragon, Toughnut even saw 8 Roughnut's. Stormfly was lured into a cave by a chicken leg. When Astrid went to check, she was trapped inside. While Snotlout was using the bathroom, he was knocked into the river by a piece of wood and went floating downstream. Volka went to check the edge of the island, mainly to prevent anyone from escaping unnoticed. Since there was nowhere to hide for a sneak attack on the sea, and Volka kept a constant watch on the coastline. It was impossible for Heather to attack Volka. Another reason was that Heather had never seen this kind of dragon before, so she preferred to avoid fighting her if possible. Kane was even harder to deal with. Kane was high in the sky, watching the ground with his telescope, and Thunderdrum was also watching the ground. Their position was very high. If she moved rashly, she would likely be spotted by them. Moreover, against a Titanwing Thunderdrum, her windshear clearly had no advantage. So they tried to move within the forest, but even so, Kane still spotted her. There. Thunderdrum, let's go. Upon seeing her, Kane and Thunderdrum erupted with electrical light and charged toward Heather's direction. When Hiccup and Volka saw the electrical light, they knew Kane had found the opponent. Heather also noticed Kane, but it was no use, she had no way to stop him. Then she thought of flying into the forest, which might interfere with Thunderdrum's flight speed. But Kane was no fool, he followed Heather by flying just above the treetops. As he flew, he attacked with low-power breath blasts. Heather couldn't just take the hits forever. She commanded Windshear to attack Kane with her tail spikes, but Kane dodged them all. After they had been clashing for over 10 minutes, Heather was eventually cornered by Kane. Heather landed on the ground. Seeing this, Kane felt he should give Heather a chance. However, it seemed she no longer had a choice. Hiccup and Volka were already very close. While Kane was still thinking, Heather took off directly from the spot, intending to fly into the sky. But Hiccup, arriving just in time, took the opportunity while she was flying upward to hit her with a breath blast, catching her off guard. Hiccup and Volka surrounded Heather. Seeing that they had surrounded the opponent, Kane also joined in. Seeing the Razorwhip dragon surrounded, Hiccup spoke up. If I were you, I wouldn't continue to resist. Finding herself surrounded by 3 dragons, she realized that resistance was futile. She simply pulled back her disguise and said, I know. Hiccup realized it was Heather and immediately shouted to Kane and Volka, don't attack. She's our friend. Hearing Hiccup's words, Kane and Volka called off the sparking Thunderdrum and the ready-to-strike Dark Flight. Finding that they had stopped their attacks, Heather breathed a sigh of relief. Kane's attacks alone were troublesome enough, with 2 more, there would be no point in fighting. When the group returned, they found Fishlegs and the others waiting for them. Snotlout. You chased me into a river. Astrid. You tricked me into a cave. Fishlegs. You just left me hanging in a tree. Astrid. But I have to admit, that chicken trick of yours did bring back some memories. Seeing everyone complaining to Heather, Hiccup quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Everyone, I'm sure Heather had a reason for doing what she did, right? Heather was touched to hear Hiccup speaking up for her, but thinking about how she had lived here for several years and made countless enemies, she didn't want to involve them. Listen, I've been living here alone for several years and have made countless enemies. I don't want you all to get dragged into this, so you must return to Burke Island. Hearing this, they felt Heather was still a good person, but why couldn't she just be direct? Snotlout. Couldn't you, just say that? Heather. Would you have listened? Astrid. She has a point. Our group is very stubborn. Snotlout. I don't listen to anyone. Seeing Snotlout acting like this, Astrid was speechless. Hiccup. Heather, no matter what trouble you're in or what enemies you've made, we can help. You don't have to stay here alone. Seeing Hiccup still trying to persuade her, Heather still didn't want to involve them. At this moment, Kane spoke up. Kane, what's there to be afraid of? I probably have more enemies than you do, yet I still live here. Kane, but to avoid trouble, I just go to their doorstep and beat them away. If you eliminate all your enemies, aren't you left with no enemies? Looking at Kane beside him, Heather asked Hiccup, Hiccup, your friend. Hearing Heather mention him, Kane pushed up his faceplate, revealing his true appearance. Kane, let me introduce myself. Kane Lay. My current residence cannot be disclosed. I'm a friend of Hiccup and the others, and the husband of the lady next to me. Valka also pushed up her faceplate like Kane and introduced herself. Valka Bowenster. Like Kane, I'm a friend of Hiccup and the others, and I am Kane's wife. After hearing their introductions, Heather was initially in disbelief. She hadn't expected Valka to be the one with the curse. What was even more unbelievable was that Kane was her husband. But after thinking it over, she didn't dwell on it. After all, it wasn't polite to say such things to their faces. However, seeing that Heather still didn't intend to go, Hiccup suggested again, we have a base not far from here. Why don't you come back with us first? Hiccup. Let the past be the past. We'll provide you with some supplies, and we can catch up. You can just give it a try. As Hiccup spoke, Roughnut pulled Toughnut over to a tree to rest. After all, when they fell earlier, Toughnut was the cushion underneath. Roughnut felt it wasn't right to just leave him on the ground. Looking at Toughnut lying there, Windshear grew curious and leaned in to look at him. Toughnut slowly woke up. Toughnut. Oh, a razor-whip dragon. This is truly the most beautiful dream I've ever had. It seems I can even reach out and touch it. As he spoke, he gave her a stroke. Toughnut. I really can touch it. Cold as ice, heavy scales. Toughnut. I, Toughnut Thorsten, shall wed thee, razor-whip. Whatever your surname may be, please join my ranks and be my nay. But just as he finished his bow and turned around, he ran into Heather. Toughnut. Oh, hi. Heather, what are you doing in my dream? And appearing at my wedding? You're not even on the guest list for friends and family. Seeing Toughnut like this, Heather smiled and reminded him, you're not dreaming, Toughnut. Hearing that he wasn't dreaming, Toughnut thought for a moment. If he wasn't dreaming, that means, razor-whip attack. Run. Toughnut ran off at high speed. Seeing that Toughnut still hadn't changed, Heather sighed, he still hasn't changed. Hiccup. Yeah, some things time just can't change. Hiccup. Let's head out for Dragon's Edge. Heather. You're planning to just keep being stubborn, aren't you? Hiccup. Yeah. Seeing Hiccup so stubbornly inviting her, Heather decided to agree. Heather. Alright then, let's go to Dragon's Edge. Seeing Heather agree, Hiccup became happy. You're absolutely going to love it there. When everyone reached Dragon's Edge, Hiccup showed them their quarters, but Heather looked startled to hear there was no house for Kane Lay. Seeing her expression, Kane stepped in to explain that the two of them only dropped by for a few days now and then, they didn't actually live here. His explanation satisfied her. After getting acquainted, Heather decided Kane was essentially a mysterious walking encyclopedia of dragon lore. Valka, on the other hand, was a cheerful girl who could be serious when it mattered, altogether decent and apparently free of scheming, at least on the surface. Later they all gathered in the hall to chat, focusing on Windshear and the changes in Heather. Snotlout. Hold up, where did you meet her? Roughnut. More importantly, can we take her for a spin? The two of them leaned forward, practically begging Heather to say yes. Then Snotlout sidled up to her and delivered his best smooth guy line. Snotlout. Did you miss me? Of course you did, why else drop that tree right on top of me, huh? Reverse psychology, I like it. Annoyed by his swagger, Heather shoved his head away. Astrid helpfully stuck out a foot and sent him sprawling. The girls bumped fists in triumph. Fishlegs. Ignore him. How did you ever tame a razor-whip dragon? It's incredible. Heather. Actually, I have you lot to thank. Astrid. Us. Snotlout. Picking himself up. Me, obviously. Could her meaning be any clearer? Woman speak. I'm fluent. Before he could finish, Windshear's tail swatted him aside. Fine, we'll circle back. With Snotlout out of the way, Heather continued. Heather. When I found Windshear. Snotlout. Awesome name. Cutting through the wind like a blade, get it? Literal meaning. Watching the twins, Heather could only think, how can anyone be this dense? Oh, gods. Anyway, I found her injured after a fight with a Typhoomerang, but Windshear clung to life, good girl. She needed careful nursing. Once she could stand, I used the dragon training tricks you taught me back on Burke Island. Now we're the perfect team. Unbeatable, look at her. We're a legend, mess with us and you'll regret it. A fine speech, though she seemed to have forgotten she'd just been chased all over the island by Kane, hardly undefeated. Kane, holding your own against a Typhoomerang is solid. That particular one probably won, but still, respect. The praise stung. Heather hated admitting he was better, every move precise, a true dragon master. And she'd never heard of anyone riding a Thunderdrum before. Still, she refused to concede. Heather, so how did you and Thunder first meet? Seeing her defiance, Kane simply told the truth. Let me think, I believe 4 snow wraiths jumped him and he crashed on top of me. His wing was torn, so I patched him up. Later, while we were grabbing food, the snow wraiths ambushed us. Thunder and I drove them off, mostly Thunder, I just assisted, but that's how we bonded. Oh, and here's the trophy. He produced a snow wraith fang. She still found it hard to swallow. His tail sounded even wilder than hers, and she'd never heard of snow wraiths. Hiccup. I can vouch for him, we've seen snow wraiths too, and their fangs match. With Hiccup's word, Heather accepted Kane's story. So their first meeting was the most absurd. A dragon falling from the sky, landing on him, then the pair repelling 4 snow wraiths, pure plot armor. Sensing the mood shift, Fishlegs jumped in. What other tricks does Windshear have? Glad for the lifeline, Heather answered. Her blast can reduce an enemy to bones at 30 paces. A single tail blade is as deadly as the sharpest battle axe alive. When she finished, the twins stepped up again, angling for a ride. Meanwhile Hiccup and Astrid discussed Heather. Astrid. It's great having her back. Kane dented her confidence a bit, but she's still fierce and blunt. I love it. Hiccup. She's grown so much since we last said goodbye. Astrid. 3 years, Hiccup. We were kids, now we're not. Hiccup. True, but. Before he could finish, Kane called him over. Kane. Hiccup, did you notice something on Heather? Hiccup studied her gear. Dragon scale armor, normal. Axe, normal. Horn, normal. Dragon eye lens, wait, dragon eye lens. Hiccup. Heather, where did you get that lens? Fishlegs. Hey, that's a piece of the dragon eye. Seeing how much it meant to them, Heather said, my birth father left it to me, along with this horn. If it's important, you can have it. Learning it was her father's keepsake, they hesitated. The dragon eye fragment was vital, yet it clearly meant the world to her. Finally accepting the horn and lens, Hiccup examined them, and spotted his father's chieftain's emblem on the horn. Why would his father's emblem be there? Could Heather be his sister? Impossible. His father had always said Hiccup was his only child. He needed to return to Burke Island and find out. After Hiccup discovered his father's emblem on Heather's horn, he planned to return to Burke Island tomorrow to ask his father about it. Hiccup. Heather, the mark on this horn is my father's chieftain's emblem. I plan to head back to Burke Island tomorrow. Do you want to come with me? Heather was still quite shocked to hear Hiccup say that the horn in her hand bore his father's chieftain's emblem. Heather. Wait, are you saying the emblem on this horn belongs to your father? Does that mean your father might be my father? Heather spoke with urgency. After all, when it comes to the matter of one's biological father, no one could remain calm. Unless they were the ones who abandoned you. Seeing how anxious Heather was, Hiccup explained. Hiccup. Heather. Calm down. My father wouldn't be your father. He hasn't remarried since my mother was taken away. However, this is indeed his chieftain's emblem. He should know something. I plan to go back and ask him tomorrow. Hearing Hiccup say this, Heather understood. His father likely wasn't hers, but Stoic should know something. Heather. Thank you, Hiccup. Hiccup. It's fine, Heather. But Heather, let's talk about something else. Heather. Sure, what do you want to talk about? Hiccup. About you and Windshear attacking ships. Seeing Hiccup bring this up, Heather knew she was finally being questioned. So it was that ship. Hiccup. Heather, what exactly are you doing? Heather. I'm just handling some business, Hiccup. You don't need to worry. Hiccup. But I do worry, Heather. Whenever a dragon attacks a ship, I worry. Heather. Listen, Hiccup, a lot has happened over the years. We aren't kids anymore. Everything has changed. Looking at Heather, Hiccup felt she had changed a lot. Hiccup, this isn't like you. You wouldn't be like this. Heather, this is who I am now. I still remember the last time we met, I was still. Never mind. If you want me to leave, then I. Hiccup. I didn't mean to drive you away. What I meant was, no matter what difficulties you're going through, we can help. All of us will help you. Hearing Hiccup say this, Heather was moved for a moment, and then she hugged him. Thank you, Hiccup. You've always been a wonderful friend to me. Despite hearing all this, Hiccup felt Heather still wasn't telling him the truth. It seemed he should keep a closer eye on her tonight. Fortunately, it was just the two of them here. If Astrid were present, she would probably be jealous. As for why they found a secluded spot to chat, it was because the matter of her biological father was better discussed in private. When night fell, Heather went to the dragon stable alone and slipped inside quietly. Then she used a key to lock up the dragons inside one by one. She still didn't want to drag them into this, she planned to seek revenge on her own. Afterward, she rode Windshear away, but she didn't notice a dragon hanging upside down under the eaves. Hiccup and Toothless came down from above and watched Heather fly away. Alright, bud, let's go find out what's going on. With that, they also flew off. However, another dramatic scene unfolded. Neither of them noticed that below the dragon stable, Dark Flight was pressed against a pillar. Kane and Volka were both below, watching the two of them leave. Volka. So this is the interesting thing you mentioned. Kane. Of course. I think both of them are up to something. Heather probably doesn't want to drag them into it, and Hiccup wants to investigate. Since we're bored anyway, we might as well go take a look. After Kane finished speaking, he jumped off Dark Flight, and Thunder flew up from below to catch him. The two of them followed as well. Hiccup followed all the way to an island. He watched Heather fly onto a ship and then pulled out his telescope. Kane and the others were flying not far from Hiccup. Kane held a telescope, and Volka held one too. The two of them watched Hiccup and Heather. Hiccup saw Heather seemingly talking to someone. When that person turned around, Hiccup realized it was John. Volka, up above, also spotted John. When she saw him, her entire mood soured. Beside her, Kane felt as if she were burning. The fury in her eyes was impossible to hide. Kane. Volka. What's wrong? Volka. He is the murderer who killed my parents. I will never forget his face. Seeing that John was Volka's enemy, Kane felt it was strange, but he simply asked. Do you want to kill him now? Volka. No, I won't kill him now. I'll make him wish he were dead. Killing him like this would be too easy on him. After Heather finished her transaction with John, she left. Hiccup planned to go ask John to see if he could fish for some information. Volka didn't want revenge just yet. She wanted to see what John was up to. Given her understanding of John, he must want something to be sucking up to Hiccup and the others like this. After all, back then, her father was deliberately approached by John because he knew of an island rich in spices. John helped her father, and after obtaining the map, he murdered her parents. So why was he approaching Hiccup and the others now? In any case, she would definitely ruin his plan at the very last moment. She wanted to watch the look on John's face as his plan was destroyed at the final second, then break his limbs, and finally let him slowly sink to the bottom of the sea. Just thinking about it now made Volka feel incredibly happy. And Hiccup also got what he wanted. Heather's entire tribe had been attacked by a group of thugs, and her family was all dead. Every ship Heather attacked belonged to the perpetrators, and she was simply returning those supplies to the villagers who had suffered. While the supplies could be returned, their loved ones could not. And Hiccup also learned who her target was, the Berserker tribe. Realizing Heather might be in danger, Hiccup hurried to help her. And Kane and Volka followed Hiccup. By the time Hiccup arrived, Heather and Windshear had already been restrained by chains from Dager's ship. Heather. Come on, Windshear, get us out of here. Watching the trapped Heather, Dagur said, Haha, Heather, stop struggling. He was about to say more, but after seeing Hiccup arrive, he began to cheer up. Dagur, look who's here. It's so good to see you here, brother. Without you, it just wouldn't feel like a family reunion. Alright. Now, knock him out of the sky for me. As soon as Dagur finished speaking, all the members of the Berserker tribe attacked Hiccup. After dodging attack after attack, Hiccup stopped in midair. Taking advantage of the lull in their assault, he commanded Toothless to attack the chains, but the attacks were useless against them. The specific reason was that the chains contained dragon-proof metal. Realizing that attacking the chains was futile, Hiccup intended to attack the winch cranks instead. However, at that moment, Kane and Volko rapidly attacked 3 of the cranks from the sky. Kane looked at Hiccup and said, "Hiccup, looks like you need some help." Seeing it was Kane, Hiccup also became happy. "Hiccup. Kane. What are you doing here?" Below them, Dagur, seeing Kane riding a thunderdrum, was not doing so well. "Dagur. He's riding a thunderdrum. Attack him, quickly." Seeing Kane riding a thunderdrum, Dagur wanted to kick Kane off and ride thunder himself. But he clearly underestimated Kane. After several cranks were hit in succession, Heather was able to break free from her restraints. Seeing Heather escape, Dagur wasn't particularly angry because he was staring at thunder flying in the sky. However, after he was hit by Thunder's attack, things changed. "Dagur. Humph. Ha ha ha. I will catch you, no matter who you are." Watching the manic Dagur, Kane felt that he must be having a relapse of his old illness. After Hiccup and Heather flew together, Hiccup said to her, "Heather, you can't take on Dagur and his fleet all by yourself." "Heather, but don't we have 4 dragon riders here? We can do it." Hearing Heather say this, Hiccup felt she was being a bit unrealistic. Kane and the others had no relation to her, it was already good enough that they had rescued her. They had no obligation to help her seek revenge. Sure enough, just as Hiccup thought, Kane said, "To be honest, it's enough that we saved you. We won't help you with your revenge." Hearing Kane's words, Heather followed up by saying, "Then I still have Windshear. I can take my revenge alone." After saying that, she charged forward by herself. Seeing her fly off, Hiccup followed to try and persuade her. "How is this any different from seeking death? Heather, I am willing to pay any price for this." "Hiccup, are you also willing to sacrifice Windshear?" When Hiccup mentioned Windshear, Heather hesitated. Finally, she gave up, she could not sacrifice Windshear. Seeing that his persuasion was working, Hiccup continued. "Heather, there will be other opportunities in the future, I promise." Afterward, they all flew back. On the way back, Heather even praised Hiccup, saying his idea to attack the cranks was good. She didn't complain about why Kane and the others didn't help, because just as Kane said, it was already good enough that they saved her. They had no reason to help her seek revenge. After returning to Dragon's Edge, Kane and Volko went off to the side to chat. Thunder found a fairly good spot and went to sleep, and Dark Flight did the same. Heather, meanwhile, began to apologize. "I'm very sorry for locking up your dragons. I just didn't believe you would let me seek revenge against the Berserker tribe. Fishlegs. It's true that both humans and dragons need to trust each other." Heather, "Thank you for understanding, Fishlegs." Snotlout, "To be honest, I didn't really trust them either." Astrid, "You know we can hear what you're saying, right?" Snotlout, "Jealousy is a bad habit, Astrid. But, I know why you're jealous of me." Looking at such a narcissistic Snotlout, Astrid was completely speechless. Hiccup, "The point is, we all support you, Heather. You're one of us now." Fishlegs, "Right. I've already used sea slugs to set up a dragon stable for Windshear." Snotlout, "I've also cleared some space for you in my hut." Seeing Snotlout say this, Hiccup warned, "I've already made it very clear to Snotlout, you won't be staying in his hut." Hearing Hiccup say this, Snotlout became unhappy. Snotlout, "You're a rogue rider, you messed with our dragons, and you sneaked out in the middle of the night. Wait, after all that, why are we accepting you again?" Hearing Snotlout say this, Heather sincerely said to him, "I'm really sorry, Stoik the Vast." Seeing such a sincere apology, Snotlout also felt that she was very trustworthy. Afterwards, under everyone's warm hospitality, Heather became quite uneasy. Fortunately, Astrid pulled her away to have some girl talk. The two of them talked about weapons, Hiccup and Astrid, and then moved on to Heather and Snotlout. Finally, she expressed that she liked the type of guy like Fishlegs. Upon hearing this, Astrid expressed her disbelief. Heather, "Astrid, what kind of person do you think Kane is?" Astrid, "Kane. Mysterious, powerful, smart, and it seems like he still has some trump cards he hasn't used yet." Heather, "And what about Volka?" Astrid, "Volka. She's a virtuous wife, has good knife skills, and knows some medical arts for saving people. All in all, she's a special girl. Also, if you want to find out about Kane from her, she won't say a word." After they finished talking about Kane and the others, the two of them went back to hanging out. Meanwhile, Hiccup, Kane, and Volker returned to Burke Island. Hiccup wanted to clear some things up and needed to find his father. After returning to Burke Island, they first encountered Gobber. Gobber wanted Hiccup to help him manage those wild Natter dragon packs. But Hiccup stated he was in a hurry and needed to see his father. Gobber mentioned his father was in the Great Hall, but since today was complaint day, he might have to wait in line. Once Hiccup arrived, he spoke directly with Stoic. Stoic, where did you get this? Hiccup, it belongs to Heather, the girl who stole Stormfly a few years ago. Right, Heather. Hiccup, Dad, your chieftain's emblem is carved onto this horn. That's right. Hiccup, is there something you want to tell me? Stoic, when a chief has a child, that child receives gifts from all over. When you were born, I asked Gobber to make a small axe that even a baby could hold. Back then, I wanted you to start training the moment you opened your eyes. Haha, when I did that, I thought your mother would throw me out to feed the dragons. Hiccup, I still remember that axe. Stoic, you've always used it as a paperweight. Hearing this, Kane finally understood. Kane, in other words, Stoic, this horn was a gift to celebrate the birth of some chief's child, right? Seeing that Kane understood, Stoic said, exactly. But I need to think carefully about who this was sent to. Let me think. I remember now. It was a gift sent when the daughter of the Berserker tribe's chief, Goodman Oswald, was born. Hearing this, Hiccup was completely speechless, and then his expression turned to disbelief. Wait. Berserker tribe. Dager's father. Heather is Dager's sister. Although this fact was hard for Hiccup to accept, they still needed to go back and tell Heather the truth. Meanwhile, on the other side, Heather and Astrid had obtained the general direction of Dager's fleet's movements from John. Heather, we must set out now. Dagur won't stay out there for long. Fishlegs. Wait, you want us to fight Dagur and the Berserker fleet without Hiccup and Toothless? Heather, guys, I wish Hiccup and Toothless were here too, but they aren't, and we can't wait any longer. Dager's ships have dragon-proof chains and grappling hooks, and they've even bought more powerful new ships. But if we attack together, he won't be able to tell who's attacking him. Fishlegs. As much as I hate to say it, Toothless is the most powerful dragon in our group. Hearing Fishlegs say this, Meatball got a little emotional. But my favorite is still you, Facewash. Snotlout. We don't necessarily need Hiccup and Toothless. But halfway through, he was threatened by Astrid. But we all know that when there's danger, it's always good to have a Night Fury around. Seeing that everyone disagreed, Heather wanted to get Astrid's approval. Heather, you heard what John said, Astrid. This is the best chance. You can tell them. Astrid. But, Heather. Heather. You too. Then forget it. All that talk about information and supporting me was just a lie. After saying that, Heather left. However, just as Heather was about to leave, everyone followed along to help. When Hiccup and the others returned from Burke Island, they found that Dragon's Edge was completely empty. They only saw a map, and seeing it, Hiccup understood where they had gone. When Hiccup and the others arrived at the location, they found Heather was just about to kill Dagur. Stop. Heather, stop now. Heather, go away, Hiccup. Hiccup. My father already told me what this thing is. Many years ago, my father gave this to the chief of the Berserker tribe, Goodman Oswald, as a gift for his newborn daughter. You are that girl, Heather. Goodman Oswald is your father. He is also Dager's father. Unable to accept all of this, Heather was a bit at a loss. That's impossible. Hiccup. Heather, Dagur is your biological brother. You can't kill him. But they had no more time. All the nearby ships were attacking toward them. After spending some effort to escape, everyone returned to Dragon's Edge. And Heather was going to leave them again. Astrid and Hiccup said their goodbyes to her together. Kane and his group also wanted to head back. After all, Little Night Shadow was still waiting for them. Of course, once Little Night Shadow was born, he would bring it over for Hiccup and the others to see. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.